hopefully... Yeah, Powder Monkey is connected. And hopefully that is all okay. Hello. Hopefully people find us. I get worried every time I do that transition. Every time I do that transition, I get worried. Oh, good lord. So how are we doing? Powder Monkey's still working and happy. We're now at 18 hours and 11 minutes of broadcasting according to Twitch. Which, if we combine with the videos we've done earlier in the week, I do mean the videos we've done earlier in the week, let's see. Let's see, we have got... Ooh. From this week alone, we did 12 hours on Monday. Got to 24 hours and 5 minutes by Tuesday. Got to 36 hours and 23 minutes by Wednesday. Got to 49 hours. No, 48 hours. Hang on, no. 48 hours and 8 minutes. 49 hours and 8 minutes by Thursday. Got to... Well, yeah, by Thursday. Then got to 61 hours and 27 minutes by Friday. We're at 18 hours and 11 minutes, so we are now at 79 hours and 38 minutes. Out of the 96-hour planned run, and probably a little bit longer overall. That's not been too bad for a week, is it? Oh. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jack Ray. That's enough. Eesh. Thank you, Jack Ray. Oh, how are you doing, Jack? You enjoying life? Goodness gracious me, that's 100 memberships in a day. That's a lot of memberships. And let's see if the questions are still going through. Yep, they are. Lines came through. I think overall on the EU side, I think what might start changing it, and this is going to sound almost paradoxical, but I think what might actually change it is when eventually they start doing the big analysis on our recent operations and start realizing how far below the production curve they are. There's also the possibility that nations start to specialize in. Deng was fairly decent. How do I put it? He was a capable administrator and a capable military officer. And that was the important thing. That was the critical thing. Hmm. He's also, how do I put this politely, an ardent political manipulator who managed to get out of the way just at the right time to then survive when things were getting particularly vicious. You have to respect that kind of judgment. I did have to look him up a second because I was going, which Deng is that? Because there are so many Dengs in the People's Republic of China. Deng is a very popular name in China at this period. Just to make it more difficult for people like me who are dyslexic and going, names. C-57. C-57 made a big splash at the Dubai Air Show. Is anybody actually buying Russian stuff? There are always people interested. Actually buying it, less seems. The Su-57 I think at the moment is I think the Indians are possibly the sole. I think the Indians are the sole buyers of it so far, and I'm not even sure if they're happy with it. No, only the Russians have actually bought it. The Indians are looking at it though. One of the many things being pushed for them, but there's just not enough in service. If you consider they want to buy 2 squadrons from Russia and up to 5 squadrons made in India, is their preliminary plan, and yet Russia has yet to build more than 22 service models and 10 prototypes. Yeah, I think that's a lovely idea to have that plan, but I doubt that's going to happen anytime soon. No. It's fun. So, sorry, you sent me down the rabbit hole of the PACFAR, and I was looking at it going, what the frig are they up to? And they want that as well, and that as well. That's just cruel. Don't send me down the rabbit hole of Russian aircraft at this time of night. There's too many rabbit holes to go down after them. Joe Phillips, do you think giving troops political education tends to make them more loyal to the governing regime, or just a waste of time? Not so much it makes them more loyal, but if you balance it, if you give them the right mix of education, they can make far better judgments in the field. It's one of the things that the British and the Americans do a lot of. You try and educate your soldiers on the realities of the situation they're going into as best you can, but also on the wider political aims and strategies of the whole force, so that when they're faced with a situation which isn't in the rules of engagement, which isn't a nice, simple, off-the-shelf, they can try and make a judgment call on an informed basis. And the fact is, you want your troops to be informed to make these judgment calls, because if they can react more quickly because they have the information, then they don't need to start sending messages up and down the chain to get permission to, I don't know, hand out a toothbrush. Then life is better, because then it's less and less chance for your enemy to get inside your operational control loop. And that's the point. Ooh. Yeah, the Russian production is all over the place. Again, the problem with one of the problems with the PACFAR, and one of the problems with a lot of their systems, is that they went to war with the supplier of many of their critical components. Look, in a nicer way, the war with Ukraine has become a one-topic meme for what not to do at certain points. Don't go to war with your major supplier. Being one of them. Your major partner, don't go to war with them. If they supply you with a large amount of your critical military components, don't go to war with them. It's not going to be good for you. It's going to get messy. And people are going to laugh, probably, because you're going to not be able to complete very critical parts of your military industry because they aren't. Holding up? I think I'm doing fine. Let's see, we've been live now for 18 and a half hours, pretty much, almost. Time is now ticking down. Do you think, Mr. Joel Fergus, question and answer, do you think, hindsight, Russia should have waited until Mistral division before doing Crimea? I actually do. Because I think they should have found the Mistrals, could have found the Mistrals very useful for doing these sort of operations. I can understand why they went early. I think their mistake was going for more than Crimea. I really do start to think. I really am thinking that's a mistake now. The more time goes on, the more these things end up being discussed, the more I look into it, and the more I think, you know what, they really shouldn't have. They should have literally gone, okay, we've got Crimea. Let's see what the rest we can do by little grey men, by not actual open war. The moment they went into open war, they've opened themselves up to all sorts of problems. When it was deniable actions, things were good. Things worked. The moment they got no longer deniable, they've had a problem. Well, Also, I do this now. This is the second year I've done a 36-hour live. So this week I did 5 12-hour lives for charity. And as said, anything on those that happens to those videos for the rest of the month, basically the money that comes in from them, super chats, super thanks, whatever on them, that goes to charity. And then the 36-hour live is for me. It's for my channel. It's to fundraise for things towards the channel. It's for, this one is for a trip around the UK. Basically, it's to hire the car. That's what I'd like it to do. If it could hire the car, I can basically roll the rest because of the because of the way the money works amount, and because of the way that hopefully the book comes out. So if they pull a blitzkrieg properly, yeah, but the thing is, you only pull a blitzkrieg properly once. And they pulled it against the Crimea. They arguably done a blitzkrieg pretty well against the Ukrainians in Crimea, and they did it well. And then what they try with the second invasion, with the later one, is they try to do what I would call a coup de foudre and a coup de main in one go. They're basically, the main attack is actually the airport. If they can take the airport and they can take Zelensky and the capital quickly, and then the troops can reach them, they can take the country down. That's the plan. They take out the centre and the rest will fall. Unfortunately for them, the VDV and the rest of that has been around a long time, and a lot of the Ukrainian high command have been through exactly the same training as their Russian counterparts, and have seen the exact same rules. And that's why you've suddenly found, when you look at that airport, there were surprisingly, how do I put this, well-trained, well-prepared, well-led, well-organised forces sitting around it waiting for such a landing. And once that was defeated, well, once they could no longer do it in 6 hours, they were going for 6 days. And unfortunately, that then got stopped up because their logistics got hit. So then it becomes 6 months. And now it's 6 years. And that's the problem. 6 years is not a good war for the Russians. It's taking a lot of money. And I don't think they really had it. Because they depend a lot for their money on fossil fuels and raw materials. And that's, to an extent, great. It gives them money for nothing, as long as it's running. And as we all know, they've been getting progressively shorter and shorter of engineers because of the way technical education broke down in Russia post the Cold War ending. And yes, they've been trying to rebuild it, but they're missing a lot of the critical middle-ranking engineers, making up for that by hiring them in from abroad. Moment, they're not getting enough. They're not getting enough engineers in. Yeah, they're using the gold now, and that's not good. Because whilst they've got good stocks of gold, they haven't got infinite gold. John Fredericks, if the Egyptian army had been more successful in 1973, do you think Sadat would still have been assassinated if still made peace with Israel? Yes, because the objection was that he made peace. Not how successful he was. It was that he made peace. It was that he looked at the situation and said sensibly, there is only so much I can do and there's nothing I can do which is useful here, so I'm going to make peace. You have to remember, to a certain mind, making peace is far worse than losing a war. It's not my personal philosophy, but some people do have that philosophy. I personally find that kind of philosophy abhorrent, but we'll leave that to one side. Jack Ray, did the typhoons the US encountered in World War II influence post-war destroyer design, e.g. larger destroyers in the States? It does have some impact, yes. It's had some impact. It's also not just the Americans who've gone for larger destroyers. Everyone's sort of pursued larger destroyers, but sea sturdiness has been really important. And one of the things the Americans did was they did a lot of study on the stabilizing systems which the British used during World War II. They were very interested in those. Couch Potato! Hello, Couch Potato! I don't think I've seen you so far in the last few hours. I think I've seen you on a few previous lives this week, but I don't think I've seen you on ones yesterday of this. Do you think countries will fully follow through on detaching defense capability and production from the US back domestically, or is this a minor blip in status quo? I think they are all looking to do some repatriation. Sometimes it is dressed up in words of being anti-American rhetoric, but there is quite a lot of people who are suggesting doing it for different reasons. Now, I suggest you need to repatriate some of the defence production capability back to the UK for various things, because, honestly, otherwise your supply line is across the Atlantic to America. And that can be a very long supply line. And whilst there are going to be components which will come backwards and forwards from there, let's be honest, as I've said before, I gave an example, our brilliant torpedoes, our wonderful torpedoes, their engines, the Spearfish torpedoes, depend on the supply of an engine from America, which the Americans don't use in their own torpedoes for some reason. Okay, that's fine. But that means we've got to have that supply. I think trying to set up things like drones, missiles, armaments production, ammunition, etc. back in the UK is very sensible. And I think, honestly, if I was America, I'd be encouraging this. Because, let's be honest, God helps best those who can help themselves. Allies are most useful who can help themselves. Allies who can only pray for your assistance aren't really that much help, are they? They're not. So I think things are going to transition a bit. I think what you might see, increasingly, is sharing of intellectual property. And nations getting together and going, oh, I'd really like to do this, but I'd like to have a license to build this domestically. And I think we have to be prepared for that. Yeah, your question will show up on the left side of the screen, Jack Ray. When I click on it, it'll appear. After you receive an acknowledgement, it'll turn up once I click on it. And basically I have a clicker here which will click through them in order. So that's what happens. It stops me losing the questions. Time zones can make catching a live a pain sometimes. I know, this is why I'm live for 36 hours. Definitely catching people this way. Who are going to go, this is my first ever live, I caught you. And I'm sort of going, yeah, basically I do this once a year. I will only be live in this time slot once a year. I am not doing lives more than once a year. 36 hour lives more than once a year. I'm not. I have great love and affection for all of you. Not doing it. Every brew ship live for me, it was around 3 AM till about 7 AM. Joel, you are amazing for coming along to as many as you do. What are those British stabilised systems on board? Basically, the British started adding fins and fins and various other things to their ships. Mainly because the British were, how do I put this politely? The North Sea was the North Sea, and so the British have been preparing for the North Sea. And then at a certain point, the North Sea always proves you right. You prepare for it, it will prove you right. North Sea is kind of like Warspite. If in doubt, it'll kill you. It doesn't care your status. It doesn't care your kingdom. It doesn't care anything about you. All it cares is you want to transverse it, and it doesn't want you to. North Sea is a grouchy old man who doesn't want anyone on his lawn. And if he can get you off it, or buried 6 feet under it, he's happy. He'll either turn you away or turn you into fertilizer. And so, preparing to joust with him is a major task. If you're prepared to joust with him, then when it comes to jousting with the others, you're prepared. You have the skills. You have the capabilities. Yep, the North Sea is basically to the Royal Navy. Every other fleet which gets in its way is sort of just a distraction from its main running enemy, the North Sea. Yep. Sorry about that. I was distracted by my foot. I've managed to have a rather large chunk of very thick skin come off it. Not surprised. Not surprised. Dylan Fredericks, do you think the People's Liberation Army will put their J-35s on their LHD like they do, like the US does with the F-35? I don't think so, because to my mind the J-35 is STOL, not VSTOL. As far as I understand it is STOL, not VSTOL. Yeah. It's it is Caterpillar usually. And it is capable of Stobar, not VSTOL. So I don't think it will do. I don't think the LHD is long enough. The LHDs are more going to be operating drones and things like that at the moment. What about us? Speaking of allies, are old allies being replaced in important ideas? You know, out with the UK and France and Canada and in with Japan, Israel, and Saudi Arabia. I'd say yes and no. I'd say honestly, some of the allies are staying the same. I'd say some of the allies are reflecting the situation. I'd say also some of the allies are reflecting the utility. I don't think Britain is necessarily out, judging from the amount of time I spent talking with US personnel. I think Britain is still very much in and still very much part of it. America seems to sometimes, quite often, when America's really on with Europe, they turn to Britain and go, "You explain Europe to us," and we sort of go, "Okay," but we don't really understand it either. Pretty much every Britain always watches the same thing happen in almost every presidency. American presidents come in for about the first 2 years of their presidency term. Doesn't matter if it's a new term or an old term, a new term or it's their second term. As in, it doesn't matter. And they try and find new allies around the world, and they try and work with everyone else but us. And then after about middle of year three, they go, "Britain, yes, we need your help." "Oh, do you really? Right then, well, here's our list of needs. Let's meet in the middle." It almost always works out the same way. And it's not meant in a nasty way, that's just literally the way it works. There's nothing wrong with that. It's the way the cookie crumbles. That's all it is. And to be honest, it also works for us because it means that our ministers get to burnish themselves by claiming to be independent, whatever that really translates as, and gets to go, "Look, we disagree with America. We don't always do the same thing they do, and then when push comes to shove, we're working together again." Because the reason we end up working together isn't because we are great friends, it's because more often than not our interests align, and our interests are still fairly close. That's the dirty little secret in our relationship. Our relationship was one of friends, it's one of interests, and at the moment, still, our interests very much align. And as long as they do, we'll still be friends. We will still be friends. And yes, if you're going, "But that's a bit confusing," and we go, "Yes, it is, but that's the way Britain and America are. We are a confusing pair." It's the way it goes. The largest danger to the UK seems to be the dreaded white paper. Oh yeah, don't get me started on white papers. Um, Also, nicest way, look at how much work the British and Japanese and Australians and Americans are doing together in joint projects at the moment, is the other thing I'd say. I have to think about the new allies and the old allies. We're kind of working together. There is part of me which keeps being surprised that the Japanese haven't been invited to join Five Eyes to make it Six Eyes. I've honestly been thinking about that for the last 5 years. So, that's the level of friendship that's been going on in relationships. Joe Frodos, do you think the People's Liberation Army, Okay, do you think ever the Chinese Navy will be given the land-based fighters of the People's Liberation Army Air Force? No, I don't think they will do. Not to do more than with train. It's just not going to happen. It's politics. Just in India, in Indonesia, we've only published one white paper in our history, and it was decades ago. Yeah, the British try and publish one about once a year just to try and give us a panic attack. I've now got it down to a swift 15 minutes to read. Mm-hmm. So the question is, can I make this work? Can I make this work? We will see. So that's that. And then that goes up. see what we can do. We'll see what we can do. Okay. Why do so many people focus on the German Navy during World War II and not on other navies? Because the Germans are sexy and they're the ultimate bad guys and they're the Nazis and they have all the cool weaponry and everything else I hear every time I hear about it, and I go, you really haven't studied that much about World War II, have you? That's usually my response, and that doesn't exactly make me popular. But it's true. It's basically people who have a very limited understanding, and I would argue a very limited understanding of World War II. Will pick them. They will pick them. And they'll be happy they picked them. They'll think that, they picked an excellent option. The rest of us will look at them and go, no, you didn't. Because the German Navy, and this is the thing that I find annoying, and as I've explained this many times before, the thing I find annoying for the German Navy is that they have a lot of potentially great ideas, but it's always the execution gets so political that they don't get anything good out of it. They don't get anything good out of it because of the politics. And that's just annoying. It is really annoying. Connect up with that one. And yeah, we're gonna put in enough one of these over here. Get more tree production going, and that's gonna be good. I'll get a lot of them. Oh, that's cool. Thank you for following the channel. It's also, I think Foxo put it right the other day, because she was chatting away in the chat now. At a certain point, it sounds really edgy and cool to support to talk about the other guy, the other side, and how cool and capable they were in World War II. When you start looking and go, okay, yeah, but what were they doing? It's like the thing I'm thinking about Rommel. He's good, yes. He writes some very good books, worthwhile reading. He also, logistics is something which happens to other people, because he comes up from the side of the school, which is all about the attack and how you motivate the forces, not how you keep them supplied. He's great at fighting the battle. He's not so great at actually sustaining the battle. He needs other people to do that for him. Logistics is something which happens to other people. And this is a lot of the problem with the German command, is they usually have people who are very good in one area, not very good at seeing the whole picture. And that's why they obviously end up in the situation they are. Because, again, people who can look at the whole picture will tend to go, do I need a 100% solution for this, or will X, Y, and Z do? And that's always the question. Will they do? Not are they perfect. They're not supposed to be perfect. They're never going to be perfect. It's will they do. Will they do? And sometimes the answer to that question is no, they won't. Sometimes that is the answer to the question. Sometimes the answer is you do need the very best solution. If you want to have a command ship, if you want to have X, Y, Z, you do need the very best. But sometimes the answer to the thing is, well, actually, no, because a 75% solution costs me 1/3 of the 100% solution, and I can buy, therefore, 3 of them for the price of 1, and 2 of them are more than enough. Yes, Black Horse. The German Navy in World War One were actually far closer to starving British out than the German Navy in World War Two. And Poseidon 737 would it be possible to design a vessel in 1918 that would allow the British to change out a battleship gun to sea? To be honest, the British do change out guns in some pretty interesting places, including occasionally once in Scapa Flow. But no, you're not going to be changing out something the size of a battleship gun at sea, underway. You need a big crane. You need a lot of support to do it, to get it done. Your project. Let's say the USSR stays neutral for the entire duration of the war. Germany doesn't invade them. How will the Allies break Fortress Europe? Probably Europe gets the same solution as Japan. That's the honest answer. Probably Europe gets the same solution as Japan. So, yeah, it's probably nukes. Not a nice one. When did you last sleep? Ooh, Wednesday morning. You've asked me that before, Seneca. A couple of times, I think. Actually, potentially. Okay. Yes, let's highlight that. Sorry, just making sure all this stuff goes bright green so it's known to do it, knows to do it, and just letting it go and do it. Right thing, thank you. And let's indicate the right thing. And dash to dash, go. Alright, that one. Jeff Fredericks, seeing as it was the Republic of China that was wrote to the 11-9, why is it when people look back they'll romanticize the former Taiwanese government? Because that's a while back, and because, yeah, they're not the ones causing the trouble about it today. And even then, there's a debate over, yeah, we'll not get into it. If Henderson, if Henderson was able to prepare his successor, who do you think he would pick? He might actually have picked Fraser. Fraser's not exactly a bad choice. About the right seniority, about the right position, about the right flair for engineering and interest. He just needs about 6 months to train him. That's just normal on the post. It's one of the few times the Third Sea Lord has passed on without any training. Let's say the Malayan emergency gets worse, and a communist government is established in Malaya. What's the consequence for the Cold War? Probably the CIA starts propping up people to have a rebellion in Malaya. And it becomes another of the hot spots. Also, considering Malaya's location and situation, you probably have a large presence in Singapore and possibly an invasion of Malaya to fix it. Black Horse. How were the Royal Navy able to get away with developing landing crafts during the interwar period? No one was stopping them, and they had the money and the interest, and they could always point to Gallipoli every time someone said, "Why are you doing this?" Besides 1707, suppose Japan wins the war in China May of 1940, would they still strike south? Probably yes, but they're going to have fun. They're going to be wanting to consolidate first. The thing is, the reason they're striking south is trying to firm up their position, and they are going for the fuel. They're going for the resources, the minerals, the resources to give them, tide them over and protect them, and stop them being so dependent upon imports and all these things. So yeah, they're still going to go for it. They almost have to. They very nearly have to. And it's terrible to say that, but it is true. They very nearly have to. What about us? Will we ever see a return of the popularity for hydrofoils? Hovercraft. Seems like they had a little bit of fad, sort of like swing wing aircraft. Hovercraft will probably stay. They have niche uses, which makes them worthwhile. Hydrofoils, the problem is they were quick, but they weren't quick enough in a modern world. It's kind of like Concorde and the internet. They just can't compete with the requirements, so they can't carry the weight of the other things at the moment. If the technology changes and improves, then things might change, but at the moment I can't see it. Seneca, the budget of the Royal Navy in the interwar period gets doubled, not by the government, but it somehow gets doubled. What do they do differently? There are going to be a lot more modernizations and refits of ships. They're going to be done earlier. They're going to be done more often. And they're probably going to build more sloops and things like that, because they're going to build... They've got the money. If they've got the money, then they can build... They're still limited to extent by the treaties. So what they can put the money into is training and into things which are not limited by the treaties. And that means they can buy aircraft types, they can buy stockpiles, they can buy stores and defences for bases. They can also buy sloops. And they can buy a lot of sloops, and they can keep buying sloops because they're not limited by treaty. So probably sloops, auxiliaries, refits, and defences for bases is what they buy. Singapore might actually get finished. Why would I build that? Why? I thought it was a clever idea when I did it, but it really wasn't. It really wasn't a clever idea. Not the worst idea I've had, but so not a clever idea. I've had worse, but not a clever idea. Would the treaty cover VLS quick ships? If they otherwise fit the criteria, it would. If they were somehow auxiliaries, which had nothing else on them which made them fit the criteria, it wouldn't. And there are auxiliaries you can get for bigger than 2,000 tons, so you could get them. VLS could end up finding itself mounted on auxiliaries. But for VLS, you'd have to go through so much technological hand-wavium to get VLS to work in the 1920s and 30s, it's almost not worth considering. Well, no, you see, Seneca, if you considered it a forward support rocket vessel for amphibious operations, it could be the same size as Unicorn. It's an auxiliary, not a warship. We're talking about the London Naval Treaty, the Washington Naval Treaty, etc. Every one of them pretty much has similar criteria of vessels below 2,000 tons must not be designed to exceed 20 knots, must not carry more than 4 guns of 3 inches or more, must not be designed to carry torpedoes. You can build as many of them as you want, Walter Burroughs in the 1920s and 30s. Seriously, this is my point every time, and every time I start there complaining about not building sloops or ASW ships. That's because literally there is a criteria written into the treaty which allows you to build as many sloops and ASW ships as you want. If you consider the Black Swans are 1,000 tons, the Flower class corvettes 1,000 tons. Even the frigates are like 1,500 tons. And you could have been in the 1920s and 30s, you could have been pumping out a dozen of those a year, and they have no bearing on the treaty, no limit at all. You don't have to justify them in any way, shape, or form. You can build as many of them as you like. The only thing stopping you is funding. You can build them up to any day you like, as much as you like, and you can build them. And they don't. You could have outfitted every single one of the Royal Navies with them. You could have outfitted the Royal Navy with them. You could have done all sorts of things. You don't, because it saves money. So yes, all the naval treaties pretty much have that scenario in them. Jeffrey, do you think China will ever do a massive increase of military spending in the near future? Probably not a massive one, but they're already spending quite a lot of money. Joe Frederick, the IJN is given 1960s missile and radar technology in 1932. What procurement would they pursue with this tech? Something big and massive and loaded with a lot of missiles. Probably still the Yamatos, but probably to get a missile attack armed on them. Seneca, 3874. Bum. Wouldn't I, Burke, be able to slip through the treaty system as an auxiliary with an engine cut off at 20 knots? No, she's got a gun big enough for 5-inch guns, and she automatically looks like a warship. And her tonnage is large enough it's going to trick it, and there's a speed. So all those things, no. Black Horse, how many pilots of more modern aircraft lied when they got back when they lost the Swordfish? Pretty much every single one. As I said, we can't be 100% sure it was Swordfish that shot these aircraft down, but there is the classic example of the aircraft which is shot down in the same area Warspite Swordfish is flying. Claims it was shot down by a Spitfire. The only aircraft in the air anywhere near that is HMS Warspite Swordfish, and she reports firing her guns at an aircraft. She didn't see what happened with it afterwards. It got shot down. She didn't know that. But according to the pilot, he was being shot at by a Spitfire. And all those sloops keep the shipyards open. Yeah, it's just yeah. You could have been ordering about a dozen a year. Just think about that. You order a dozen a year from 1922 onwards. By 1939, you have 17. You have 17 times 12 maybe in service. You have 204 sloops. Yeah. Any other stringbags who attacked the Bismarck still around in museums? There are swordfish still around. I think one of the swordfish that took part in the attack on the Bismarck is still in a museum, but I don't think any of the flying ones, the Naval Heritage Flight, were the ones involved in that. They do have illustrious history, though, so I'm not 100% sure. The ones flying do have a pretty good history. If you could put it, Frank, into the actual Q&A properly, I'll pick it up. Yeah, we probably need to work on rocket tech and all sorts of stuff first. Oh, don't worry, it's easy for her. So Frank Bramwell, if you put like Joel has done and like Poseidon has done, basic exclamation mark Q&A, it will appear over there when I press the button, and so people know what question I'm asking and who's answered it, and you'll be able to found it quite easily on the chat on the system. Okay. Poseidon 5.25 gets full automation in 1930 and a sustained rate of fire of 12 rounds per minute. How fast did the Iron Scramble put this on everything? Incredibly fast. Incredibly fast. If they've got that, then everything that can take it is taking it. All the capital ships, all the carriers, all the cruisers that can take it are taking it. If it's got that, it's Timberborn, the Jack Ray. I like it. I find it very relaxing to have playing in the background because you set it up and it wanders along quite nicely, and you can watch it, you can adapt it. And I thought while I was answering questions, you could all just be staring at my face the whole time, or I could have a game going. And I wanted a game going which, to be fair, if I'm answering questions, I don't want to have to be too hands-on. So this is a good one to have on. I find it relaxing. Don't worry. If you want to. If you want, I'll have a go, Frank, at making your question and putting your question together. So I'll say that Joe Frederick, let's say in 1933, Germany suddenly regains the shipyards and industrial knowledge they had during the Anglo-German arms race. How many ships could they build? Well, they could be churning out 4 every couple of years. So 4 capital ships and destroyers, not really cruisers to match, but they could build a fair decent number of ships. So yeah, they could get far closer to Plan Z. The main trouble they have is the moment they start doing this, the British are going to respond, and the treaty escalator clause are going to be hooked, and that's their main issue. Because whilst they have the infrastructure and the knowledge and all those things, it's going to be how to deploy it. And in 1933, they don't yet have Hitler to guide it or push it through. Joel Fredericks, let's say the escalator clause was the original limit for the Washington naval treaties. Tonnage limits increased to compensate. What types of ships would the World Navy build? Bigger. Let's be honest, if you have the escalator clause as part of the limit, then you can get a 12... The Royal Navy could probably get a 12, 16-inch gun King George V variant on some of those clauses. Or alternatively, maybe a 16, 14-inch gun scenario. Depending on how the cookie crumbles. Same with other navies. They could go far bigger, far better. Pretty much everything. Which gives them more survivability, and also puts the dictatorships which have broken the treaties at a bit more of a... reduces their advantage significantly. So, Frank, I've come up with a version of your question. I hope it helps. Did the naval treaties from 1922 to 1937 make the UK, USA, France, Italy, Japan make things better? The answer is, initially they seem to reduce tension, and initially they seem to reduce cost. Long term, they made a lot of messes and a lot of problems with their economics and their defence and infrastructure. And that's one of the reasons why World War II goes the way it does, because of the way the cookie has crumbled and the way the things have got a mess. Hope that answers your question. And you're enjoying Star Trek Fleet Command, Walter. Or you've written Star Trek Fleet Command, but I'm presuming it's Fleet Command. If it's going on a tablet. I don't think Fleet Command works on a tablet. I was trying to go for a sleepy grin over the Sleep Command joke, and it didn't work. It just came out terrible. That's my fault. Yeah. Done. The treaties make things better. Sort of. Yeah, it's a case of short term they do, long term they create problems. As I said, Japan has a feeling of perpetual weakness out of them. Britain and France feel weak and that's one of the reasons why they pursue the policies they do when it comes to peace. And what they're doing with the various options. The various options that they can actually pursue versus Hitler and Mussolini. They have these problems because of the situation they've been put in, not because they wanted them. Don't worry, Frank. Joe Frederick, let's say instead of the US winning the treaty system, the US didn't win the treaty system. Please, no. The closest it comes to winning is Italy. The US shoots themselves in the foot with the treaty system as well, so in nicest way, the US doesn't win the treaty system. The closest to come, I will stand by it, the closest it comes to winning the treaty system is Italy, who achieves literally every single one of their strategic goals, and sets them up themselves up in an excellent position overall. Yeah. The US themselves have ruined the treaty a lot over those years. If Japan won the treaty system, then they get 70% of whatever the British and Americans have. So odds are you actually get larger British and American fleets, so that the Japanese can have 70%, because you can't have 70% of an odd number. So you can either have 10 battleships, which no one's going to accept, or 20, in which case Japan gets 14. Japan's dream was to have 70% of either Britain or America. So that's what for them is winning. That's what for them is winning. Probably Walter Brodus. With nukes going away, with the START treaties going away, that is a likely outcome. You end up with them becoming cool again. People going, yay! we have something fun to play with. It's a nuke. I'm sure I heard someone wandering around out here. Okay. I was sure I heard a corgi and its owner wandering around outside. Nope. Nope, they weren't there. Hello. But yeah, there'll be work. It's one of those things of it will get some work put into it, but also it's also a great way for, how do I put this, for countries to start running up the bill for other countries, and we'll see how that goes. Who comes out the successor in that one? Who comes out the winner? We will see. There are many potential options for the winner. Many potential options for the winner. But, the final result might surprise us all. In fact, I rather think it will. And there we go. George Rich, do you think this there are freeway nuclear arsenals are inherently unstable in the geopolitical Cold War? Well, there's always been a five-way split of nuclear arsenals, at least in terms of the world, and there's always been India and Pakistan for quite a long time, and there's the open secrets that are at least two other countries on that list. My personal bets for possessors of nuclear weapons go, of course, Britain, America, Russia, France, and China. But I personally would lay good money on Taiwan and Israel, but we'll leave that to one side as well. Having nuclear weapons, as well as India and Pakistan. Of course, who we all know, though. So, yeah, the world's had a multiopoly of nuclear weapons for quite a while, and I don't think that's going to change. Take care, my dude. Your insomnia has limits? Hey. That must be fun to have limits on your insomnia. It must be fun. So, once I've got that under control, then I can start controlling the rest. Oh, my dear friend, there's lots of rumours you could show me, but, you know, Don't worry about it. I'm sure you remember it next time. Possibly after I get a milk and cookie. After I get a milk and cookie, probably. I do like a milk and cookie. I'd also have to admit, I wouldn't be surprised if it turned out that Sweden possessed nuclear components. They just feel like the sort of country to do so and go, well, you know, not weapons. We've contested the cantonments. Yeah, you just had enough components to form some weapons. Or maintain it in immaculate order, probably in an IKEA box somewhere. Let's be honest, not them in Sweden, you wouldn't ever notice. In an IKEA box sitting inside a Volvo. You'll never find it in Sweden, there's far too many of all of them. Well, since 1922, everyone was cheating in their own way, but since the UK and US were designing ships to close to the tonnage limits, did that make or sell them better? Everyone to Bismarck were huge. Yeah, the British and Americans always need numbers. And Yamato and Bismarck are huge, but they are not concentrating on building numbers, are they? They're concentrating on building the best ship they can build individually. The British and Americans are concentrating on building the best fleet they can build. The thing is, they didn't expect to fight Yamato and Bismarck solo. They expected to fight it 3 or 4 on 1. And that's the question. Can the Bismarck or Yamato take on 3 or 4 counterpart ships? Especially, you know, King George VI level and King George V level and above. The odds are no. The odds are they can't fight those assets. It's too much firepower and too much capability. Especially one-on-one. Joe Fredericks, why is it the Taiwanese military has been so easy for Chinese spies to infiltrate? Because China and Taiwan are very, very close together. But also, I would be... Okay. It's almost formulaic, the way they give in and explain stuff to people and then pass on information and manage to disappear. One almost wonders if it's a mutual sharing going on. But we'll see. You know, Joel Fredericks, Taiwanese military. Yes, you've had some high-profile cases, but I wouldn't say it particularly easy to infiltrate. And Chinese spies, well, they probably get in because they manage to look and sound like locals implicitly, and they usually have enough connections that in real life they can focus their perspectives on that connection to strengthen it for providing better cover. It's now 8 AM and I am off to grab a fresh milk glass and a cookie. Back in a second. They're building something. I'm sure somewhere they are building something. If they're not, I'll give them a building target. Oh, they're over there. There you go. High-speed beaver movement should be going on. Lots of ups and downs, lots of side to sides. Yabba-dabba-da. Cookie. This is the thing. I like staying up for you guys because I treat myself to things because I can. When I'm up late working or I'm up late building or doing something like that, I'm very good. I don't do these things. And that's part of the trick, honestly. It's all to keep myself amused when I'm awake. And stop myself going a bit stir crazy. Yamato majority are designed with fighting multiple opponents in mind. But it's multiple standard class battleships, not multiple modern battleships. That's the thing. They don't expect them to be taking on multiple Iowas at the same time. They're going for multiple standards. Suppose the Anglo-Japanese alliance survived. Besides the Yamato is in the task force supporting Hood in Battle of Denmark Strait. How might have the Yamato in the fight influence the engagement? Well, yes, she's only capable of doing 27 knots. But that's going 27 knots of 18-inch guns. Bismarck is going to be doing her level best to get away from that task force. As fast away as she can get. Well, Joel, apart from the three Yamatos when they get home, getting ordered to commit suicide because they've joined battle against the Emperor's sworn ally at the time, Britain. You also have to remember, Japan fought on the side of the Allies in World War One. Apart from that, they annihilate the Grand Fleet. Because let's be honest, 3 Yamatos are an out of context problem for the Grand Fleet at Jutland. 27 knots, radar guided gunnery, 18-inch guns. Yeah, all those things add up. No. Yamatos were designed for 2v1. The idea was that the forward turrets could sink and destroy a standard battleship while the aft turret kept the standard battleship busy. That was the idea, and that was the directors were set up for. 2v1. Not 3v1, 2v1. They didn't want to work out what a 3v1 would require, but that was a 12, 18-inch gun model. Weight of firepower, likelihood of hitting, those sort of things are what way into that. Okay. There's a lot of maths going on, and a lot of statistical analysis of the likelihood of things. What's the best gaming era in your opinion? Ooh. Look, I will always love the original Red Alert series because it was my first sort of gaming. And the Civilization, which was out about that time, which I think was Civilization 3. Might have been 2. I know it was Galactic Civilization, the original. And I loved that. Those were good games. But those are a long time ago now. Now we have much better games. Not as innocent, not as cool in some regards, because they're not breaking any new territory, they're just remaking and improving upon old, but they are, certainly the graphics are improved. You can make out what individual things are. And that's nice. That is nice too. Channel. Ay, caramba. I need to fix this chair. Or I need to get the money to get a new one. And allocate it for funds. Trouble is, a new chair would cost the same amount, but it's about $6. Maybe even more if I got one which is actually recommended. And the thing is, I prefer the $6. As squeaky as the chair might be. Probably squeaky as it might be, considering every time I try and cover it with something to stop it squeaking, the poodle and the corgi lick it off. I wonder if the corgi will come in here this morning because he doesn't think the camera's on. He's fairly good at sniffing out when I have the camera on, even for recording, so he may manage to dodge it. He's a clever fluff. He is. Clarke, was there ever much consideration for involving the French and Brits in the war exercises? They did look at it, and they did suggest it occasionally, but the French didn't have the budget for it. Whilst it's right that everyone was, broadly speaking, equal in sort of their budgetary woes in the 1920s and 30s, no one could exercise like Royal Naval. Because the Royal Navy's budget for exercises was always there. It was there. We have this budget. We will spend it. John Frederick, Trafalgar's a French victory. What's the consequence for that? Well, the Franco-Spanish fleet, with whatever's left of them, carry on up, and then they run into the Western Squadron, which is even larger than Nelson's fleet was. And then they have to fight that. And if they win that, then they have to go up and fight the Channel Squadron, which is under Earl St. Vincent, and it's even bigger than the Western Squadron. And if they manage to succeed and win against that, then they have to go up and deal with the Chatham and North Sea Squadrons, which will have been combined, and will be even bigger than the Channel Squadron was. And then they want to beat that. Perhaps they can manage to get an army across the Channel. That's the reality of the Trafalgar campaign and its big Battle of Trafalgar. If the Spanish and Franco-Spanish win it, they win the grand prize of an even bigger Royal Navy squadron to fight. Have fun! I know the chair's a lost battle, but I'm trying to believe it won't be. See, my thing is, if I buy a new chair, I can set it up from the get-go so they can't guess at it. And they won't get started getting at it. That's the plan anyway. That is the plan. Ooh, Kofi Streambot is up to something. Hello, Kofi Streambot. I just find that stream times ticking up just so amusing. I have been streaming for nearly 20 hours. You can say that again. Chairs are very expensive now. 6 whole books. 6 whole books. Mm-hmm. I don't know what all this stuff going on. All the stuff. It's the joyous thing about this time of morning. Start to get all your emails from the various. If you're like me, you'll sign up to various news systems to send the emails and send things through to you. So they flick in and you go, okay, what are you going to say? What are you going to be doing? What's going on? I'm not even looking now for information. I'm looking for their interpretation of the information. And what they're sort of pushing forward. What's the best possible outcome for the Ottomans starting July 1914? Them joining the Allies. Loudly. Because then the Allies are wedded to keeping them together. They become vital to supplying. They become vital to supplying the Russians. And so they're all that sort of value. They aren't distracting the Allies elsewhere in the campaign, and they aren't becoming the focus of the Allies elsewhere in the campaign. So, yeah, it's best if they loudly, publicly support the Allies. That is their best option. you go. But realistically, yeah, 1914, their best possible outcome. Join the Allies. They're on the winning side. They might have a chance of standing strong for reform a bit longer. Basically, they could do many things. Before they even do that, they could impound the Goeben when it arrives, and then join the Allies. Then they get to keep it, and they don't have to pay any money for it. And they've got a free battle cruiser. And they got the British paying them money for taking battle cruisers off them. So all these things add up to money, which, let's be honest, is what the Ottoman Empire really needs. Money and stability. They're so hard to find these days. Money and stability. Just terrible, terrible, terrible things. So difficult. But no, the Ottomans had a good time in some regards. They really did. Okay. Ooh. I think that's probably going to be. That's probably going to go up. I think that's probably going up today. Yeah, I thought that would have gone up. Oh, this is fun. But yeah, that's a funny thing, because I don't think the Ottoman Empire survives that long, but I also think if they do survive World War I, and they do have Yavuz, there is a chance they end up as part of the naval treaties, just because of they wanting to. And the trouble is, if you have them as part of the naval treaty, then there are others which it becomes more difficult to keep out. Greeks, etc., South American nations. Because they're not going to have many ships, but they're going to think, as they've been on the Alliance side, especially if they fall alongside the Alliance for the war, they have 2 to 3 such capital ships. They're going to think they deserve a place on the discussion. More capital ships if you count their pre-dreadnoughts, which is what's happening with France and Italy. So, for them, it could become de rigueur that they're on it. Could become a demand that they're on it. And then that's going to have an effect on the treaty system. So, it'll be interesting to see. It will be. It's cold. Which is a weird thing for me to say, but it is. My check email message. Oh, frigate. Yeah, well, I'll figure that one out tomorrow. I might have today go and make a phone call to the lovely people of the Volvo garage and go, you know my car's supposed to be with you tomorrow? Yeah, I now have multiple dog things and all sorts of things I have to do tomorrow. I don't want to cancel it tomorrow. If they could pick it up tomorrow, I could do it. I wonder if they could pick it up. I bet I can't arrange for someone to pick it up tomorrow. Ay, caramba. These things are going to be fun. These things are set to try us because I have to take Raleigh for various things tomorrow, which are in walking distance, so I don't need to take him in the car. That's fine. But he's got to go for a CAT scan Tuesday. And that's problematic. CAT scans are never good, are never always worrying with dogs. Could such a many competing interests make the treaty end up being more equitable simply out of competing interests to get everyone in agreement? Yes, it could do. Jeff Rodrigues, the Ottomans offered to join the Allies for 4 British battleships. Do the British accept? Probably no. That'll depend. If it's four pre-dreadnoughts, they probably would accept. If they're going to get over things like Lord Nelson Dreadnought and St. Vincent, they probably would accept. If they're asking for 4 Queen Elizabeths, etc., they're probably not going to get that. Jack, right, my CAT scan, my dog's a lot going up. Yep. Yeah. I don't know. Poor Raleigh. It's Raleigh's going for his ear infection. That's the thing. He's got an ear infection bad enough. He's going for a CAT scan for it. You don't think of an ear infection ending up with a CAT scan, but yes, that's what the poodle's got. It's just carried on for so long. It's basically gone. We need to check out how deep this is because it's not coming out. So, is it so deep, or is it just so resistant to antibiotics? We need to figure it out. The Grand Fleet can afford to lose 4 older dreadnoughts, but not 4 new dreadnoughts. And not necessarily in 1914. In 1914, it's far closer than in 1915 or 16, when more come available. I think if they do, one of the things is that if that happened, then the pausing of DRs definitely doesn't happen, and you have those completed R-class battleships. So you get the next 3 R-class completed. I think that's the thing, is that if the agreement is, yes, we will supply you with 4 battleships, then you're going to complete the 3 more Rs to that sandwich stops renown repulse being made. But also, you possibly, Agincourt as well gets pushed on because you want to make up your 4 lost ships. That could be the sort of the thing. And they go, okay, you can have 4 older ships. In return, we've got to finish these 4 newer ships as quickly as possible. I don't think it's got into the bones, but I am worried it's got into the inner eardrum. That's what I'm worried about for the ear infection. It's been going on a long, long time. A long, long time. Sad times, man. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. But getting 4 British battleships, yeah. It's going to have impacts. If they're getting 4 dreadnoughts, then the R's are not being cancelled. The 3 R's are not being cancelled and converted into renowned class battle cruisers, and I don't think Agincourt is. If they're getting 4 pre-dreadnoughts, then frankly the Royal Navy's not going to flex about it. It takes other things off the line. Penguin cannon. Sure, purely in terms of gunfire, how good would an 80s hour be against shore bomber against World War I Central Powers? Terrifying. Absolutely frigging terrifying. That's the truth. Terrifying. It would also probably, let's be honest, if you've got something like the full 80s fire supply system going off, including targeting drone, etc., that's just, it's an out of context problem they're going to have to deal with. Completely out of context problem. It's far too much accuracy, it's far too much weight of fire coming at far too high speed, because the gunnery crews are not having to do with the look, shoot. They're doing the, we've got details on one target, it's lased, fire, into the basket. It all goes. And that works for them. That really does work for them. But, yeah. I think the other interesting thing, if that happens and you do end up with a more equitable treaty series because of it, it also brings in a scenario for the Ottomans being part of the world, and on an even, it's going to depend on what rank they flop in with. Do they rank in with France and Italy? Do they rank in separate? If they rank in separate, are other powers included in the ranking? I'd say probably, but how's that going to impact things? Where does Russia go? Where does, well, the back of India go on these things? And back of Australia go. Because if these other powers have these systems, then you're going to need to secure yourself, not just the part that your empire is interested in, but the part which is the country part they're not in. That's going to be interesting, because you're going to not want to have to call them to come do riot control, but that's what you regularly did control them for. So it's going to be a balancing match. It really is. Fun times, but it's going to be a balancing match. I have to get more milk. I fancy a second glass. Unfortunately, I have no more cookies. I ran out of cookies. It's sad. instructional chief again soon. Oh, that's starting to feel better. Ooh. Hello. Thank you. Well, if you've got the Ottoman Empire on your side, fighting the war alongside you, then you've got an easy supply line to Imperial Russia through the Dardanelles. Yes, it's not the perfect supply line to Russia, it's not close enough to the fronts and all those things, but it's close enough to make a difference. Thank you, Dirk Ray. Goodness gracious me. That's a lot of memberships coming in. So we've managed to get it to work apart from its memberships, and that doesn't reveal that one. Hey, caramba. No. Oof.
Before I do that.
Now. Just checking something. Checking the sounds on something. Or rather an earlier video. Yeah, that should be okay. That should be okay. I still love the sheer number of people who are reacting to Fred Dimner videos and going, I just can't believe this guy did this. Yes. Yes, I do believe it. Also, I'm wondering why how many of those videos and those various reaction videos show up as videos in my feed at the end of my own videos after I'm editing them, and they sort of go, yes, and have you seen this video? And sort of going, yeah, that's my video, and that video is, once again, Fred Dimner. I mean, why? It's a good order to hear things in, isn't it? Frank Barwell. It is a good order. Slowly I'm getting closer and closer to control of both water sources. Once I have control of both, well, history will be under my control. Yeah, I can't look at it. Yes, I think. The interesting question is: Has Melanie got a membership? I know it might sound evil, and Jack Ray's been very generous, but Melanie is currently. There is this thing of no matter how many memberships are gifted, Melanie never gets a membership, and I don't know. None of us know why. Considering how much time she spends watching the channel, you'd have thought the system would put her in, but it never does. I can't see Melanie on any of the lists, so no, I don't think she's got a membership yet. I get her up. It's the ongoing myth of the channel. No matter how generous Jack Ray is, Melanie never gets hits. Ay caramba. Ay caramba. Oh, look at these beavers build the stuff. Oh, forget, take that off. Put it on charge. Hmm. So that will be fun to build. That will allow me to get rid of those. And that'll mean when the bad water comes, it will come spraying from everywhere. Literally. Spraying from everywhere. This is going well. This is going really well. Jack, right, you found out technical reason about it. It has to do with the channel configuration on her end. I can't remember the details, but someone else told me about it. Yay! Well, thank you for explaining that. I will pass that on to her, and we will perhaps sort it out. But thank you. Sorry, you answered the question, and while you were answering the question, I was mildly distracted by looking at being impressed by all the work my beavers had accomplished. Because when we started, there was a lot of great plans. Now there's a lot of constructed beaver stuff, because I basically had planned the stuff out before the thing, so I could basically do questions while the beavers carried on building. So yeah. A lot of questions. And in a bit we start the UAD stuff. in a bit. Checking the timetable. Yeah, UAD. Starts. Yeah. About an hour and 5. It starts in an hour and 5. That's such a fun thing. And I keep being disturbed by doggies going in and out of the garden. Oh. It's good for them. They need to go out. So, I know this is a question. Don't worry, Penguin. I'm just doing that. That. And that. So, Penguin 9000. Why didn't the more treaty cruisers use free triple types to save weight? Was it a beam problem for anyone except the Americans? Not really. It was different strokes for different folks. For some of them, they were produced in a period when triple turrets really weren't as viable. For others, they were produced in a period when the concept was that twin turrets were more survivable. So basically, instead of you having a turret having a third of your firepower in it, the turret only has a quarter of your firepower in it, so losing one turret means only you lose 25% of your firepower. And for others, it was more of a case of magazine management as well. They wanted to have more balanced magazines, and again, it depends what you want out of the ship, what you're doing. So triple turrets can make a lot of sense. I would argue they do make a lot of sense. I would argue the best configurations would be about 12 guns for a cruiser, but no. Doesn't always work out that way. Of all the countries you've visited over the past 5 years, which has been the best naval museums, not including SA? Okay, Japan is the best in general as a standard, but I would say Sydney and Stockholm I'll rank up very highly in there and very high as individuals. So Japan is the best as a sort of standard of the museums. The museums in Japan were all spectacular, but Sydney and Stockholm rank up very highly. And they're naval museums. The French wanted 4 and wine. The French wanted all sorts of things. They did. They really did. I'm off to facilities. Back shortly. I decided with UAD coming up and me going to have to sit there for quite a while, I thought it would be sensible to get things done earlier. While you can watch something being built. This is why going to the toilet these days is dangerous. It is. And I'm going to put this on charge. Or it dies. Oh, good lord. Ah. Fun times. Hello. Apologies for the camera deciding to be attracted so constantly and consistently to, well, to that light. So is the water coming in from here? It is. Yeah, it is. Water's coming in from there. Which means that must be getting a huge bump of water and of power coming through there, which is all good. Which means at a certain point, I can get rid of these because I don't need them anymore. That's all done. That's looking all good. That's looking fine. We have this over here, ready to become this. Yeah. And yeah. Ooh. Take care, Carl. Poseidon, suppose HMS Warrior is replaced by HMS Victoria on launch. What might the immediate fallout be? The immediate fallout is HMS Warrior is now a lot more powerful and a lot more scary. HMS Victoria is one of the slippers. Honestly, HMS Victoria A doesn't look anything like a ship at a time. She's a post-sail ship completely, but she's got a far stronger engine. She's 11,000 tons, more armor. I'm gonna have to figure out our operator, but they'll probably figure that one out. And yeah. The thing is, though, she's got 16 and a quarter. That's 413 millimeter, or 110 ton or 111 ton gun forward. A pair of them. That makes her incredibly scary. She's also got a 10-inch gun aft. 12 6-inch guns and 12 6-pounders. She's got a 18-inch belt, 16-inch bulkhead, 17 inches on the turret, so read out of 18 inches as well. No, she's just massive compared to Warrior. Yeah, she'd really scared the bejesus out of the world. There's being scared of warriors come available, then there's scared of, have you seen what the frigate the British have built? We don't understand it at all. And it can cleave our fleets in three. I'm trying to pull funny faces whenever I feel like yawning. Just because it's funny. What progress am I making in the Cinema City Drill Site? Basically, I've built the water network. So, you now got all of this built up and multiple layers of that. And the water network is fully connected and plugged in with the supply and all the rest of it. I'm wondering whether I should have actually taken that round to the top. I do wonder whether I should have taken the water supply all the way around, because I could have got it to go up. I could have got it to go up. There again, this element does make a bit more sense. So, no play, no game. The X4 headphones are still working, but I have some wired ones which I use for working in the home now because, and this is going to sound strange, there's now so many signals going backwards and forwards with the Wi-Fi for the heating system, etc. That I cut down on all the extra signals in the room. So I even cut out my headphones so I would have slightly less signals going on. They work well though. Where's Doctor? Doctor was on using the facilities. To answer the question, where the Doctor was using the facilities. And to be fair, I wasn't just using the facilities. I was also learning about the Japanese Lord of Snow, who was made that way because he was a well, let's put it this way. It was famed that way because he managed to actually work out what snow looked like. Analyze snow crystals. And it was turned into pretty patterns for clothes. And you sit there and go, that's mildly sad. You had to use Faraday wire mesh to block signal inference from your house. Yeah, in my house it's more a case of the Hive system at the moment, because we have Hive. It's not working at 100%, and the building doesn't really help it. So the building work doesn't really help it. So it's basically a case of, while the building work's going on, I will leave it as is, and I'll work it out once I get it finished. But basically, my plan is to, once we've finished, we got the internet properly sorted out, I can go down to one Wi-Fi network. So we won't have two. And then I can have a conversation with the network system, the Hive thermostats, etc. And I can see about making them hardwire. And once I made them hardwire in fixed position, I then have reduced everything properly. It was a microwave oven which was improperly shielded. That sounds mildly dangerous. It really does sound mildly dangerous. There is. Trouble is, with the building work at the moment all open, there are drafts going on like you wouldn't believe in the house. And it's always weird to say, but I am putting on a fleece. Because you and I, quite famously in my family, never get cold. I'm starting to feel a bit the cold. I might even also, after I like having the light up, close this curtain up because of the draft to minimise it out. Ooh. Hello, camera. Because whilst I have 15 hours to go, I have no desire to freeze for the time I'm here. Yeah, okay. Radar, the power does affect, depend, you know, how dangerous it is does depend upon its power and range, but yeah. Microwaves are more likely to cause issues with electronics than humans, unless you have things on you which are going to cause trouble with electronics. Sit there and go, if there were other factions in this game, while you were alive, there'd be a lot of problems in this game at this point, because, yeah, you don't really have any method of defense or coercion. What's the oldest comment I've received this week? Oh, asking me if I was AI. So going, no, you really think an AI would produce this for looking at this ugly looking face? can understand the comment to an extent, but I'm looking at myself going, you really think AI is going to produce me? Me? I've seen me. I think it's got better things to do than produce me. Yes, like, someone thought I was AI. Me, with all my drinking of iron brew, consumption of pretty much everything in life, and enjoyment of so many random things, was considered to be AI. And I just thought at one point, well, whoop-de-doo. Whoop-de-doo. It was funny. That's all I can say. It was funny. Oh, a chair with a neck rest would be so nice for about right now, because I have no neck rest on my chair. That's all. My head just flops back in, and it's held it up. Yeah. And I thought that was also one of my pleasant characteristics, that you can definitely tell I'm not AI. No AI would be this bad. See, the things I get away from when I'm 21 hours into a broadcast, because no one's turning up and watching this long, so if you're not live and watching it, you're probably never going to get here. Hello? I'm 21 hours into broadcasting. I got 15 more hours to go. I've got 6 hours until this particular session ends. I've got, I think, 90 minutes till our things begin. Let's see what happens. AI stuff about World War II. There's always AI stuff about World War II. You look tired. It's not so much tired, I have to admit. It's weird, because honestly, I'm almost finding I'm always doing too good a job having the beavers on. The beavers are almost relaxing enough that they are actually calm my brain down enough to the simple Marians are going, oh, maybe we should get some extra sleep. And my body's going, no, we're doing something work. But it's going, but there are beavers and they're just doing it, so you can snooze, because that's sort of thing you can do. You can put the beavers on and you can snooze. And I'm going, no, I'm not doing that. Because sometimes to get the beavers to work and get the stuff all built, I do leave it going overnight while I go away. Come down in the morning and the whole thing is built to the standard which was agreed for my little cousins, and then everyone's happy. But it takes a while for them to build it. Sometimes you just go, right, you've got your food and water sorted out, you're not going to get covered in yuck, go for it. Go for it. Which did the British like the most of the battleships they bought off various powers? I think HMS Erin was up there. Eagle, of course, they convert to a carrier, but HMS Erin was definitely up there as one they liked in her original fit and her original usage. More than they liked the Agincourt. The Agincourt was a gin palace. And not one I'm particularly proud of. Mm-hmm. I think if you want. So there are only been ordered a pair of Chilean Constitution class battleships for what they changed. Added more armour on more subdivision and scaled on to 15-inch gun ships, i.e. Queen Elizabeth class they would be. They like them. I never said they wanted to buy them. There is a difference. For them, it made them feel better about their choices. That's what I wanted to feel that time, so it makes sense. And, yeah. That is literally what they say sometimes, some things like that. Yeah, I've heard literal admirals wandering around ships and say, oh, this is lovely, this. And they're going, well, yeah, but we all want it ourselves because we want this, this, and this. And, yeah. You go, okay, let's go. Where do we get that? We can't get it off the shelf. We have to go buy it. Okay, which store you want to go buy it from? Oh, we can't approach them directly. That would be against ethics rules. We have to approach them indirectly. Oh, for God's sake. You want to come to lunch now? Why? You come to lunch, I'll invite them to lunch, and you guys can do it informally. That worked far too many times for me to be happy. Far, far too many times. Did Drac ever get the challenge coin issue fixed? I never got one. He's supposed to have. Got a conversation about things coming up, so we'll sort it. I'll have another go at him then. Or rather, I'll say it again. And go, have we sorted it out? And he'll probably go, yes. And I'll go, this person and this person haven't received it. And he'll go, let me look. At my list. Let me look at my list. I'll go look at his list. Go away. He'll check it twice. Find out who's naughty and who's nice. I come back and go, yay, I know who to send it to. And who? No, I sent it to them. It must have lost in post. We'll send another one. We live in hope he gets these things sorted out sometimes. Off to blow my nose. And also find out why I can keep hearing scurrying around as if the dog's free. was a dog free. Not coming in here, but going in garden, but there was a dog free. Hello. It's amazing. There are 2 times when this house really starts to get alive. Early sort of morning by about, from about 8 till about 10. And evening about 9 till about 10. So times when it gets very active. Joel Frederick, with how technically intensive modern weapons have become, if a mass casualty event really happens, will most countries even be able to replace sailors? That's the $40 billion question. If a mass casualty event happens, but again, that's if a mass casualty event happens. You do your best to mitigate against those things. And honestly, that's quite a lot of work that goes into that sort of thing, to try and mitigate against that sort of scenario. But also, there's various depths of what is your mass casualty, and do you have your reservists, etc. What level of reserves do you have available? All these factor in how your reserves factor into your force structure. That's quite a big one. And can be quite an exhaustive one. Well, I will say this. I found this year different than last year. I think it could be because I've had so much weird stuff going on. I enjoyed the chat still, very much. But yeah, I'm getting this sort of yawns I normally get about a day before I actually sleep. So, which is quite good for me, because hopefully I'm hoping to sleep tomorrow morning. But also, kind of worried about something. The PLA recently had suffered criminal difficulties, not in terms of numbers, but more the competence of their recruit. Most of them are high school graduates. Are the West suffering similarly? Not at the moment. The problem for the West is in many ways they are starting to price themselves out of the job market in terms of the requirements and skill set they require. But not so far. Their quality recruits are still fairly high. The way like cookie crumbles again. In Britain, there are 2 services which are over-recruiting, i.e. recruiting more people than they need. In theory, so they are able to do selection properly. And there are 2 services which are under-recruiting. The Navy and Marines are over-recruiting. The Navy are by far and away the highest recruiting of the services. No, the Royal Marines are. I should have said the Navy, but the Royal Marines are. Navy are the highest recruiting of the services because of the Royal Marines. But they're doing okay. Without the Royal Marines, they're still doing okay. The Army and the Air Force are having trouble. Probably because, despite what they might say, it's well known in the RAF you don't all fly. And that sort of... Lots of people want to be a pilot, not many people want to be a fitter. Sort of thing. Fitters are well paid, a good job, but yeah. Try getting people to do it. Until they're actually doing it, no. When they're doing it, then they won't do it. I hate to tell you this, Bulls Brothers, but 2025 is still a few weeks to go. Unless you're broadcasting from the future, yeah, it's a few weeks to go. Okay. That's everyone. Is it that it doesn't matter whether the Eagle was an American Tornado or a Chinese 2,600-ton battle hulls? If you're getting hit by 4 torpedoes, it doesn't matter what you friggin' are. Especially if they're close together like the ones which hit Eagle. The cumulative damage is going to get rid of you. You could be any ship, and if you get hit by those torpedoes, you're going to be gone. It's not the type of hit anyone walks away from. I'll do. Couch potato. Is there an instance of a Navy outright admitting one of their warships was a mistake or failure? No. 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 You don't do that. It's losing your ground with the treasury. You don't do that. Joe Frederick, if the Ukraine war does end with a status quo, slight Russian victory as it's looking to end, maybe. I'm not so sure if it's going to be a slight Russian victory in the end. I think it could be not. You know, our forces would force a slight Russian victory. What means to an end be able to embarrass? Would means to an end. Would Russia even be able to able to afford to modernize their military with their current economy? No. Okay. Before you bash the People's Liberation Army, consider US military recruiting. Mostly under the 18 to 44-year-olds don't qualify. Modernized Russians? You're talking about a military that has been decimated. Yeah, that's part of the trouble. They are trying to recruit these people, and they really don't have the force structure to absorb them anymore. I said argue the ones they took that are already gone were probably the ones who are keen on going. Hitting the ones who really don't want to be there. That's doing that nicely, and that's building that nicely. Oh, Russia is, to an extent, is modernising, but I would say they're being advantaged to it, that every day they wake up they have fewer and fewer soldiers who need training on the new kit. Yeah, that's silver lining. It's not a great one, and the fact is that the Russians are learning to use it just something like it has. You know, it's sort of a case of with modernised Russia, what's they modernising it to? What model are they modernising on? Are they copying China? Are they going their own way? Are they copying Europe? And I think probably they're trying to chart their own way. Modernisation for their armed forces, that'll mean putting a lot of kit away in museums. I don't think they're prepared to do that. Definitely don't think they're prepped to do that. When HMS Eagle was hit by 4 G7s from U-73, do we know exactly where on the port side she went? Yeah, there are maps in various things. Jamie's from Armoured Seamail, Jamie's Armoured Carriers, and Jamie Seedale from Armoured Carriers has a good detailed profile on it and shows all the details. It really is quite good. Doing that, but that's what I wanted. I wanted to do that. That's buying its time. That's the best I can do on that front. With the Su 57 not comparable to their Western or even Chinese counterparts, how do they intend to do it at the very least contest the air in the future? Hope, prayer, and numbers. If they can't get numbers, more hope and prayer. There isn't much you can do in a PACFAR. There is a Su-57. There isn't much you can do. It's very good aircraft for gyroscopic maneuvers, for all sorts of flicks and tricks and hijinks and looking cool on a display. But dogfighting is not about that now. You're not hijinking a human anymore. You're hijinking missiles. And if I fire 3 missiles at you, it doesn't matter how much you hijink. You're going to get slammed by 1. That's often enough. That's often enough. Russia does have a large and well-motivated military. That's another thing which mitigates them, because in nicer way, training is a nightmare to upgrade all that force structure. Especially when you don't have the same levers on it as you do on a volunteer force. A volunteer force, you can always remind them they volunteer to join up. So they committed to it. A conscript force, well, they've turned up because they haven't been managed smart enough to get out of it. It's a different circumstance. It's a different need. It's a different requirement for how you manage the people involved. See, did I send this through? Because I was supposed to send it through to Karen. Oh, that's nice. Mm-hmm. Oh. Yeah. I'm going to need neck surgery after this over. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Hmm. I think, where can I find the English single demise made from a seagull? It's in there somewhere. Seneca. I would agree with that, Seneca. Also, that is... It's not necessarily not necessarily inaccurate, but it is in poor taste. Real first, if China Russia's unwilling to purchase Chinese carriers, what about other summer ships? Most of those, certainly the Type 52D design is better than their best destroyers. Yeah, but they're planning on building nuclear power destroyers, so why would they do that? Don't get me started. No, they won't even get the frigate. Basically, they'll just produce everything they can out in their northern yards, and slowly maybe work on their Baltic yards for more production of larger ships, and eventually might get back to Black Sea production. Eventually, in a peacetime scenario, that's the main reason Russia probably wants a peacetime scenario in the to send up there. So they need to get back to some urgent shipbuilding construction because they've lost so many of the larger ships. Hmm. Jack Ray, I read that as Windows. That's... Jack Ray, you're a good soul. You're a very good soul. Right, this is building up. This is doing nicely. And I'm going to switch over to UAD shortly. Before I do it, I'm going to check on the one person I haven't heard from yet so far this morning. So, yeah. See you in a bit. About 5 minutes, probably less, but I'm going to go check on... I've seen a poodle, I've seen a corgi, and I've seen a sister this morning. One person I haven't seen yet in the house this morning, and I want to go check on them. Check they're all okay, check they had a nice night's sleep. I'll answer the questions when I get back. One more second. That's good. Ah, good. Lamp cam. Book cam. It was moving around, was it? Okay, so. Seeing the current state of Russian Navy, do you really think they'll be able to rebuild to a point where they can contest Turkey in the Black Sea? Yeah? Maybe not contest Turkey in a equal match, but certainly in something. The thing is, the Soviet Navy has actually been significantly weaker than Turkish Navy, etc., in locality for quite a while, but they're still ranked up there, still can contest things, so that will roll on. They're a very good navy at points in age of sail. For quite a while they were the third navy in the world, to after Britain and France. But they always had issues. They always had issues. Oh, it's now 10 o'clock, which is perfect. Time to switch to UAD, but because I was worried of taking time, I haven't done the one thing I was actually just told to do, because apparently I need to. So I'm going to go brush my teeth, because I've been ordered to. Apparently I need to, because apparently I've got some food in them, which I hadn't realised, but according to my mother. Literally, I go and check on, I go, you okay? All good? Yeah? You got food in your teeth? Mother's. Yeah. Yeah, check if she's alive after a night's sleep. She's perfectly fine. She's already up on the phone organising the world. And yeah, does he talk to you? Tells you to check your brush your teeth. Right then. So. Ooh. Light cam, book cam. You, Cam, do mobile cam, don't you? Morning, Patch. Cash Biddo, which modern navy would benefit from acquiring an aircraft carrier who isn't already doing so? Italians have one. So do we. So do French. So do Japanese. So does America. So does China. Thailand arguably doesn't need one, they have one. It's more of a helicopter carrier / royal yacht, but you know, they have one. Who would benefit from one who hasn't already got one? Turkey's got their LHD, they don't really need a carrier. And it's got the drone capacity, so they don't really need that. Australia's got an LHD, so whilst I'd like them to have a carrier, they don't really need it that much. They've got something. Brazil's got HMS Ocean. Probably should have a carrier, but they've got HMS Ocean, so they don't need it. Considering their geographic situation and position and the realistic problems they have with mobilizing their force for large swathes of their territorial integrity and their border, probably Canada. Probably Canada. Canada. Oh, Paul Amos. Did you do some more Space Marine last night? No. No. It was only me. No Dragon turned up, no Runon turned up, so it was just me on my own, so I just did Timberborn. Maybe we'll do it tonight. Possibly. We'll see how my brain's holding up. At the moment, occasionally I'm seeing wiggly lines where I know there aren't wiggly lines. But I think that could be strained from the computer. At the moment I'm scheduled to do Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts and design stuff for a few hours, so that first. And then Maybe. We'll see. We'll see how I'm feeling. Because, to be honest, I've got a weird headache, and I have no idea where it's come from. Now, it could work itself out, like it did the other night, because I had a weird headache the other night and it worked itself out. I just carried on, it was all fine. But I've got one again, and I don't know why. So, yeah, I've got that coming on. Gibbon, not gonna lie, not gonna. Last night I almost collapsed near the end of the warship section of the stream. Was a surprise. Back in the summer of 1984, I played Civ 1 so much I would see blue grids everywhere. Like 24 hours and a straight on the game. Ooh, fun times. Could be that I've played so much Timberball, my brain is now turning green. Can you live broadcast from your phone? If so, you can go for a walk, maybe get moving with it. And tempting. Definitely tempting. Live broadcasting I can sort of do to one thing from my phone, I can't do to the other from my phone. So it's a case of I can do one or the other. But no, I think I'm fine. I'm fairly sure I'm fine. Take care, Jackeray. I'm also, to an extent, how do I put this? Thinking that what I need and what I'll do is get on with it all. Because you'd be amazed that for me, that's usually the key. Because usually when I'm up and awake, I'm doing stuff. And I think part of it might be that this has been, for me, a fairly sedentary time. But also, I think it's also my body is telling me that tonight you will sleep. It's nice. Nice to know I will. I don't always. Now that being said, I have a clear differential on the screen and differentiating in the screen between the two. UAD. Mm-hmm. So, what do you fancy building? What do we fancy building? Okay. When you go to archives that you're not fully familiar with, how do you plan your visit to get the most from your time? Don't worry. Usually I try and read up on them before I get there, and usually I try to... It's going to sound strange. I try to make sure that I allow time to familiarise myself with the personnel before I start diving into the archives. You want to know the people you're going to be dealing with all day. You want to understand them, because nothing will cost you more time than personal interactions, and nothing will make your life more difficult than personal interactions. Nothing will potentially make your life easier than personal interactions. So, watching, learning, understanding. So to make sure you get those interactions as poised correctly as possible is worth the time investment. So it's always a case of be kind, listen, and learn. And you're amazed at what you can get out of scenarios when you are kind and listen and learn. When you pay attention to things. Good morning, Walter. So yeah, that's what I usually start off with. I start off with by just scanning the place out. Feeling its vibes. There are some archives you'll turn up to and they will be absolute terrors. There'll be labyrinthine nightmares that are going to take forever to give you anything. In which case, if you know that, you know to go turn up, make your order, and go and get breakfast. There are others which are going to be super efficient. There are some which basically require you to be friendly to do so. In other words, if you want to get stuff out of the archives, you need to make sure you turn up with some chocolates and make a deposit, if you know what I mean, before you start trying to make any withdrawals. They're all various methodologies of the same thing, preserving information. And to an extent, once you remember that an archive is about preserving information, not necessarily disseminating information, suddenly your life becomes a lot easier. If the archive's not about disseminating information, the fact that they're doing it poorly doesn't really matter to them. What matters is that they're preserving it properly. So you have to deal and adjust around their preservation, rather than try and stick on it your desire for organisation. Oh, cool, Chris. 6886112. Fun topic to write about. Thanks for the live streams. I'm glad they've been enjoyable. Bit weird and random, but glad they've been enjoyable. I am mentally decided when the headache first came on, and I have to admit, it's been on for about the last half hour, that if necessary, if I make it to 24 hours and I need to then take a rest, I take a rest then, and I come back and do the last 9 hours this evening after taking a rest. So basically my view is I can take a couple of hours rest if I want to. It's not what I prefer to. I prefer to take a 90 to do it the whole way through, but if the headache gets bad, that's what I'll go do. And I'll try and figure out what caused the headache, if that makes sense. I haven't had one before. I had one earlier in the week, which was a bit weird. I wonder if it's something I'm eating or something I'm doing wrong. It's a question. It is a question. We're here for you. I know. I just don't like it because I wanted to do 36 hours straight through. But I also know how to put this, old enough and wise enough of my own body to know if my head is hurting, I will go. But I also want to do UAD this morning and want to do some designs, and I'm going to do some designs and stuff first. And if no one else has got any suggestions, I've got one. I'm also looking at what to do. Now, this is pretty much what I would have preferred. The Royal Navy to build instead of King George V's. I think this would have been a more sensible option. We'll see. We'll see what you think. It's got 151% on engine efficiency. Probably can go down to balance then. Natural? No. Induced? 34,866. 34,966. But that does produce a lot more efficiency, so I'm going to keep it balanced. Then we go for possibly that. So we need to make sure they're more than 30, because they've got to be more than 30. Let's be honest, no one's taking guns of 16-inch 30s into combat in the 1960s. Not sure why they're at 16-inch 30s, but, you know. Again, sometimes this system you just sit there and go, why are you doing this to me? And that. Well, that's pretty darn heavy, isn't it? 3, then down to 2, then on to 4, then to that, and how am I going to get the weight down? Airlines. Thank you, orders.
You seem sleepy.
Hello.
Hey.
Hmm?
You look sleepy.
I have a weird headache at the moment. I'm not sure if I'm sleepy or if my head's hurting. Currently doing UAD design, so that's all going well. Having to concentrate though. Because for some reason the ship just keeps ending up nowhere near the time it's supposed to be. How you doing? How you doing? Oh, if you muted himself.
Going to go and get tea. Sorry, that was my phone. Because it decided that it was putting on one of the alarms to try and remind me to wake up.
And get tea.
Yeah, because otherwise I don't know what time I'd wake up. And I actually struggle if I get too much sleep as well. Yeah, things are okay. Yeah. I can't think why you might have a headache though.
No. Having been playing an inordinate amount of computer games and other things for the last few hours.
Any naval history questions come through recently?
Mostly we're starting to do some UAD stuff, review stuff, which is quite cool.
Okay. What kind of ship are you trying to build? Sorry for being behind.
Basically, what I would build instead of the King George V's. And mine's basically a adapted F3 design.
Yeah.
I like my F3 design.
So the problem is that by the King George V era, you need to have more secondary armament than you needed when doing the original F3. You have an option of doing more welding to try and bring the weight down.
Yeah, that'll be useful.
I'm just trying to think what else they could do at that point.
Not much, really.
No. So those pesky aeroplanes, they mess everything up.
They do. They do mess everything up. How did you
They're
guess this?
They're almost as bad as submarine.
Oh, yeah, those are just terrible.
Yeah. I think we should try and ban them under treaty.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm sure that'll go
definitely.
well. I'm sure it'll go well doing that.
Yeah, it will be good. It will be fun.
Everyone will agree to it, I'm sure.
Yes, because, who wouldn't agree to the idea of getting rid of those pesky things by treaty?
Yeah. I had another thought, but it appears to have escaped. I'm undercaffeinated.
You're undercaffeinated. This is the problem.
Well, I haven't had any since yesterday, so.
Oh, good look! You haven't had any since yesterday, Daniel.
No, I've woken up and got out of bed and turned this on.
Daniel.
The kettle is boiling.
Okay. I'll believe you. Thousands wouldn't.
Yeah. Yeah. The key in the The mistakes. Fisher wasn't in.
What's the problem?
Problem with the capital. I'm just trying to think. The problem with the capital ships, the limit is, particularly with the 35,000 ton weight limit, and knowing that people are going to turn up with something that breaks that, is trying to achieve speed, firepower, armor, or protection, and secondaries on the 35,000 tons. And
Yes.
I know it was almost intended as a dilemma like that, but that's not helpful when you're actually trying to do it.
No.
I'm just trying to think. And, given that over a couple of decades, or decade and a half or whatever, a whole load of professionals in this couldn't think of ways around it. And you're not allowed to use the water as armor trick, are you, in the UAD?
Nope.
You see, that's just not fair.
There's also tricks which they won't let you do, which is really rather not fair.
What about lying? Does it let you just lie?
I'm considering just lying. I am considering just lying completely. It just seems like an appropriate methodology. Honestly, for the Royal Navy, that does seem like an appropriate rule. Just to lie completely.
So just to go something like, or just invoke the escalator clause and go to 40,000 tons.
Yeah, I've currently gone to 58,000 tons.
Oh.
But in her defense, she is capable of doing 18,000 kilometers. And in her defense, she is cute.
Yeah.
She's still overweight, though.
She's not. She just has bulges.
She's overweight every time I add in quintuple torpedo launchers. Ooh.
Well, clearly your problem there is they're referred to as pentad launchers in the Navy.
Well, they might refer to them as that, but I'm not.
But that's why they come in overweight.
For some reason, the aft deck is massively overweight.
I couldn't possibly comment about the size of her stern or anything. That would just be rude.
It would be.
But yeah, I think it's partly due to the size of her bulges.
You are a very funny man.
I'm not convinced about that one, but
Yes, you are.
Well, yeah.
So I've got 16.5-inch 52s.
Okay.
Completely ahistorical. But, basically this is what I would go with as my design, because it solves a lot of problems. It reduces it down to 6 5.25-inch mounts, but gives me the same coverage as if I had 8.
Mm-hmm.
Gives me 9 16.5-inch guns.
Mm-hmm.
And it just looks cute. And now I'm going to the Russian battleships and see if I can't build Narodsky, so we can have Narodsky versus them. Narodsky versus its equivalent. It
I
was
mean,
definitely it was definitely
no.
first generation. Oh goodness me, they're going German. I'm just gonna do this. We're just gonna see what they produce and then I'll fix it. How's that sound?
The
How German it looks rather than how Russian it looks. Specifically, so presume
is it
you
is
think
it
the
burning?
Germans look Russian?
Is it burning mazout and having a giant smoke column going up,
It should be.
or is that? I'm trying to think what other things are characteristically Russian on ships. Is it being towed by a tug?
It's currently
Yeah,
looking
tug.
completely reorganized. Completely nuts.
Mm.
A transom stern would help with the speed and weight, but they won't allow me to do them.
And do you want the 5.25s or do you want 4.5s?
I would prefer the 5.25s if I'm building something which is a 16.5-inch gun. Honestly, I prefer the 5.5s if I'm building something with a 16.5-inch gun, because 5.5 is exactly a third of 16.5. Well, UAD has managed to excel itself again. It has built
An abomination?
well, they're 14.6s by 58 guns. And they have a maximum range of about 35,000 meters. Offering maximum range of 40,000 meters. They have 12 guns, a lot of secondaries, and they have engine efficiency of 4 watt rate roll. That's just okay. I'm gonna have to fix the 4 off weight somehow. Somehow, I'm gonna have to fix it. So, why is the 4 off weights quite so? Oh, it's got diesel engines. That's fine. Make sure it's a double hull because that's slightly easier. That's fixing it. What? Where is the freaking weight coming from? Ah, that's slightly better. Rolls now down to 38%. Full weight is down to 6. Let's fix the 4 weight, but the roll is now tremendous. I put the belt up just a tad. About as much as I can go before it starts getting annoying me. So we'll see. We'll see. The Russian vessel is slightly better. I've probably made the Russian vessel too good, but let's go see what we can do, shall we? Yeah, I'm gonna have a conversation with these guns because 14.6 inches in millimeters works out as 370 millimeters, which is sounds Russian, but it's 370.84 millimeters. I don't think they would actually, I'm going to go with 14 inch. Not because they added on, because, frankly, yeah, and how does a 14 inch make it a 14 inch make it a 58 gun when it's plus 9%?
Stop asking difficult questions.
I'm sorry, that's what I do. I ask difficult questions. That looks more like it, and more practical. Especially for 1931 when it should have been built.
So it's a 1931 ski.
Yes, it's the X. It's not X1, but it's it's. I'm going to keep it as close to X1 as possible. Within it's a ski, rather than
So does it have the additional accommodation for all the commissars?
Yes, lots of accommodation for commissars.
Excellent. And does it have an auto purge function?
Sadly, no. I tried to include it, but they didn't want me to. I added 15 tons onto the thing, so I didn't want to do that in the end.
How very what's the word?
Bourgeoisie, you mean?
Yes. Something like that.
Transom help both these ships, Transom Sternwood. Both these ships that do a Transom Sternwood, so
Worth doing
Let's
it?
see. Yep. Let's see what happens. I wonder where they are. My ship is going off very quickly. And there we are. With sound turned off, it's a bit weird. But I have the sound off turned off because, well, otherwise I get a copyright strike from YouTube because apparently the sound of these guns is copyrighted.
Eh?
Don't get me started. Not by the UAD, but by a third party, and it's a whole thing to try and dispute about. Mm-hmm.
I'm just merrily working on a alternate history or alternate timeline type thing.
Ooh.
So change on the as per Hearts of Iron, the point of diversion is the 1st of January 1936, and essentially the shipshape crew turn up.
Oh, good lord. That would be quite scary.
Yeah. Currently...
Where am I being tried for heresy?
No. But the transport across the Mediterranean by the Axis forces that was happening, because I've now got up to early April 41, is being somewhat impeded by an awful lot of the shipping having already been sunk.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because there's not only a Force K, there is also a Force J.
Yay.
Operating out of Malta, along with 3 or 4 squadrons of torpedo bombers operating out of Malta. A mix of swordfish and bow fighters, which have been accelerated in this timeline.
Excellent.
And are using non-sleeve valve engines, because one of the key changes we did was turn around to Bristol and say, yes, your sleeve valve engine design is lovely, but you will also work on larger, better conventional valve engines, and basically give us
The choice?
equivalent to the twin Wasp and the double Wasp of the Americans.
Yeah.
Like that, which we will then put into a number of aircraft. And do things that way. The other thing that's happening is currently, so as of the 1st of April, for instance, there are 3 U-boats on patrol, as opposed to historically there being 15.
So, by any chance, did I get my wish of building a whole lot of Black Swans before war began?
No, you didn't, because we built Bittern's class instead.
They'll do. They are Black Swans, which... Yeah, they'll do.
Yeah. So we built 34 of those.
Oh, good, yes.
8 Egret class, 8 Black Swan class, before switching over to building Hunt class.
Excellent. Back in a second, just going to pee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so by way of background, what I tend to do with this is work out the kind of changes to Royal Navy building programs over the years affected, and then start basically at the start of the war and go through things like the naval dailies from navalhistory.net, and work out what changes one might make, and then just keep track of them. So it's all the U-boats that have been sunk and things like that, because they went ahead and developed things like Hedgehog early and had a lot more escorts. And it turns out if you start killing the U-boats a lot earlier, a lot better, more effectively, things go well. And they don't get to build up their mass. And you accelerate your capital ships and things. You accelerate your carriers a bit.
Yes.
Aircraft. You retain...
What's Drac doing while I'm doing all this? Who's he torturing?
Well, I mean, Chatfield keeps turning up to meetings looking surprisingly beaten up, but somehow the bruises are showing.
Oh, so that was Garrus and Drac then.
Yeah. And a number of senior people in the Air Ministry have had unfortunate accidents.
Okay, alright.
Also, retained quite a few more elderly destroyers that were disposed of after the 1st of January 1936, which then get turned into escorts. So you've got a load more of them. The kind of the R's, the S's, there were a couple of B&Ws that were disposed of. There are a couple of the Thornycroft flotilla leaders. You've got destroyer production. So at the moment, 1st of April 1941, there are 52 tribal class, or there have been 52 tribal class built,
Okay.
64 J&K class, because you just carried on with them, with those designs at a similar-ish sort of number to historical, and the Australians and Canadians are still building tribals, whereas the Royal Navy's shifted to, the British yards have shifted to other things. You started building Corvette and frigates with the 1938 Munich crisis. So orders went in then to start production of those. So by this stage, you've got about between 60 and 80 river-class frigates and something ridiculous like 160 corvettes and including the Bathursts from Australia built. And you also went ahead with things like the head-throwing anti-submarine weaponry. You had enough escorts to do stuff. So yeah, the U-boats have just been hammered. Early on, the French mostly came on side. I think I said when we were answering one of the what ifs yesterday about what kind of happens with that, and so that's they're useful. And Richelieu has been completed. Yeah, and currently prodding buttocks in North Africa, and have taken a couple of the Italian Dodecanese. Norway obviously stays uninvaded by Germans, essentially, which makes the U-boats' life a lot harder. Oh, and there was a big Taranto-style raid on the Germans in the first days of the war. So they lost Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and Admiral Scheer at that point.
Okay.
Because they were all in... Historically, they were all in ports near or around the kind of... Oh, why can I never remember the name of the area? The Heligoland Bight kind of area. So we're all sunk. And Taranto... let me remind myself. Taranto in this had... bear with me. Taranto had, I think, 4 carriers.
Okay.
Which obviously was not very nice for the poor Italians.
That would have probably finished them off.
Yeah, so my reckoning of that was that also one of the influences you had was you basically got what you would want in terms of carriers for the size of the kind of the 6 ordered pre-war, which were also slightly pushed through for faster. So it was. Oh, where did I do the work through of this? Sorry, because I tend to kind of work through that and then have summaries. September. Where are we? This is annoying. But essentially, with over 100 torpedo bombers, for some unknown reason, the Italians they did make the point about hitting Vittorio and Vittorio Veneto. Essentially, you know, the whole thing of carrying on until they stop twitching, basically.
Mm-hmm.
They did that. So it wasn't pretty for the Regia Marina to see what had happened to those ships. So they are not salvageable despite being sunk in shallow waters. They do not do well. What else? Yeah. They also lose quite a few of their cruisers from that. Yeah, so the Italians basically are reduced to 2 heavy cruisers. Which is not so great for them. So they've got Trieste and Bolzano as the only larger units. What else is going on? Most of the German surface raiders have been sunk trying to get out because, of course, they don't have friendly waters to get up the coast of Norway.
Nope.
Yeah, it's generally less fun for them than it has been. I think it would be fair to say.
I feel like this is being slightly on the cruel side because they're just trying to make a business of themselves.
And what else have I been doing to people that's only mild to moderate evil? Obviously, Operation Excess doesn't involve quite so many Allied losses, damaging, because they are able to have. On the Med Fleet side, they've got Glorious, Illustrious, Formidable, and at least on that side. It was a question as to whether they would bring all of the ships which they had, because for Operation Judgment, they had the alternate design Illustrious, alternate design Formidable, Glorious, which wasn't sunk, Eagle and Hermes pulled in from the Indian Ocean, and Unicorn, which has been built early and was in its carrier role rather than kind of supporting the Med Fleet's aviation units.
See if this vessel can deal with the Russian counterpart. She probably can. But we'll see.
Yeah. We've had a bit of an impact on tanks, so they're currently, as I say, in Spring 41, they've got
how many HEMA reenactors are now employed as senior officers in the British Armed Forces? Is the question. Has Stratgon all dressed up?
No comment. We have not been contemplating assassination attempts in this. What else is going on? Yeah, so better tanks accelerated by a couple of years, equivalent technology, better aircraft by about the same. That just feels like it's about what you could probably achieve by kind of going, no, just cut that and jump ahead with that. Things like pick them up in 1936 and get the Navy to start working on a 20mm cannon that they can both take to sea for anti-aircraft fire and stick in their aircraft so that you've got commonality of ammunition as well for your carriers and everything.
Yeah. I've currently got an automatic 16.5-inch gun set. And it is just as devastating as it sounds.
What kind of rate of fire are you achieving with it? Do I not want to know?
A full salvo every sort of 35 seconds. 9 16.5-inch shells heading towards their target.
Sounds pretty impressive. And then, most of the Axis stuff is trying to stick with historical, but there are things like working out which additional Luftwaffe units could have been sent to the Mediterranean supplement what they did have, so they've got a stronger force by February, March there. Not that it's doing them much good against the equivalent of kind of Spitfire Mark 9s and the
because everything's being accelerated.
And they're kind of equivalent to Corsairs, I figure, would be what the Royal Navy would go for. And one of the other things was the idea of a kind of Commonwealth, or I like the phrase Duke for Dominion's UK Empire as a kind of catch-all that's slightly more inclusive than just saying British or whatever. An air program for that, based around the thinking about the bit which probably is most difficult, or you'd want to standardize on, is the cylinders of the engines. So a single engine type, which is based on the kind of Bristol Pegasus size, and then if it's slightly shorter, that's the Bristol. Can't remember. There was another of their engines. But that's what you've then taken to double row and things, or twin.
I think I'm now in 5.25 inch range, and my 5.25 is raining down on this target.
Oh dear, poor thing.
You go get into 5.25 range of me. It's just not good.
Yeah.
My ship carries too much firepower. Moving this form.
So that, so across kind of quite a lot of places, building things like bow fighters, or these alternate bow fighters, Vickers Wellingtons, a slightly alternate PBY Catalina, short Sunderlands, and a. So it takes quite a lot of twisting, but it's vaguely based on the Gloucester, what is it, F534 submission. You stick a bigger engine in it. You have to enlarge and strengthen the airframe. So it is fundamentally a totally different aircraft. But you've got that kind of as your supposed beginning point. Bend the wings
Seneca,
a bit like
we're discussing Dan's alt history, which is ship-shaped descent go back to 1930, and how do we change the world?
So that you get that as a kind of carrier aircraft, but it's also going to work well being used as a kind of land-based aircraft for kind of rougher field, because it's got the strengthened undercarriage and everything.
Oh, we could stop the abdication crisis of 1936. We can make Edward VIII have an accident.
Or just have a quiet word in the ears so that he doesn't need to have an accident, he just... what's the right way of putting it? Has stepped aside already.
Yeah.
Taken himself out of the line of succession. I
prefer to having an accident and making it permanent perspective.
Yeah.
It gets him out of the way and stops him causing trouble in World War II.
That is true. One of the other things that would make sense to do is to encourage rather than discourage Jewish types and other people fleeing persecution to come to Britain, because that's an awful lot of the scientists and engineers in places like Germany.
Oh yes, and frankly, I'd be starting going after them before even it began.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm starting that on the 1st January 36.
I'm going after the ones in Poland and the ones in Germany.
Yep.
And the ones in France.
Yeah, because some of my family ended up getting to as far as France and then stayed there, which was unfortunate.
And I'm having a nicest way. I'm also, whilst I might be more circumspect when it comes to the king, or potential future king, Oswald Mosley, myself, and a large Peter 2x4 are going to have a conversation.
Yes. Yes, I think that would be wise.
On the grounds of, you started off with a perfectly reasonable position, and then you managed to become fascist with it, you moron. You had he had a sort of, it's one of the things of, he starts off quite a decent moderate politician, and he manages to work himself into a fascist.
Yeah.
Which I find almost more insulting.
It's like, you started off as somebody I could have found myself having worked with.
Yes, I might not have agreed with you, but I could have worked with you.
And you turned into this.
You turned into someone who thinks that Hitler is smart.
Oh.
No. At no point does his calculus ever equate to intelligence.
Yes, I will be selecting more carefully who goes with Chamberlain to places like Munich to do negotiating.
Selecting more carefully, I'm going myself.
I meant in terms of things like translators for when he is having discussions with leaders and things. Yeah.
No, I'm going as bodyguard. Then I'm allowed to bring a gun.
Yeah. What were the other bits that changed? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you can't stop things. I don't see how, from this point of view, you can stop things like the fall of Poland. You can't really stop the fall of France. You can maybe delay it a little bit.
You could stop the fall of France and the fall of Norway.
You can stop the fall of Norway.
You can stop the fall of France by telling the French where they're coming from, by saying you have an intelligence alert and they're coming here.
See, the problem is, I think it would still turn into a slugfest, and I just worry that there are the structural deficiencies, for want of a better term, in the French army.
That might be the case, but if the French army are doing the slugfest in there, and this is going to sound terrible, if they're doing the slugfest, they're going to take a lot of the strength out of the Germans, and think about how much of a percentage of German force could end up getting mauled in that slugfest, especially at this point in the war.
Because the Germans, the German losses from the war in the West were not insignificant.
No.
It's just they weren't being challenged after that to do anything. I mean, that was one of the things that messed up the Luftwaffe for the Battle of Britain, was the fact that they'd been going full pelt since the start of May. And their organisational structure was not designed for that kind of extended operations.
No.
The whole way of working, this was the big thing between what a squadron and a Staffel was, that a Royal Air Force fighter squadron would be what it would have.
Its aircraft, its fitters, and its pilots, all those things.
Yeah, it would have 20 aircraft, 24 pilots to be able to put up 12 aircraft with 12 pilots.
Yeah.
As an expectation. A Luftwaffe Staffel would have 12 aircraft and 12 pilots. No spares, no additional stuff, because it's not designed to be maintaining that 12. It's designed to have them on day one, and then you shouldn't really be having that many problems by about day 4. Be the plan. So when they do, they get attrited, and the there's some sources you can find online which have got some good figures about the the amounts of attrition they experience at various points, and it's huge.
See, I'd be tempted to also build some high-speed landing craft that can do something like the channel crossing. So that if we do have to do a withdrawal like Dunkirk, they can be picked up straight from the beach by the landing craft and be loaded on and they can bring them straight across.
Yeah, I mean, I've just kind of hand-waved that our ability to stop the French from being very French was limited. But what we would achieve is kind of a better evacuation of their forces and ships. But it's also one of the key things, they're politicians. Because one of the things that seems to have been a factor for some of the people in the Marine Nationale, at least, was that the Pétain regime was at least claiming to be legitimate.
Yeah.
Whereas if you've got the Prime Minister, if you've got Renault and some of the others around, and you've evacuated them, then you can turn around and go, actually, Pétain is behaving in an extremely...
he's a usurper. He's usurping these people who come to Britain for a conference.
Well, not only that, he's also he's also acting in direct contradiction to the Constitution. So, claiming that he is the legitimate ruler, well, he can't be, because he's just broken the Constitution that he's supposed to be defending. So he is no longer the legitimate government. So no. But I think, my concern is the weaknesses of the French army are around their organisation and what's the right opinion? It's the organisation and structure and their communications setup are...
We could also sort of solve that ourselves by having extra communication teams in our formations, which have radios, that we dispatch as allied cooperation units.
Yeah.
And so basically we take over the French forces because we're the ones actually providing the communications. Because very quickly, if we have portable radio units and we're turning up in our headquarters and going, oh yeah, we're communicating with this, we're coordinating, you're tasked with doing this, and this. Yeah. They can wait several hours to verify with their own command, or they can go with what we're telling them to do.
Yeah, and they're I mean, the problem or problems for the French was it's never lack of fighting ability or courage or anything like that. It's just their command and control was limited, and they had issues that... I always get it the wrong way around. Was it Gamelin came in and kind of just went, the previous plan is cancelled. You don't even know what the previous plan is. I don't care, it's cancelled. Because it wasn't because it was come up by somebody I don't like. And it's like, that is a really, really...
That is how some of them were like. That is how some of them were like.
Yeah. So some of them might have those appointments questioned by the Allied delegation to the to kind of the high command, shall we say, which would be done slightly differently to historical. I'm trying to remember. One of the British senior generals had basically grown up in France. I think it was Alan Brooke.
Yeah, I think so.
Basically, it's virtually that his first language was French as a kid growing up. So he would make sense to be the person liaising with the French at the high command and the kind of semi-political level. And with a bit of foreknowledge, we know that he's good at that.
Yeah.
So you can put him in to do something like that. And you've got Gore. Who are the senior British commanders? I can't remember off the top of my head. It's Gore around at the time. Gore, Dobby. I think.
At least two of them end up getting captured by the Germans by getting in a car, but I'm not sure if that's here or is that's in France, isn't it?
No, that was across the border in. Do you mean the ones with the? There was some where it happened in either the Netherlands or Belgium. As a kind of intelligence operation gone.
They were deciding to do their own reconnaissance because they were idiots.
Oh no, that was North Africa, I think, wasn't it?
It could have been. I know there was quite a lot of them being idiots at this point.
No, that was that was when everything was falling apart in North Africa in April 41. That was Richard O'Connor and one or two others. And that was more because just everything was collapsing and the front was moving so quickly.
Okay, they can claim that. I'll believe you.
Well, no, because remember, O'Connor was the one who'd overseen Compass. So he wasn't an idiot. It was that the front... He'd gone out to try and see what was going on because he'd been pulled off to go and do something. He'd gone out to East Africa, I think, after Compass, and then got brought back to try and help in the Western Desert when that started falling apart. And had gone to the headquarters of the Western Desert Forces to try and help out. And the problem was that the headquarters suddenly found itself, instead of being comfortably behind the front line, uncomfortably behind the front line the wrong way, basically overnight. And that's how they got captured.
I'm sure there were two which are in a car.
Oh, I think they were in a staff car at that point. But no, I think the staff car thing, I'm sure that's a different thing from kind of the phony war period.
Yeah, I think it was as well.
Yeah, I don't know that they would... That was an attempt... That was a kind of espionage thing going on.
I think they were just trying to get home.
Oh, it was a mess. Yeah, because and then yeah, because the other question is, can you have built up sufficient forces to have a reserve? Because so with the Battle of France, one of the problems is it seems to take most of the efforts to stop the German thrust through the Netherlands and Belgium.
Yeah.
So even if they had wanted to have a strong reserve covering the Ardennes, do you actually have that? Can you have generated that?
You can only give it your best.
And I mean, what you really needed to do was to absolutely paste the columns of, Guderian and everyone's troops when they were in the Ardennes, stuck on the one or two roads with air attack. That was the key thing you needed to have done. But by that point, you'd already attrited quite a lot of your air forces, and you had Bomber Command going No, we are saving ourselves for strategic targets. A, you can't reach your alleged strategic targets. B, you won't be able to hit them because you
Can't reach
don't.
your strategic targets.
And C, you haven't been authorized to do it, but we are literally losing a battle at the moment. Please consider this interdiction mission as an order, not a suggestion.
Yeah.
Love and kisses, your political masters.
It works to an extent.
Well, does it work with some of them? I mean, there does seem to have been a degree of what's the right way of putting it? Belligerent stupidity.
It's fun sometimes.
Yeah, they really were difficult and not very pleasant, from what I can tell.
Yep.
And that's before you get into the fact of Bomber Harris, who does just seem to have been a horrible person.
Well, in his defence, and I know I don't say this often, he wasn't exactly dealing with nice people sometimes. He was dealing with the rest of the RAF.
No, I don't mean it like that. I mean just with some of the other things he kind of had done well before that in the war, sort of just, his interwar career. And things. He just seems to have been really not a nice person. Yeah. Oh, and in an alternate timeline, if what you could have is, instead of asking Fighter Command to give up its Spitfires and Hurricanes to defend France, you would have the kind of this Commonwealth air plan thing with, both fighters, Wellington, and the honestly not a Corsair with 20mm cannon floating around to be the expeditionary force designed for it.
Pause. I seems to ask if you can pop up and add into the discussion as we're going along. Seeing as I'm currently designing the ship he requested, it seemed appropriate to also add him in.
Thank you very much. Hello, Dan.
Hello.
With your alternative timeline, with the French, if you were to use somebody like Auchinleck as Auchinleck, that's right, sorry, as the go-between between the BEF and the French. Also train up additional radio operators with good French language skills, etc., to be sent to the main command groups. I think that idea would work very well, because Auchinleck understood the French way of life. The biggest problem I think the French made was their over-reliance on the Maginot Line.
No, the Maginot Line did its job.
Oh yes, I know it did its job, but the point is that it had, because it was so strong, the Germans went around it.
Which is what they were supposed to do.
They made a mess of it afterwards. But if the Maginot Line had gone all the way to the Belgian coast, it would have been effective. Stopping it at coast in Belgium and saying, right, we're going to rely on the Belgian force from here on, was a silly move. But if they'd taken some of the troops which were stagnating in the Maginot Line and moved them to interdict the Germans going through the Ardennes.
But they were they were mostly reservists, I think.
Yeah,
and garrison.
The Maginot
They weren't.
were mostly the ones who were World War One veterans.
Yeah. So, and the issue with the Belgians is that when you built the Maginot Line, they had a very strong defensive alliance with the Belgians, and it was only after that that the Belgian king or the Belgians cancelled that alliance and attempted to go true neutral.
Mm-hmm. Because that's always defended Belgium. Being true neutral has always defended Belgium.
Yeah. There may be some there might be some Belgian royalty and politicians having accidents.
Yeah, I mean, you need to beat into the head of the Belgian aristocracy and leadership the fact that neutrality is something that is agreed by all parties. Switzerland was neutral because, one, it had strong defences.
Yeah.
Where it's located, and it was convenient to all sides.
I'd also like to say this is going to be Didrak's first diplomatic mission. We're going to send him on. His first one is to convince Belgium they can't be neutral.
He's taking Adrian Carpenter-Wyatt with him.
Yes.
who may or may not.
Choice.
Well, it's also that Carpenter-Wyatt may or may not be the illegitimate son of the previous Belgian king.
Yeah.
Yes, there's a discussion about that.
Mm.
There are a number of discussions about that at the time and post-war.
Mm.
Yes, but he did look very, very like him in the photos.
Yeah, and his parents took him away to Egypt suspiciously quickly as soon as he arrived in life.
Yes. The other thing, I think, that, I mean, going by what my father, who was born in 1920, told me about his father's attitude, having served in the First World War as an acting major in Whitehall because he was a solicitor on second lieutenant's pay, which is the British Army all over. His attitude was that up until 1938 and the Munich crisis, when the old man got called up to the Manchester University Air Squadron Reserve, was that, Germany are not going to be that stupid again. And I think that was an attitude that was very much one that was particularly from the middle and upper classes, their attitude. The working class attitude was that we don't want another war because of the horrendous loss of life. And the fact that you still have evidence at the time of the tragedy of the loss of limbs and eyesight and things like that, in that there were men in their 30s and 40s who were virtual cripples. So, I mean, The BEF was probably the most professional army in the world at the time, particularly from a mechanized point of view. Having a greater reserve force that had been trained by these high quality mechanized soldiers would have been a bonus, but whether you'd have actually had the will in the country, I don't know. It's an awkward time, because if you look at the newspapers of the day, they were very much leaning on the no war situation. There were very few who openly agreed with Churchill post 36 when he started making noises about standing up to the threat of Germany.
Well, I think the answer to that is partly what happened in the States, which was because you had the civilian labor corps as a kind of it was basically run on military lines, although technically civilian, so you didn't get the weapons training, but you call it you use it as an employment and a way of addressing unemployment and things, and possibly, upskilling people so that they can be dropped into the workforce with their skills in things like, I don't know, welding ships instead of riveting or whatever, to make good shortages there as well. And you just say, to try and organize something like this, we're going to use a military type framework, but it's going to be, training people and giving them employment and getting projects done for, public good and things.
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Something that we should have done post Second World War.
And the thing is, at that point, you still have Baden-Powell around, so you could get him involved. Say you're organising almost a scouts movement for the UK, for adults, where they can get upskilled and they can also get experience. They can do upskilling, but they also can get experience in sort of things like camping and wildlife and holidays, etc. and those things. So sort of, basically a case of, right, we know you've got the Girl Scouts, you've got the Boy Scouts. Okay, we need something which gets the parents involved and gives something to dad to do and mum to do and makes them part of it. Which does make us sound like, a certain Volk organisation in a certain country, but it is actually a sensible idea in terms of trying to upskill people. Back in a second, I've just heard a knock on my door.
Yeah. My grandfather on my mum's side, he was born in 1913, and in Llanelli, so in South Wales. Now, he was in Scouts all the way up until the start of the war, when he enlisted. He was a scout leader, and he saw it as a way of educating young boys who had potential but didn't show it within school because they weren't interested.
Yeah.
And I think I was, as a kid, I was in the Cubs and the Scouts, and I loved it. the amount that you could learn was immense. And doing things like Bob a Job Week,
Hmm.
It would be a competition between everybody in the troop to see who could make the most money. And we were, it was always done at half term. And for that whole week, we were out in uniform from dawn till dusk doing odd jobs for, a couple of bob here and, maybe if you were really lucky, £1 somewhere if you'd done a really good job. But it showed that the Scouts were about and part of the community and giving things back to the community, especially helping elderly people with things like gardening and, even just popping to the shops for them.
Yeah.
Because, there weren't the supermarkets and things like that, it was. But
No.
do you think? Sorry, I was going to say. Do you think that one of the mistakes they made at the beginning of the war was not to have made jobs such as the shipbuilders, miners, an element of the train staff and everything, reserved occupations?
Yes, and they acknowledged that themselves. There's what's the website? There's a really good hyperwar which has got a whole load of resources of kind of official documents and things from World War II. So it's got quite a few of the official histories and things. And it's got one about kind of manpower for the UK and things. And in that, it's saying, they made a mistake because things like a lot of the miners and the other people signed up, and then they realised they needed them. But they'd kind of joined up and they'd been slightly lost in it, and they'd done the reserved occupations by they'd done it on the basis it was a really weird system where it was to do with what your job was, not what industry you were in. So you could be can't remember what kind of things, but you could be doing a job for something completely not essential, but because of the kind of job description, it would be, you don't join up. But at the same time, somebody else with a fairly vital job, just because of the wording of it, is allowed to join. Is allowed to join up. So something like if you were involved in civil engineering, let's say, so building airfields, so you have a skill set that, in theory, it's protected so that you can go and do things like build airfields or whatever. But there's nothing to stop you from going off and building conservatories for the wealthy because of the way that the things work.
I think they could have got around a little bit of that, in that with jobs such as civil engineering and certain engineering, mining jobs and things like that, they could have gone into the Royal Engineers as effectively NCOs from the point of view of training OICs how to do the job.
I mean, you could
properly.
basically just have a British version of Seabees.
Yeah.
We did in the mobile naval basing. It's just they don't get a movie.
Yeah, but as in, just take up all the construction workers and put them in construction battalions that are just designed
That's
and trained for that.
That was literally Monabs. They literally had construction battalions like that.
Mm.
They just it gets completely forgotten by history because it's the British ones don't get a movie, and the British have like 3 of them. And
the point I was saying to Dan was that,
to quote the Royal Marines who were in charge, one of the Royal Marines who I have spoken to, who was in charge of airbase security, he took it at a point of honour that whilst they were trained to use a gun, they never had to, because in nicest way, that's what he and his Royal Marines were for. If they had to start shooting, he had mucked up. And whilst he understood that the island campaigns in the Pacific were slightly different, he did feel that there was a slight problem that if your construction workers are having to provide your primary fighting force, you have mucked up somewhere. Not them,
yeah.
you, as in the senior commanding officers, have mucked up somewhere.
Yep.
It's a case of, he has all power to them, he has great appreciation for them. He just felt that their bosses somewhere above them had seriously mucked up, and he might not have used the word beginning with M.
Mm.
So, in the UK, where you have a situation where ship workers, shipwrights, miners, steel workers, people like that, were not classified as protected, or is protected the right word? Essential workforce for the country until later in the war. Was that a decision that was made by government
Yes.
at the start and then realised, oh dear, we have made a major mistake? Or was it that they just didn't consider it?
It was a complete and utter mess. So, having read this official history, it was a complete mess, and it was in the process of being reformed when the war broke out as well. So, the organisations were literally in the process of forming up that would then be responsible for sorting all of that out.
Yes.
So it was kind of, there was also an element of just really bad luck. If the war had broken out a couple of years later, in the 1942, late 1941, as envisioned, then it would have been in place, I think, and would have gone better, was my read on it. But instead, they were on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, I get the impression that because of the 10-year plan rule, had the war started late 41, early 42, the Navy would have been significantly better off ship-wise.
And aircraft-wise, and
certainly aircraft-wise, and the Royal Air Force would have been better off as well. I mean, one of the things that people
except that
forget. Well, one of the things that they forget with the Royal Air Force is that because of after the Battle of Britain, you have Churchill with this, never in the history of war has so many people owed so much to so few. Honestly, that was complete and utter bosh. We were producing more aircraft than the Germans were. We were fighting over one of the things that Clarke decided very early on is we do not chase some Germans back over the channel. We fight over the UK. The main reason is if we get one of our aircraft shot down, there's a reasonably good chance that he can bail out and be back at his squadron by tea time. That was not the case for the Germans.
No.
But the infamous 20th of September being Battle of Britain Day, when Churchill was at Uxbridge, I think it was, and asked, what do we have in reserve? And the answer was, we don't have any reserves, everybody's up. Was true of 11 Group.
Well, it was true in the sense of the fighters' strength. I mean, because remember, I don't know if you were listening earlier, but each squadron, yes, it was under strength because it had maybe 22 pilots instead of an establishment of 24, and they would have 16 to 20 fighters to be able to put up the 12 that was the full strength.
Yeah.
I don't know that they ever went to beyond full strength in terms of,
no, they never did. I mean, you had the situation that Clarke introduced the rotation of pilots and squadrons out from 11 Group up to 13 Group, and splitting squadrons up so that you had some trainees coming in along with experienced pilots.
At that point, not in the front line in 11 Group.
No, yeah. It was in 13 Group up in Scotland.
Yeah.
But the point I'm making is that history and the films show it as on the 20th of September, the RAF every aircraft was up in the air, fighting over London to shoot down the bombers, and that wasn't true, because you still had all the 12 Group. They didn't call on Duxford until late in the day when the raids had effectively finished. And it was one of the reasons why Clarke and I forget his name.
Dowding?
Yeah, Dowding. Dowding and Clarke both were dismissed from 11 Group after the Battle of Britain. Clarke went on to
eventually
tremendous work in Malta, but they were you had Lee Mallory and his big wing with my great uncle, 3 times removed, Douglas Bader, going on about, it's like, this is how we should be doing it and everything. And it was like, yes, that was what you should be doing once you'd fought the Battle of Britain. It didn't work for the Battle of Britain because it took too long to form up. It was great when you were buzzing over France in strength.
No, it wasn't, because you lost a stupid number of aircraft that could have been much better deployed and that could have been much more usefully employed in the Middle East and Mediterranean theatres. Imagine if they'd been. Stick a couple of Spitfires on Crete when the Germans are trying to, land their paratroops, instead of having them buzzing over France, getting shot down, achieving nothing.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the problem with the RAF, is that they didn't. Dowding and Clarke's decision not to send Spitfires to France at the beginning of the war was a good move. They only allowed Hurricanes to go. because I mean, at the start of the Battle of Britain, there were 3 times more Hurricanes than there were Spitfires in the air, because we hadn't built up the rate to build them quickly at that stage. That came a little bit later.
That was partly Lord Nuffield mucking up the production of Spitfires at it was the big factory in Birmingham, Shadow factory in Birmingham, that just took ages to get running, and they took it away from him, and and it was a management issue, and they got it running really quickly and efficiently.
Yes.
Well, it was also because he was trying to bump up the price he was charging.
That I don't know about, but I'm perfectly prepared to believe.
Oh, yeah, there were lots of profiteers.
Yeah, there always are. There always are.
But I mean, one of the problems that's with the Royal Air Force was that it was pretty much UK centric when it came to higher echelons of the service. They didn't see other parts of, I mean, if we'd have sent some reasonably good aircraft to Singapore, that would have made a difference. Unifying communications between different groups, such as the Royal Navy and the Royal Air Force, so that
they could actually work together.
There's an attack squadron, not a bomber squadron. That's once again the Air Ministry obsession with the bomber will always get through, which should have been proved to them by the end of the Blitz that was not the case.
No, that was clearly obvious much earlier when they tried their daylight raids, and I don't want to describe them as a damp squib. They were an extremely bloody disaster.
Well, the Hamdens and the Blenheims, which went on daylight raids to the Netherlands and everything, if 5% of them came back, you were doing well.
And Wellingtons.
Yeah, and wellies. But I mean, it's like, I mean, my dad, when he was an electronics engineer doing his degree at Manchester, and he joined the University Air Corps in '38. Got called up for the Munich crisis and then went back again. And then as soon as war was declared, they were called up, and he was sent on the air gunnery school. And luckily for me, he was closing the air vent on the turret, and the plexiglass broke and went through his wrist. Which meant that when they reattached the nerves after opening them up to his elbow, the nerves which went to the pointing finger and middle finger were inverted to the ring finger and little finger, and vice versa. Which meant that he got invalided out of the Air Force because he had nerve damage, and you couldn't be in the Royal Air Force if you had any sort of nerve damage.
Oh.
But out of the 540 men who joined, were at Hambledon for the air gunnery school, only 3 of them survived the war.
Mm. Yeah, I mean,
which is a frightening number, and when you think that my old man, he got invalided out in 1940. So, never actually, he passed his air gunnery and radio operators school and was due to get posted to a squadron, I think the day after the accident happened.
Mm.
One of the other guys survived bailing out of an aircraft and was a member of the Guinea Pig Club.
Mm.
That's a horrendous toll of life, and I mean, you have this huge argument nowadays about how effective the bomber raids were. They had an effect, but it should have. I am very surprised that the seniors in the Air Ministry and the RAF hadn't realised that blitzing a town like Coventry didn't kill the morale of the people living there. It just pissed them off. It just upset them.
Yeah.
So, assuming that, flattening German cities was going to crush the morale of a fanatical people was a little bit deluded.
I think, if I'm honest, I think that was a later or coveted.
That was a very early, Dean. That was actually Gideon Duhay. That was the thing. That was an early belief which was enshrined into their thought from the beginning of the air power development, in World War One. The idea was that future wars, and Gideon Duhay writes this in his paper. He writes that future wars will be won by bombers each carrying 1,000 bombers turning up over a city, each carrying 100 tons of biological bombs and wiping out cities. And that's literally what he writes. Okay? Gideon Duhay writes this, and this guy is hailed as a prophet of future war. That future wars are going to be done by that. This is what some people don't realise when they talk about the air power theorists and when they start. Some of the ones who start, the concept of war they had was incredibly horrendous.
Yes.
And a lot of the people's arguments against it were this was immoral and unethical because of what it was. But literally it was a case of, which do you prefer? The sense of slaughter of the Somme, or us just blasting a city to smithereens to show we can do it, so stop fighting us?
It was an attempt at mad.
Yes, it is.
But then no one used it.
Yeah, I was going to say, before you had the once you have a nuclear weapon, that's effectively the same as a mass biological weapon that you can deploy in such a way that it's effective. But that's when you achieve it. It just took longer than was thought. I think, strategic bombing of industrial areas, if the navigation was good enough and they could mark the target and actually hit the target and not hit a field 20 miles away, was probably a good use. But just flattening a city for the hell of it,
so
by that stage seemed a little bit, take out the rail area, but you don't need to,
I think what they realised was, because they didn't have the accuracy to target, so you're trying to disrupt the means of production of warlike materials, and
they did that.
But one of the the target they realized that was the easiest to hit with mass area bombing, with the technology and the level of accuracy they had, was going after the homes of the workers. You don't actually necessarily need to kill the workers. If you destroy their homes, you force them to move away from the factories, and then they've lost their workforce. And I think,
Yeah,
that's what
they
they were. Yeah, and that's what they were aiming for. The issue with that is you need to keep hitting the same targets every so often to stop their rebuilding efforts. And that's the bit they've kept on forgetting to do, was to actually, you need to revisit the same target about every 3 to 4 weeks to just smack it down again. And you need to accept that it's going to be an even worse grind of a campaign than they were actually aiming for.
Yeah, I think that Arua was about the only place that got regularly hit.
Yeah,
because there was more effort put into rebuilding the actual industrial structures.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I think
I mean, it was like you were saying with your alternative of from 36 onwards, that going for sleeveless out of
the sleeve valve. Yeah.
Sleeve valve, yeah. Would have been a sensible move earlier. I think that the Navy could have possibly encouraged certain producers of rotary engines, because they were the most easily worked on a ship, to develop a higher output of power than they did historically earlier, because it wouldn't have impinged on the Air Ministry wanting Merlin engines or whatever.
No, well, I think one of the other advantages of rotary engines, and I will defer to Alex as the person who holds a PhD in this area, is if it gets a little bit of damage. So the problem with the water-cooled engines for a carrier aircraft is that you're mostly going to be over water and potentially quite a long distance from your home. A water-cooled engine, the radiator system is a single point of failure. And it's generally on the underside, and it can be dinged by very small bits of flak or whatever. Whereas a radial engine, that same kind of dink, because they're air-cooled, that single kind of dink might take out a cylinder, might take out a couple of cylinders, but the others will still work to some extent, and so your ability to get home is much greater, rather than having that single point of failure that is extremely vulnerable because it's normally on the underside of your aircraft with a huge array of tubing. So the water-cooled engine is, at the time, probably slightly better, and it's a better
shape. Horsepower, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we say it's slightly better. I mean, the Americans never used them on their carriers, and I wouldn't argue that the Thunderbolt, so yes, you had the P-51 Mustang and the P-38 Lightning, which used water-cooled engines. but the Thunderbolt, the Corsair, the Hellcat, they all used radials, and people don't dismiss them for being inefficient and unaerodynamic. And I don't entirely understand how they do it, but they managed to get cowlings that actually minimise the impact of the broader frontage to the radial engine compared with the inline engines and stuff. I don't understand.
And people forget the B-17 was radial engine.
Yeah, B-17 and the B-24.
Yeah.
I mean, there were Lancasters that used them, because one of the. I think this is genius, and this is underappreciated. The development of the power egg for British aircraft, so that the big aircraft had an engine that was just a module that you just stuck on with a handful of bolts and could take off, and it was the same mounting for a range of different even engine types, so you could just swap out Merlins for Bristol Hercules or whatever on the bombers, and you could just take them off to repair them and stick on a new one so easily. And I think that is, and they got onto that pretty early on, and I think that was genuinely one of the best things they did, and it's never talked about because it's just boring maintenance.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah,
you have the same thing on aircraft carrier. That an engine could be removed from an aircraft to be worked on, and a spare could be put in that had been fixed or was new. And I mean, the other thing is that with them being air cooled, they were much more saltwater resistant.
To an extent, as long as they're cared for properly. If you get the saltwater, can also get in the air coolant, which is called all sorts of fun. But you need to look after it, basically.
But they can be washed out well.
Yeah, you need to have clean pH neutral water to wash it.
If only the warships at the time had, I don't know, engineers who knew exactly what they were doing.
Water distillation systems.
Yeah. I mean, that would have been so handy, and it's such a pity they didn't have. Oh wait, they did.
Yes, that was the thing. That was the annoyance. It was basically for Navy, for aircraft carriers. It was very easy. They just went, "Oh, so you mean we need to use boiler feed water?"
Yes, that thing we have huge amounts of.
The thing we literally have we have literally four or so machines aboard our ship to make because it's so important. Yes. So you mean instead of having one active at any one point, we will have a second one? Well, no, you don't need to have the second one active all the time. You don't need that much feed water. You just need, maybe to have it turned on, maybe half an hour a day. Maybe we can take some of the stuff that's produced already. You've got to be kidding me. That's basically the common response.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, people forget how corrosive salt water is.
Especially to things like steel.
Especially to mixed metals.
Mm.
So in aircraft, which have got aluminium, brass, copper, steel, and everything like that, it creates a huge problem if you don't maintain. A good example is old fishing reels for sea fishing that were a mixture of steel and brass. But if you didn't wash one of those out properly, then the next time you went to use it, it was so gunned up it would take you about 3 hours to try and clean it up to get it to actually work. And you know, that's just water coming in, salt water coming onto the reel from the line that you're reeling in, not it getting washed by a storm or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
How did that happen? What did I do? Oh, torpedo status 100%. Secondary gun status 100%. Torpedo accuracy 0%. So I didn't fire any. Okay. Main gun accuracy 26%. That was terrible. Secondary gun accuracy 58%.
Do you need to have a word, Alex? Do you need to have a word with your torpedo officer about the fact that yes, they are gorgeous, precious things?
We never got into torpedo range. He's okay. He's not going to get in trouble. It's more a case of.
I'm just worried that they're going.
I'm thinking. My secondary guns did most of the killing work. So my 5.5-inch guns, which I had on this ship as my secondaries, and I just sort of basically chose because, well, I felt like having something decent as a secondary. Has actually wiped out the enemy battlecruiser, not my main guns.
Yay! It's a pre-dreadnought or a post-dreadnought.
Look, in nice way. Just look at the design before you start calling that. In nicest way.
I can't easily.
It's a G3 hull with 12 16.5-inch guns and 16 5.5-inch guns in 8 twin turrets.
I'm calling it a post dreadnought then.
This is basically Armageddon coming towards you, and it's a case of, I was going, it's got only a 15-inch belt, so it's a battlecruiser, so it's not the most heavy armed. It's also got 15 inches of deck armour.
I'm sorry, how much?
15 inches of deck armour and 15 inches of belt armour.
That feels a bit excessive.
Well, I wanted to make sure it was survivable.
It's the mechanics of UAD.
It's the mechanics of UAD. Yeah.
You can't balance a ship out without having a deck that's equal or greater than the belt.
Yeah. It does mean that I have a 15.2-inch belt main deck. So basically, air attacks are to me are like sort of air attack. What air attack? Did it pierce my 15 inches of armor? If not, then it doesn't count. Basically, to penetrate me, there's going to be people going around running. Yeah, what are you toting? A 5,000-pound bomb. Are you supposed to be dive bombing a battle cruiser in a 4-engine heavy bomber? No, but it's the only way we will kill it. Isn't he on your own side? Yes, but it's become personal.
I'm dive bombing with a tall boy.
Yes.
We're going to have to take a B-29 because nothing else can achieve the same altitude to start the dive from, to achieve the velocity, and we've attached rockets to speed it up as it's falling beyond terminal velocity as well.
Have to be outside mounted as well because it doesn't have the volume of bombs. Does it? It's got a strut through the middle of it, if I remember rightly.
I think that was the thing they took out for the silver plates.
Yes, that's right. Yes, they did. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So I think they could take it out. I'm not sure it was truly structural, or if the silver plates were apparently, I think, a nightmare for them to develop, but I may be wrong.
I will say this, one thing I will do. It's when that aircraft, I see that B-29 cresting up and cresting up and going up to get into this dive position, I'll just start zigzagging and wiggling. And we'll see how well it happens.
Start lobbing 16-inch shells up with proximity fuses.
Potentially, but the 5.5-inch are probably enough.
Yeah, but this 16.5 would be more amusing.
Yes.
It's frightening.
I still wish they'd allow me to fit her with mines, mines of equipment, and depth charges, because, frankly, I feel she should have all three. Only in campaign mode can you fit those battle cruisers.
Question for Dr. Dan.
Mm.
When I was a kid, living just outside of Ely, they had RAF Ely Hospital, which was basically a hangover from the war because of the number of airfields which were in and around Cambridgeshire and North Norfolk and stuff like that. But you also had Addenbrooke's Hospital in Cambridge. You had Huntington General Hospital. Around the country, there were, if I remember correctly, I think there were 5 Royal Air Force hospitals and 4 Royal Navy hospitals. I don't think the Army actually had their own hospitals, but I could be wrong.
They did. They certainly did at one stage.
Right.
Because my great granddad was paymaster at one of them.
Oh, okay.
Between the wars.
But I mean, the thing with, RAF Ely was a really good hospital as a local hospital. It did most types of surgery. Elective as well as emergency. It had a very good O&E department, and it was staffed all by RAF personnel. So you'd have a squadron leader doctor, or you might have a few junior doctors, but most of them were at least 3 ringers.
No, they would be. That's probably about right.
But it seems that now, with the reduction in armed forces compared to the 1960s, RF Ely closed in the early 80s, I believe. I think that's when Addenbrooke's had expanded and had its extension and everything done and become an allegedly area of excellence. But do you think there should be more specialist doctors and nursing staff who are military working within the NHS?
There are.
It's unlikely that they would build again specific military hospitals.
So they deliberately got rid of the military hospitals, and they've become Ministry of MOD hospital units, and there are and they've also reorganised it since I don't know quite how it's organised these days because they've fiddled with things a bit, but you've got what's called Ministry of Defence hospital units, which are based at the QA Portsmouth, Derriford in Plymouth, Frimley Park at Camberley, just next to Sandhurst and things.
Yeah.
Peterborough, which is the RAF one, I think, and
the one in either Birmingham or
yeah, and there's also the big centre in Birmingham, which has also become the centre for kind of the military medical education. There might also be a unit in Colchester. I can't remember, because you've got all of the army stuff there, and
Colchester's been downgraded army-wise now. I mean, they don't even have the full glass house there any longer.
Yeah. And I want to say there's one up around Catterick as well. I can't remember exactly where they are, but they've got several. And the problem with having, and what they've done is, because when I was a student at Frimley Park in 2004, they had the military ran 1 or 2 wards.
Okay.
And now what they've done is they've distributed particularly the nursing stuff, but also the medical stuff, I think, more evenly. And that's so that if you pull them out, it's less disruptive. And the military slightly overstaff the number of nursing slots that they are expected to provide in terms of the personnel, so that they also can take the time to do military training and things within their hours, if that makes sense. So they'll have and that works pretty well, because it's giving them a full range of experiences. You're only going to choose to put people into areas which are where they can get kind of the right training. But the reality is that these days you're bringing home people for a lot of the care that you might have done forward in other places. So they just use the NHS structures for that. With it, and that was the big thing with Birmingham, with everything. Then you also get people being put into roles, both regulars and reservists, across the country in suitable places. So, for instance, there's a reasonable. There were a couple of people who were trauma consultants, including Kate Pryor, who, although she's, I think, retired from the Navy now, based at places like King's, which are the major trauma centres for London. So they keep that trauma training maintained. But the military hospital style of thing, they are doing less. I'm trying to think how to put it. The way that we are managing a lot of conditions means that actually the number of young soldiers or whatever who need to be looked after in a hospital as inpatients is very small. And so that you don't have a unit, and the reason you don't have something like an RAF hospital is because we're now looking much more expeditionary. You kind of a lot of the stuff's done in, say, primary care, and they've got, because the military's now basically trauma surgery, from what I can tell, trauma and trauma surgery and things like that, or GP with a handful of other people. So I think the Army has 1 or 2 neurologists, and I remember I worked with somebody and he was the Army neurology trainee, for instance. So he was the only one person training up in neurology, that's with an N rather than U. The entire lot. And he was, but I mean, his research and sort of, so whilst he had a military commitment, it was also kind of there to give advice and things. And he was an academic as well, so he was teaching, but also doing research on. I think he was doing stuff about kind of some minor brain injuries. You know, the kind of thing where they're talking about with this kind of repeated minor traumas from kind of being blown up with IEDs and stuff.
Yeah.
He was looking at stuff a bit like that and modelling whether, I think it was certain drugs which we use as things like antidepressants might actually help to reduce the inflammation associated with it. And also looking to see if he could model that with multiple sclerosis to see if actually some of the injuries were not dissimilar and whether then the mechanisms for treatments might work with those as well. Because also then you can pull on a whole load of other research to, rather than having two separate research lines. Which was really interesting. He was a lovely bloke, and he was also, for his sins, openly gay, and at least at the time a major, so kept on getting pulled into kind of employment tribunals and things, or various things about how to make reductions in staffing and things in the army, as a kind of token gay. This was...
Oh, the poor guy! I can just imagine the amount of paperwork that poor guy had to go through. He'd have been sitting there going, "I want to go back in the closet just to avoid the bureaucracy." It would literally be. It would literally going. I'm being repressed, not by anything that anyone is nasty, but the sheer amount of paperwork. If I go back in the closet, if I go hide in the closet, they won't find me.
He was there going, I don't know how many corporals they need in the Royal Logistics Corps. Why are you asking me to sit on a panel to help decide this? But he was an absolutely brilliant bloke, and really lovely, very bright.
He has my internal sympathy, because I used to have that with Kings as the only openly dyslexic.
Yeah.
And it was a case of, oh, good lord, I'm on another committee, which is... I have no reason to be here, other than you want the openly dyslexic here. Just go away. No. Okay, so... Actually, though, it's good having you both on here, because I wanted to talk to you both, because there is something interesting I was looking yesterday about our potential plan to wander around the UK and do a UK tour, which is this 36 hours is raising money for, to hire a car and various things. There is a vessel not far from Poole.
Mm.
It is called the Duke of Lancaster.
Mm.
And it is being let to go, sort of go and rot, and it's not far from where Poole is. And so I thought we could
get on it.
We can't. You're not supposed to get on it, but there is someone who I have in my contact list who could be able to get me on it. So I would contact them. But the point is, we could do a couple of castles in the centre of Wales, wander up, see that, and see Poole, and then be in a good position to visit the Wirral Archives the next day.
Hmm.
And
where are you? Paul, where are you based?
I'm in Llanfyddechan, which is between Bangor and Conwy.
Yeah.
On the A55.
Yeah.
You could do Carnarvon Castle, Maris Castle, and then Conwy Castle. And call in on me.
Because I thought we'd pick up. I thought we'd pick up the car in Bristol, because then we can get back to Bristol, and then so both of us can get home from Bristol without using a car. So we could hire a car in Bristol, and there's a good set of hire cars in Bristol.
Yeah, or Bristol Airport. Airports are normally the most flexible.
Actually, it's Bristol's town centre, which is actually even easier. Next to the train station. They are apparently lovely, and one of they've got a huge range of special deals going. And basically, I looked into hiring for 2 weeks. You know that car I had coming down to Cornwall with me? I looked at hiring one of those for 2 weeks. It's £1,000.
Hmm.
And I thought, then if other people want to join us for the day or something like that, they can hop in the car and we can take them along with us, and we've got plenty of space. And we can pick up stuff when we go, and we'll just be fine wandering around.
Hmm.
And
it's a shame that you're picking it up in Bristol and not picking it up nearer home.
No, for me it's a really easy train ride to my home from Bristol, so it's a nice way. Anything I need to get on there, I can take with me.
But the boot full of tools that I was going to give you, you're not going to fit in the train.
I'll have a look and see how much it costs to pick up nearer to home.
Don't worry. I've got a cunning plan that if I can either tail to it and call it a fox, it might work. And that is to speak very nicely to Leslie when he is thinking of popping down to see you.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be good.
Do a little detour along
Well-
the A55.
well, Basically,
thing-
I am informally calling our tour. Basically, the Doctor's on tour, and
Mhm.
its tagline is UK naval ships and the Brewstorians community meet up.
Yeah.
And basically,
One thing-
wandering around, meeting up lots of people, and go wandering around.
The only thing is, I'm just trying to think. Do we go? I'm trying to think of the route
I
from
thought
Bristol.
we do the northeast of it. We do North Wales, northeast, northwest of England, up to Scotland a bit because there's we've been invited. I've got an invite for both of us to go to Barrow and Furness to go to the submarine building place, the Shumley shipyard, and then wander along from there over to Dundee, where there's a whole load of various interesting, nice things stayed there, and then come down and end up at Newcastle, and then there's some interesting stuff down along that coast, and then pop back to Bristol, and basically 2 weeks. I thought it would be about.
Were we going to go to the Clyde?
Yes.
Good. Just double check. No, the only other thing is there's starting from Bristol. I'm just trying to think how we go from Bristol to North Wales because there's.
I would go for. I'm planning on taking us up the A49 route through the A49 A5 route through the centre of the mountains, because I have driven that route a fair number of times in my life, and it is one of the most fantastic routes in the world to drive. At any point of the year, it is always spectacular views. If it's pouring with rain, it's still spectacular. If it's sunny, it's spectacular. Because you're driving straight through the heart of the mountains.
And once you want up to Bangor at the A5, you can hang a left to Carnarvon if you want to go and look at Carnarvon Castle and the Royal Welsh Fusiliers Museum, or you can go straight on over the bridge and then go to Beaumaris Castle, which is the best castle in Wales.
Yeah.
Beaumaris
is my favourite.
Call in Llanbedachan.
Carnarvon is a good chance to get me put in jail, because Carnarvon is the castle which, for some reason, tries to persuade everyone that it's got a Roman emperor ruled the empire from Carnarvon.
One
I have
question,
no idea why they've decided to go down that route.
That takes us suspiciously close to Hay-on-Wye.
Okay.
On the way up, yes, it does. Very good bookstores there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also just around there you've got... so I'm a big fan. After going as a kid, we went on a school trip to some castles just around South Wales, and particularly Grosmont. So I have a fondness for that, which is just around there as well. Which would be just... Yeah. So that I might see if we can fit that in.
An interesting place that's not far from Bristol is there's a boat yard at Gloucester that is doing traditional boat building.
Oh.
For things like arks and schooners and ketches.
Well, Gloucester, we literally drive straight through to get onto our route. So nice way, Gloucester, we go.
I forget the name of the guy who runs it. I will have a word with Scott because he will know.
Yeah. Well, the other challenge for us is to do all the routes without going on the motorway once. We're going to see if we can avoid driving on the motorways.
You'll have to drive on the dual carriageway along the A55.
Yeah, but the A55 is not a motorway. The A55 is a dual carriageway. There's a specific reason why I'm saying this, because if we go the old roads, the old A roads, They're the roads which were used during World War II, etc., and they still have some of the defences and some of the things put around them, so we can get more history. We can see more history while going around them. Yes, it's going to make us slightly slower, but I checked out the route, and if we went the motorway route up to Bangor, or we went the A route, which I'm suggesting, the difference in time is 20 minutes overall. And honestly, there are 4 castles on the route up that we would possibly stop at and go around in about 20 minutes, half an hour, because they're small castles. So we probably actually spend more time going around the castles than we would actually be delayed by going down the A route, and we'd actually get to see the castles and the mountains rather than skirting around them and having to go via Birmingham.
Yep.
And also, you get to see the fact that how difficult it must have been for the National Gallery to get all the pictures, especially the very large ones,
into the mountain,
Snowdonia, without damaging anything.
Oh, good Lord, yeah.
Because the A5 has now been, spread out a lot more than it used to be. It's not as windy as it used to be. It's sort of.
And also, we passed Llangollen Railway then as well.
Yes, I was going to say there are heritage railways around there, aren't there?
Yes, there are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
from the A5, it's not far to go to Blaenau-Stiniog.
Basically, if we raise the money for this, and my criteria and my sort of only sort of aim is if we can raise the money to hire the car, then that makes it all quite viable for us because it's not going to cost us much in anything else. It'll be a lot of fun. And we get to do a lot of interesting stuff, and it'll be the first time Shipshape have sort of done a sort of UK thing, and seen if it works, and seen if it go see people.
Yeah, I'm also going
and
to.
Lyons is thinking that he might have to take off 2 weeks off work as well to join us at this rate. In which case, it's very good that the vehicle I'm looking at is a 9-seater with space in the wing for it.
Yeah, and I'm going to.
Sorry, Dan, go on.
No, I was going to say, as in addition to going to, when we're around Barrow, I may request that we also go to Cartmel.
Okay.
Because it's where my mother's side surname comes from, and B, it is the home of the sticky toffee pudding.
You are going to have no argument from any of us about going to Cartmel. In fact, Cartmel is literally on the route to Barrow, so literally that is fine. We will go there. We will find sticky toffee pudding.
Yeah.
There is no. I don't think again, Lyons. If you joined us, would you object to finding sticky toffee pudding? I'm asking this just in case, because there seems to be a couple of people who are sort of considering joining us, wandering around. Lyons said no. I don't think anyone objects to finding sticky toffee pudding.
Are you going anywhere near Jarrow on your way back?
I think basically yes, we are. We'll be going up and down the coast basically.
Oh right.
Yeah, because
so you'll probably be having to pick up Leslie at some point then.
Oh, that is the plan. That is the plan.
And maybe Steve.
Yeah. Again, 9-seater.
Yeah.
Great big. It's got it has big sliding doors both sides. The seats in the middle, the side ones fold down so people can easily get in the back. It's got a massive boot. It's basically a van which is converted into transporting people. And let's put it this way, I started hiring from Enterprise a few years ago whenever we went on a big family holiday, because you know how big my family is. And even when it's just the 3 of us, in the nicest way, and the 2 dogs, the sheer amount of luggage we take with us is absurd. So it just made my life easier to just hire one for we can just go, we can stick everything in this. Instead of us having a convoy of cars, everything can go in this, and I will know where everyone is. And I won't lose anyone.
And I
That
mean, there's
actually
also
had
all
become a problem. I kept losing them because I would drive to the destination with the dog I had, and then I would eventually be joined a few hours later, or have to go find the others because they found a particularly interesting tea room or something and had got lost on the way.
And you've got things like the Segedunum Roman fort, which is on the site of. It was.
Yeah.
Was it Swan Hunter?
Yeah. There is a lot of interesting stuff there. And I will.
Yeah, and Arbea, and there's all of those around kind of Wall's Ends and stuff on the Tyne, because there's all the Roman stuff as well. That's the fab bit.
Yes, you would have a
And
you could have a week of tours from the man who grew up there.
well, basically,
He could tell you the different accents between each of the yards.
yeah.
And how you could tell if somebody came from this street or this other street, or it's absolutely. I mean, it's one of the things that having spoken to him and a few other people recently, I thought, I wonder if the BBC have an archive of accents around the UK from, you know, the 1940s or even the 1950s, before people started to move around greatly. Because it would be so nice to put it together and show how much our language has.
I'm going to have to grab a new t-shirt because this is starting to feel crusty. Sorry.
Become uniform. Because, I mean, if you think, you know, sort of. When I moved up here in '78, and even still now, you go to Bangor, and somebody who's born and bred Bangor, you can tell straight away. You go to Carnarvon, coveys sound like coveys. A totally different Welsh than Bangor Welsh. You go down Pennsain, to somewhere like, you know, Bothelli or somewhere like that, their Welsh is different again. And it's just regional accents like in English. It's just that in England it's been lost partly due to people moving around far more easily than they used to be able to do. Having said that, one of the strange things is that my great-grandfather, who was born in Hrill, married a woman from Wisbech St Mary, which is totally the opposite side of the country. It's like, how the hell did they meet? You know, and this is like in like 1860 something. And I'm sure that there are plenty of other people who are similar. Whereas, I mean, when I lived in, certainly. I mean, then Hrill had become a seaside town and was somewhere people went on holiday, but it tended to be people who were going from Manchester or Liverpool area, who either went up to Blackpool or went to Hrill or went to Llandudno.
Well, was she might have been moving because at that point the work would have been up in the industrial north, so she might have gone up that way.
But she was from. I mean, her parents were farmers.
Yeah.
My grandfather was a printer and newspaper proprietor. He had the first lead liner type newspaper in Wales and died of lead poisoning.
Oh, well, that's suboptimal.
surprisingly. But I mean, then it was brand new. It was like it was cutting edge. But you could just type out, and it was like boom, 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 boom. There was none of all the formatting and everything. So he could print stories far quicker than the other local newspapers. It's, funny enough, he originated, although he spoke Welsh and everything, he originated in Agbeth from outside of Liverpool. And we can't find any other details. And my great aunt always used to say the reason for that is that his father had eloped from Scotland as either the second or third son of a family with the maid.
Please note we've now officially passed 24 hours live. Just what I put in there.
Changed his surname to Amos because Amos was a minor prophet in the Bible and he was a religious man. And it's like, okay, how do you find out where he came from before that? You can't.
What about? Where did he do the name change?
As far as I'm aware, in Agbeth in Liverpool.
Okay, yeah, there's probably a register there.
But then you could just change. It's not like now with deed poll or other things like that. People would just change their name.
What was he employed as? What did he work as?
I honestly, I don't know. Because it's
Because
my great-grandfather's father.
Great-grandfather's father, so your great-great-great-great-grandfather.
Yeah.
Do you know what he did for a living?
No. I know
Because
what my great-grandfather did.
because in
He was,
what was your great-grandfather did?
he was a newspaper proprietor and printer.
Well, I'm guessing his father was probably something in a similar tradition, a trade, because they would tend to go and follow into trades, and that's quite a significant trade and income. So, or at least be a connected profession. In which case, it would be noted down someplace because of the legal implications, because they have legal propriety rules.
Yeah,
So you'd have to have your full name.
The point my great aunt made, I mean, this is back in the late 70s, and she was in her late 80s at that stage, was that because he had eloped with the maid from the estate in Scotland, he changed his name so that the family couldn't find him, because the family would be very, very, very upset with him.
Would they be that upset?
They'd be upset, but there's a limit to what they can do, and also, if you've changed your name, you've disassociated from the family. So actually, it's not so much upset. They would be upset as he's limited the options of what they can do, because they'd have to A, prove he was that person, which they could be able to do, and B, they'd have to provide reason for why he changed his name. And if he's changed his name as he's disassociating himself from his family, he's left that family, then they can't really then say he's besmirching the family name or acting within a callous fashion, or all things which they can use to try and get you declared mentally unfit. So that's why you do it, not because you're necessarily hiding from the family, because actually, if you, by changing your name, you actually provide yourself with some legal protection, because you've given a visible thing, you have left that family. You have visibly disassociated from that family in the eyes of the law. And that's actually one of the more reasons he might have done it. He would have done it with probably registered wise, because that would also provide him with all the documents and provide him a backstop that he has done it. And you can normally get it done with the if he's a religious gentleman. The reason I'm saying this is because it's probably with one of the parish churches he's been done through, and it'll be with one of the parish churches. And the reason you would do it religiously is because if you combined it with a wedding ceremony or something like that, the parish priest, vicar, will be very happy to sort it out. But also B, then they act as a moral witness that you are of sound mind and body to make that decision. And it's very difficult for you, for a family, no matter how powerful, if you've got a Superman of God to stand up on the stand and go, but no, he was of perfect sound of mind and body, you then have to start calling God God's credibility into question. And even at those times, it was a very difficult thing in courts of law to call God's credibility into question. Not like necessarily today in courts of law. In those days, when someone who was the local priest or vicar stood up in the court of law and said this, yeah.
So it's worth noting that you also, around at these times, you had the censuses had been running and were recording lots of detail. So you can find out quite a lot if you can pin him down in one of the censuses either side or something.
You can probably
find out
you can find
things like which parish church he would have registered stuff in. Because you've got
there is a census. If I remember rightly, without looking for it, the earliest that it comes up on the census is something like the 1840 census.
Yeah, so 1841 was...
census.
Yeah.
But the 1831 census, there's nothing there. So it's likely that that's when he moved down there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, from what Auntie Lucy said and her sister Auntie Anne said, was that it was to do with his inheritance and the fact that I think he was quite well off. So I get the impression that he possibly took his inheritance with him along with the maid, because the family didn't want him to marry the maid. He wanted him to marry somebody else. But I think that's possibly why it's difficult to find anything further than that, because even the great aunts didn't know what the former name was.
Oh, well, I said
Dave inquired.
That's the sort of thing which we can track down.
It's doable.
Yeah.
Because bits of my family ended up with their name, the spelling of their name being changed a lot within the last not quite 100 years or so. Because my granddad came across Europe from Imperial Russia through Germany and France to get to Britain. And so the way that Friedman was spelt was different in each of them until they arrived in the UK and ended up with the spelling I have, which was just the British immigration officer spelling Friedman.
Yeah.
And
my granddad, on my mum's side, his surname is Probert. And if you look back in the censuses, there's a Probert, and then you have to go from Llanelli to Bristol to find the same Probert again. But the year, or the census before that, it's Roberts. So somebody has changed Roberts to Probert.
I wonder if that's a change. If that's almost accent from.
It could well be. It could. I mean, it's one of those stupid things that.
Because if you Welshify Roberts, it's that kind of, because you get because there's the whole thing of the P Celtic and the Q Celtic or something, and part of it is to do with emphasizing some of those sounds more than others.
But that's the difference between Gaelic and Welsh or Cymraeg.
Right then.
It just seems strange.
Because what I find amusing is my ancestry from the bit that came from Cartmel has been, the family have traced it back a long way because it's a slightly unusual surname, and they'd moved to the Midlands fairly early.
Why is it always a Type 7C? Sorry.
It's always a Type 7C because they were the ones they mass produced.
Yeah, it's always a Type 7C. No, we don't have any decent pictures of any of them.
But it was the they just went, the men, it was kind of father son, John Frank, going all the way back until you get to the point where instead of it being Frank, it's Fook. Is how it seems to be spelt, and it's like, what now?
How far back is that?
I think it's early 17th century, possibly earlier. Quite a lot of generations.
When did the significant vowel change come about within the English language? Because
I think it was before that. That was, so the key way I remember that is it was between Chaucer and Shakespeare. Right. And that's why you can understand Shakespeare and you can't understand Chaucer.
Right, okay, thanks.
Right then. On a fun thing, though, and this is a fun thing, we've got some questions.
Ooh.
We have some questions. And this one's a fun one.
Or even, sorry, I was just going to say, or even Le Mot d'Arthur by Mallory, because his work was actually quite a lot later than Chaucer, because he was taking part in the Wars of the Roses, and wrote it whilst in prison because the faction he supported was out of favour.
Losing. No, they hadn't paid their bills to my family again.
It gets complicated.
In the nicest way, Wars of the Roses are very easy for my family history. Which side's paying us? Which side is winning?
I would love to see your family tree, Dr. Clarke.
Yeah. It's quite a scary one. It's a very scary one once you start looking them up. Right, we have questions, and we have good questions.
My family are basically aspiring to peasantry.
My family are usually aspiring to not be too publicly known while killing off a lot of people who are very well known.
No, I was just my mum was just telling me she's done some research on so it was her grandmother, so my great grandmother, who was sent as a child to Canada, and after being basically neglected enough by her father that people at that stage thought it was exceptional enough to comment on, when she was taken into a kind of children's home in Birmingham, which then sent her off to Canada, where she eventually managed to get herself sent back to the UK.
Okay.
And where she caught up with her older siblings, who were able to look after her by that stage, having survived their father. And she then, there was another brother who ended up as a lumberjack in Canada after getting sent out there. He stayed, but she managed to get herself sent back.
Okay.
Because it was that or go to prison.
Fun times. So, Neville Chamberlain, shall we answer the question about him? Because Walter sent this in quite a while ago, but we were doing UAD stuff and we were talking other things and stuff's going on. So, Walter Brodus, was the resignation totally political or physical? What happens if he stays around longer? He's lost complete confidence. He would have lost a vote of confidence, and he would have been got rid of. Basically, in a nice way, he was a case of he was going while he had dignity before he was kicked out. He lost all credibility with the house.
It's political, wasn't it? It's not physical.
Well, it is kind of physical because he was either goes because of the politics or he gets kicked out physically.
Yeah, and he probably
he remained in government though, didn't he?
Yeah,
he was. Yeah.
Well, remember there wasn't a he was.
It was a coalition, wasn't it? It was or whatever they called it.
It was a kind of government of national unity type thing.
Yeah.
Which was very clever, but he was still chairman of the Conservative Party, I think, up to his death.
Yeah.
He was chairman of the...
Yeah, he did. He did okay. And then we got Walter Burroughs' next question, which is MacArthur's desire to invade the Philippines understandable. Why didn't Nimitz want to go for Taiwan? Because it was closer to Japan, and frankly, he felt if he got it, then he didn't have to go back to the Philippines.
Yeah, because if you get Taiwan or Formosa, you have cut off and isolated all the Japanese in the Philippines from the home islands without needing to invade, in the same way they'd been ignoring various other occupied islands.
And he felt the garrison in Formosa was weaker.
And also, but also, you'd be able to bomb Japan from Formosa.
Yeah.
Whereas
the other thing, Nimitz, one of the things Nimitz also was considering was the fact that if he stopped to invade the Philippines, then it would tie up an awful lot of forces that he really wanted to use elsewhere. Whereas if he bypassed the Philippines and actually struck at Japanese homeland, then eventually the Philippines are going to crumble because they've got no support system left. So it would save lives in the long run.
Dan, be afraid, my sister is currently painting.
American lives, anyway.
It would save American lives. I have a horrible... I think it would probably cost a horrific number of Filipino lives.
But it did anyway.
Starving to death and everything.
Yeah, but I mean, MacArthur didn't actually save many Filipino lives in his actions.
Yeah. All right.
MacArthur is such a fun character.
Yeah. Eddie Rudolph. Right. Eddie Rudolph. What naval forces that could have been deployed to the Philippines in June 1944 or 41 were the most useful without escalating the tensions?
I mean,
a general would have been quite useful to deploy to the Philippines. A 4-star, deploy him, put him in charge, get rid of MacArthur. That could be quite helpful.
Well, just what you do is you just don't reactivate MacArthur to put him in as the person in charge of all of the US forces. You leave him in charge of the
Philippines.
Philippines. And that's it. Because he can do that, but that way he won't mess up everything else.
Oh, he'll probably find a way, but we'll see that to one side.
Well, he would do his best / worst, I'm sure, but yeah.
Probably the lightest force you could get in June 1941 that you could be helpful would be an infantry division. And if you could get a decent infantry division and with artillery and supporting materials into the Philippines, you could have actually formed quite a good defensive perimeter around certain places. But yeah, that's about it.
Having a 4-star in charge of the American forces would mean that the preparation was greater. You'd be able to make MacArthur prepare his Filipino forces in a more defensive way. Ship-wise, there's not a lot of ships at that time which have the anti-aircraft facility that would be able to defend dockyards and things like that.
And the reason I'm not
In the
saying
way
deploy...
that-
Karen?
Yeah, which I mean, like just saying, I mean, they're not going to be able to take out
Yeah.
aircraft that are the primary attacking force, which devastates large areas of Philippine defense service before they land.
And the reason I'm not saying send submarines is because they don't have good working torpedoes, so that's a bit cruel to send submarines.
They've got lots of submarines there.
Yeah.
I mean, I will be honest, what I don't understand is why the submarines don't seem to do any damage whatsoever with their deck guns. That one I don't understand at all in any way, because that was such a huge part of all submarines, and actually even later on in the war, you know, the US submarines are using their deck guns huge amounts. Why are they not using their deck guns? What is wrong with their doctrine?
I think it's the escorts. They're worried about the escorts.
Well,
because a submarine in a surface fight with a destroyer is going to lose every time.
True, but the Japanese don't have that many escorts around at that stage.
They have enough.
Because they view escorting things as dishonourable.
No, they just haven't built enough, but they do have some. Castaner, which navy would have benefited most from a ship that the class like the Royal Navy's Black Swans? The Japanese. Naval. Can you see the US sharing technology like of the SM-6 to the UK? Why do we need it? We have ASTA 3. We have ASTA 30 and ASTA 45. Look, the thing we need if we were looking at the standard missile program, we need the SM-3. The SM-6 and the ASTAs the ASTA 30s and 45s are broadly speaking equivalent, and they bring complementary capabilities. And you, in the nicest way, the British command and control system, we'd have to rip out ours and probably stick in Aegis to get to get SM standard missiles to work in comparatively well. We haven't got Mark 41 VLS on our air defense destroyers. The thing is, we haven't put in the data sharing system, so we can't do the data conversion on our ships. That's something we need to pay for, or we need to get in first before we do anything. And frankly, SM-6 doesn't add anything to the British system at the current time that isn't already covered. Okay? This is the problem. And as good as the SM-6 is, and standard missiles are very good, your two options in the Western world are to go ASTA, the SM-6 route, standard missile, or go the ASTA route. And in the nicest way, if Britain starts going the standard missile route, then there's a whole lot of British people who are going to be unemployed. Because the ASTA missile is the UK one. So, no. And there's a lot of technology which is shared between the companies working on it. It doesn't hurt that one of the companies heavily involved is heavily involved in both projects. You can guess which company I'm going to say. BAE, heavily involved in both. Research and sharing wise. So in nicest way, there's a lot of information already flowing around. It doesn't need to be any more. It's a good system.
Logical thing to do is share in technology, but do what America is doing and saying we're creating jobs for Americans. We should be creating jobs for the British and expanding our export to Europeans that want it, particularly as there is a current thing with America and Europe that there is a little bit of headbutting going on about who's paying for what and who's doing what, and you should be doing more, etc., etc. Well, you know, this is the prime opportunity, and Britain is in a position to actually make use of it.
And Petchington, to answer your question, I know you're going to put it in queue, but I'll answer it now. the idea is we do the north of England, the north one first, and then we do the south of England, because it's going to sound strange, but it sort of it makes it into a nice sort of a couple of 2-week trips if you do that bit and then you do that bit.
But it's also given where we all live, we can much more do the south as a series of day trips and things, whereas getting to the other bits is more effort. There's more travel involved, so it makes more sense to combine it all together.
And my plan is hopefully we raise enough money for the vehicle today, and over these 36 hours of this fundraising, and any more money than that we raise, and I look at seriously buying myself a drone for the channel, so we have a drone with us for drone photography.
Failing that, we might be able to grab
one of Drax's older ones.
Yeah.
You can have that conversation with him, because in the nicest way, those are his precious babies. I don't want to ask him which one's more precious to him, because I'm not sure I want to hear the answer, but they're his precious children. I think that's why he always cried that time that one was hurt in Australia.
Well, I think that was because he was trying to work out where and how he gets fed.
Yeah.
As well.
Yes. But they are precious to him.
Can I just quickly add on to that?
Yeah.
If Petch does want to join due to dog care, I might be going to East Anglia, so I can always pick him up and bring him over.
Well, if you pick him up and bring him over, then in the nicest way, all you two have to do is jump in the back of the van. And we'll sort out the accommodations to make sure the accommodations are paid for all the way around, and we'll book into the same place the whole way through. We'll sort of arrange it so we're booking into the same place, in the place we're going. But the van is going to be, as I said, the plan is to hire a 9-seater, so it's got plenty of space for. I wouldn't want to take 9 people and 9 bags in there, but if we've got 4 or 5 in there with bags, we'll have plenty of space, and there'll be space for people to lie out and all those sorts of things. So both me and Dan will be on the insurance as drivers, so no one will be having to do all the driving. No one will be having to do, worry about everything. Do you think the UK could commission the first Dreadnought SSBNs before the USN with the Columbia class? I have to remind myself of the timeline of projects. I think the Dreadnoughts are running ahead of them, because I think the Dreadnoughts were started ahead of them. Let's see. Dreadnought was laid down in March 2025 and is expected to commission in 2030 something. And the Columbia class were laid down. Oh. Well, one was laid down in 2022 and is still under construction. And one was laid down in 2025, and that was the one I was remembering. I was remembering the one was laid down in August 2025. I was thinking, is that Columbia? Because is that the one after? Because I knew Dreadnought was March 2025, because that was not too far from my birthday. So it stuck in my mind. But no. It was the District of Columbia was laid down in 2022. Now the interesting thing is, the Americans date it from ordered, and they were ordered in 2020 and then laid down in 2022. The British date theirs from steel cut. So we know the steel was cut on Dreadnought in 2016, and it was only laid down though in 2025. So steel was being cut and shaped for 9 years prior to being, which could be interesting. It could conceivably mean, because of the way the British build their subs versus the way the Americans build their subs, that actually the British sub is actually ahead of the Americans. But we'll have to wait and see. Because the Americans, we don't really have a date as when they're expected at the moment, whereas the Brits we do. So we'll see what happens. Because it's weird in how it's structured. But this is one of the things of in Britain, we know where they all are being built. We know who's going to get them because there's a single source supplier for submarines in the UK. It's called BAE Systems Submarines Barrow in Furness.
It is the successor to Vickers, and would you like some 14-inch guns on that?
The fact that they do actually have a 14-inch guns on 3 of their sites as their visible gate guards scares the bejesus out of me every time you say that. Okay?
I think it would make the SSBN that bit more effective.
Every time someone keeps talking about a battleship in Britain getting one as well, if America gets one, I just know it's going to be a BAE salesman turning around and going, so would you like a pair of 14-inch guns?
If I'm not mistaken, Vickers is one of the former or founding companies that makes up BAE today.
They are.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding you. They are, and they still... One of the things I was told by a BAE director is they still have the plans for how to make the 14-inch guns. And I don't think he was pulling my leg.
No, I don't think that he would be either.
No.
Opinions on the US light tank, the M41 Bulldog. Do you think it serves too short and got cut off by the underperforming M451 Sheridan? Not really. Light tanks, the trouble is the US goes through phases where they really like the idea of a light tank, because they really do. And then they get in and actually build it, and it turns out to be a heavy tank, because the trouble is the Americans like the idea of a light tank, and then they want to add lots of things to it, and lots of people want to add things to it. And every light tank project that's ever gone through the American Armed Forces has become a Christmas tree project where everyone's hanging something off.
Mm.
It's one of those universal things in the US. I just look at every single one. If you want an example, every single light tank project that's gone through the US Army has become a Christmas tree project and had things hung off it and all sorts of things added onto it. And they usually start off by going, "We're going to give you to the airborne divisions or something like that," which is just going to make things even more complicated. And I love them dearly, but they just every time this happens.
So I think there's also an issue that I'm just trying to... My understanding is the American doctrine is much more that your reconnaissance force in, say, an armoured unit is expected to fight a lot more. So in, say, World War II, the US cavalry regiments in Europe were actually very heavily armed groups with lots and lots of Dakar and everything, and just kind of lacking the line infantry almost. Whereas the British model has always been much more reconnaissance is sneaky and doesn't get seen.
The British motto is if you have to fight for information, you've just told everyone what you know.
Yeah, but the problem that generates for the Americans is that because you're going to be using it you're expecting to fight in this tank rather than just be scooting around and it's kind of, like the CVRT, you're then wanting to load it up with all the stuff, and you get the Cold War stuff of you're not building basically disposable vehicles where you've got a churn of development every few months and you're building en masse and they're getting taken out. Instead, you're building something which you may well be using for decades. And so you go for the try and go for the perfect option, but with a light tank, in inverted commas, the thing that loses is the lightness. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's interesting that my great-grandfather was in the Hermann Goering Panzer Grenadiers, and he was in a four-wheeled reconnaissance vehicle. It had a 20mm cannon or something like that as its weaponry, with enough armour to protect you from the average rifle shell, bulletin in, but nothing more than that. And they were very fast, and their job was to go in, see, and report back, either by radio if they were equipped with radios. Some were, some weren't, and others where it was a matter of you went in, looked, and were basically sneaky. It's
But even
a strange thing that sort of they had the ideas there in certain parts, but they were not joined together in a way that actually worked. Luckily for us.
I mean, those were some of the bits that I think did work for the Germans. The problem was they came up against somebody else who was able to do it only better and bigger.
Yeah, the Americans had the mass production. Germany lacked, and Japan lacked,
and the manpower
lacked. Yeah.
I mean, that was the thing. It was the British Empire, if we use that as the terminology, which or Duke or whatever, had a weird balance of, compared with the other power. If you kind of go, if you look at Germany, the Soviet Union, Japan, and the USA, it was probably the British Empire that had the most distorted balance of where and what the industrial base was versus the population base. Because the industrial base was very heavily weighted to Britain. You had some in Canada, which, if I'm honest, whenever I look at it, I keep on, the problem with the Canada bit is when it got up to speed, it was about the same time point that the Americans got up, the US got up to speed, and the US was even bigger. So it
basically it gets ignored.
It gets lost in the noise, but that's where we got. But their Ram tanks are where we got our Sexton self-propelled artillery.
Yeah, basically we looked at their Ram tank and went, "Lovely, that's a really cool tank. Would be a really great self-propelled gun."
Well, we looked at it and went, "That's great, but the numbers and everything, we're just going to take the Shermans, but it's a useful hull, and we'll use it for that." Where also the losses are going to be lower, so the replacement needs are going to be different, and everything else is going to be different.
It worked out well.
The other thing is, I mean, you, when you look at Australia and Canada, there's an awful lot of empty space between main areas where you can build stuff. So you've either got to move stuff a very long way, or you've got to concentrate it all within a certain area. It's a little bit easier in Canada because you've got that belt of infrastructure around the Great Lakes. In Australia, it's like, big coastal towns, Melbourne, Sydney, Perth, Darwin. They're a long way away from each other, so it's harder to integrate between them.
Yeah.
And also, I think Australia then still is separate states rather than being complete national.
Well, it started out as separate colonies.
No, yeah, it's a unified. I can't remember.
It's a federated colony state.
It's a federated colony by then. That's not the issue. The issue is just the main cities and centres where you'd have industry are spread out across a continent, and there are about 5 of them: Brisbane, Newcastle, Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide, and Perth. Am I missing any?
Darwin.
No, roughly right.
Darwin is not a major place.
Darwin is no Darwin.
Darwin is a 1.5.
lovely. Darwin is not major under any circumstances.
All right,
Never has
okay.
been, never will be. Yeah, the north of Australia is, from what I can tell, I've not been there.
Beautiful and without much population.
Yes, all reason to have population.
With unfriendly animals. Birds.
That's all of Australia.
There is not a part of Australia which doesn't have unfriendly animals. Although for some reason, me and Dan made friends with all the wallabies and kangaroos, even the ones we were told we weren't supposed to.
No, there is one bit of Australia which does have friendly wildlife, and that was the place with the quokkas.
Island.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
what was
quokkas.
the name of the island?
Oh yeah, the Quokka Island. Oh yeah, where they had the guns. Yeah. I'm not sure if the quokkas were really friendly either, because I was fairly sure they were trying to abduct Drac.
No, Drac was trying to join them.
I'm not sure.
It
Either
was-
way, it resulted in me having to tug him in an ungentlemanly way.
But not in a fleet way.
No, not in a fleet way. No, definitely not in a fleet way. It was a case of no, Cat, no, stop. Quokkas, human. Quokkas, human. Okay, Admiral Lucifer, I know this is a 3-parter, and I know you got held up by the 90-second rule, so I'm just going to put a smiley face by this, and I'm going to wait until we got the next 2 parts here. Admiral, what are the advantages and disadvantages of the X-shaped stern control surfaces, like proposed on the Columbia class and already applied on Geki class, SSK? Basically, greater maneuverability and theoretically greater capability of adapting thrust, because you can, if you get damage, you don't lose complete access to one plane, because you... It's going to sound strange just because of the way it's altered, if you're just trying to maneuver, it's better balanced for having more control, they've decided, at the moment with computer simulations. Whether it stays that way, who knows, but it'll work. It works, and it has been tested out.
I suspect
they're good.
I was gonna
The Korean one is also very good. So, and that's the way both are quite good against the SK class in the Pacific.
My sense with the X-shaped stern controls is it's one of those things where when you have a computer that will work out exactly the balance of the different bits to achieve what you are telling the controls you want, it is probably better. If you were doing it more manually, you want the classic.
That is
Plus.
my strong suspicion. And that makes me slightly more worried, because that means there's another thing that can go wrong, i.e. the computer can go wrong, and then you are not going where you're supposed to be going.
I would hope that it's one of those systems. I would have probably at least 5 separate systems, and then have the thing where it's the majority rule. As to what it does.
Wayne's
And
There's something else to go wrong, though, isn't it?
yeah, that's the
And it'll go, and it'll go wrong at the least opportune time.
You do probably have the multiple. You do have the multiple systems like Dan suggested, but I just Wayne's World of Science 36 hours. Paul Riley, his daddy is starting a computer game. No, he has a choice. He can be with me, with my sister, who has currently decided that she's going to paint the lounge.
Oh.
She picked this weekend. Literally, it's been circled in on the map on the calendar for about a month and a half, 2 months of what I'm going to be doing this weekend. And I kid you not, on Thursday morning she turned around and said, "So would you be free on Sunday to paint the lounge?" And I went, Karen, have you checked the calendar? She went, oh, no, you're busy. Oh, don't worry, I'll do it myself. I went,
Why
okay.
are you doing this in winter?
Because we've just had the chimney taken out, the chimney stacks taken out the whole way, and the wall plastered. So now she's painting it. I would have waited another day to paint it because it was literally plastered. Finished plastering yesterday. Well, Friday to extent. Friday, very late Friday evening. And I would have left it a bit longer to paint it, but Karen is very focused. She wants to get it painted today, so she's painting it today.
Tell her to go and look on a plastering YouTube site and see how long they say to leave plaster to breathe before you paint it. And I think pretty sure it's between a week and 2 weeks, depending on how much plaster has been done.
A whole wall that are quite thick, and yes, I have done, and I did say that, and I'm not sure if I should put this in the video, but to quote the parental figure and the parental figure in the family structure's position was, you're going to end up redoing it anyway, so don't worry about it.
Just consider it an undercoat.
I know that she looked and went, that's not helpful. She just looked at me and just went, yeah, you're going to end up doing it. Don't, no point complaining. No point worrying. Just let her do it. You're going to end up redoing it. Just go, thank you. To be fair, I would say the same thing happens every time I do gardening. I do the garden, I go out and move the stuff, and then she decides I haven't put it in the right place, and then she goes and redoes it. And usually the plants move exactly a quarter of an inch from how I can judge them from where I put them. And I honestly can't see the difference, but I'm told I would put them in the wrong place. So, we're both equally guilty of it.
Have you seen Leslie's comment in the chat?
That might scare me.
No, it won't.
Leslie.
Underneath the photo.
Please, the cruise ships.
Duke of Betchington, unlikely to be going through East Anglia, certainly on this trip. I think we will...
Very cool.
I would expect us to be
very
cutting
cool.
west.
But also, the thing is, if we were going to do East Anglia, when we do East Anglia, we're going to want to do Duxford, and I have lots of friends there, and also in Cambridge, with stuff in there, and Ely Cathedral, and a few, as well as the ships. So the thing is, East Anglia, etc., and that area, sort of that part on the south coast, will be another 2-week tour. That's the thing. And I don't think it can. We want it to be a 4-week one. This is the Killick section. I have to say, we have a Killick section on our chat in Discord, which is for the people who have shown themselves to be really respectful, good people in the Discord who basically always argue in good faith and everything. And mostly it's turned into a food thing recently. All it does is make me hungry every time I log into it. There's just pictures of food. I'm not sure what it is that the supposedly area where we can have really frank, open, honest discussions has become a food discussion center. That is it. It's become food.
Did you see Leslie's comment in the brochure?
Yeah.
Comment.
Yeah.
That's like
very kind of him. Yeah. So that one answered. And two questions. We are East Anglia. I think actually that would be the second trip. And there's a sort of a reason for that as well. So also to make it a second trip, because there is a certain castle on the southeast coast of England, which I have wanted to go to for my whole life, and I've never actually managed to make it there to go around it. I have passed it, God knows how many times, but never made it.
Dover?
Yeah, Dover.
Yeah.
Literally never made it. So if I'm doing a southeast tour anywhere, we are going to Dover Castle. But also we have lots of friends to pick up on that sort of route. There's the whole Medway area, and Chatham Dockyard, and Portsmouth Historic Dockyard, and Gosport. And the thing is, the moment you do the south, so there is so much to do. It turns into it's a 2-week trip itself as well.
And Edgington, as I mentioned earlier, there's a decent chance I might be travelling from there to meet up with them, so I might be able to give you a lift.
And if you want to, that would be fun. We would literally, I think we'd be happy with 5-6 people in the van. I think that would be you could be happy at that point, because it's got 9 seats. That would mean no one has to sit next to each other, and there's plenty of bag space.
I'm sort of assuming we'll end up picking up Dan Calden.
Yes.
When we hit Manchester, when we go through Manchester.
I'm presuming we'll pick him up as well. I'm presuming we won't get to pick him. It won't be Manchester. We'll probably find him sitting on a train somewhere in Wales, waiting for us, and going, "Hello,
True.
I have arrived." Because the train, you can get a train from Manchester to Wales quite easily.
Yeah.
Because it's just the Chester line. Ramul, why do USN have multiple different unique SSNs with unique propulsion, higher type of silencing feature in the Cold War? Why didn't they do it today? Because they were testing things out and developing things. You usually, while you're developing stuff and learning stuff, you try out a whole bunch of stuff, and then eventually you settle on something which works, and you go, "Yeah, I'll stick with this." So if we go back to Admiral Lucifer, yeah, I'm going to try and find the rest of your messages, Lucifer. Yeah, okay, I found them. So here's the question. The TDR-1 interstate assault drone became available en masse in mid-1942 thanks to USN finally remembering that they have a drone program that needed funding. And the USN at large are open to the idea that the horrible attrition rate on the strike complement during Midway. How would they be utilised by the Navy in combat? Assuming for the sake of argument that they are reasonably reliable, as they were tested in combat, they have a success rate of 62% results from the historical combat test in 1944 IRL. Okay, so I've talked about the use of drones in combat in World War II a bit before, because it's not just the Americans who have a program. The British have a program called the Queen Bee program, which actually generates the world's first drone carrier, HMS Argus. So there are options around there. If you can use drones as an assistant in attacks, it basically gives you an equivalent of a kamikaze, but you're not having the squidgy organic bit inside the aircraft which is doing the kamikaze. You're having the squidgy organic bit sitting in another aircraft somewhere off, guiding the thing in, which does present a very interesting problem for the fighters. Which do they engage? The thing which is heading towards the target, or the thing which is guiding it? Now you might think that's easy. Go after the one guiding it. But they don't know, if you've got multiple ones going in, they don't know which plane is guiding which to one coming in. And this causes problems. And these things can be guided to cause tremendous damage to targets. They basically become self-propelled basically it's almost like a cruise missile, where they get flown off the carrier, then they follow along with the aircraft which is guiding them, and then the aircraft which is guiding them says, "That's your target, go kill." They are a one-way attack system, so only launch if you're attacking other carriers and other fleets, but yeah, you could use it, you could do it. And if you're really cruel, you'd have them do that, and then the aircraft which would guide them in would come in and drop bombs or something, because it would bring its weapons after you've been suppressed by being hit by a very large explosive device.
I'm trying to think whether I'm trying to think about the TV technology of the time and whether they could have had rudimentary television teleguidance for the drones so that they could, or whether they'd be having to do it kind of at a distance of probably several miles and externally. I think
I
if
think
the
it's
Americans,
the latter option, not the former option at this point. Initially, at least.
but I think the Americans, because they had television,
Yeah.
um,
Britain had television first in 1937,
yeah,
and then it stopped once war started and went back to radio alone. I don't know how much American television developed during that period.
no, but if you think about all the other stuff that's getting developed and things, you could be throwing some of those resources at getting the little television transmitter. It's only got to have a short range, and it's only got to have a very low quality picture to enable you to just do a first person, an FPV drone.
Look at the size of the cameras that were used.
Yeah, but on an aircraft, that's not, when you've taken out the pilot and things, that's not going to be that terrible.
That's your warhead space mostly.
But if you improve your accuracy that much more than you, which you probably would, I think it would probably be worth it. But yeah.
Well, the Japanese had infrared guided homing things, which they found didn't work during the daytime, but would work at night. So, I mean, I suppose it depends on what technology you decide to develop, whether you go down the right track or not.
It's certainly an interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun times. So,
It's interesting how little that kind of thing was used. That despite the idea of steel not flesh, particularly, I mean, it was the British mantra, but I think the Americans effectively were signed up to it. How they didn't use remote controlled things very much. Because you've also got, it's the Germans who've got the remote control little tank, tracked vehicle with for demolitions as well. And the Italians with the explosive motor torpedo boats. I just find it interesting that the Allies didn't go down any of those routes.
It's reliability.
Oh.
And the Allies had access to enough resources and enough squidgy organic bits they didn't feel they needed to.
Is it also the fact you could put more research into protecting the squidgy organic bits rather than spending the effort to work out how to do it remotely?
It's always the case of you might look like you have limitless resources on paper. In practice, you have limited resources. It's just a lot of limited resources.
The other thing that we forget perhaps nowadays, unless you are like Alex, a professional historian, is that in the First World War and even in the Second World War, lives were relatively cheap. I know you didn't have lots and lots and lots of them, but compared to how much they cost you, compared to modern day, it just seems that there are an awful lot of junior officers, junior to mid NCOs who seem to be almost considered to be as if they are quite expendable. We can always replace them.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that's the way the British military thinks now. I would hope not.
Believe me, I could be completely wrong. Is that mostly due to the level of training in comparison that we give individual soldiers these days?
It's also
in that period.
Societal changes. It's societal changes.
I think it's not. I think rather than viewing things as expendable, it's where you put the position of risk with things.
Yeah.
Are you saying you would ask somebody to put what kind of risks are you not considering to be a kind of, we're going to call for volunteers and then we're going to double check that these volunteers are actually volunteering type thing? But just kind of, you and you go off and do this type of assigning to stuff. Does that
kind of like how I get my admins?
yeah. But we have a lower casualty rate.
For the moment.
You also have the situation where sometimes you are in a situation where you don't have any choice. Something has to be done. You're the only bloke there to do it, or you and your buddy are the only blokes there to do it. You go and do it. If you're successful, you get a gong. If you're not successful, then you're just another fatality.
That's it. Also, in this way, you always have to remember in total war scenarios like World Wars, how do I put it politely? There isn't as much choice because there's so many people in demand.
Mm.
You think about it. Consider your medical training.
Mm.
You'd be grabbed, and you wouldn't have any choice about where you ended up. You'd be assigned where they needed a doctor.
Yep.
None at all. And all those things you've heard in the past when you considered joining the forces and you were told, oh, we can't take you because you're this, and this experience, that would all disappear immediately. Because we're chronically short of frigating doctors. We need doctors on the front here. We need doctors in these hospitals. We need doctors here. You don't get a choice.
Mm-hmm.
You're gone.
Yeah.
Well, I was told
pretty much
that
every doctor would be wearing a uniform, and every nurse would pretty much wearing a uniform, whether they like it or not.
When I was nursing, even though my qualification was learning difficulties and psychiatric, I volunteered for the RNR.
Yeah.
And was told, no, your eyesight's not good enough without glasses.
Yeah.
But if there was a situation where we needed a huge amount of manpower, your skills would be required and you would be called up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, as you say, it's like...
And that's why, in peacetime with wars of choice, we can afford to be choosy about people. When we have to expand the forces a bit more, we sort of go, well, we really need the skills first, especially for certain things. And in the nicest way, you're a nurse. You're supposed to be helping, caring for people. Are we expecting you to be a rifleman in the ground? No. In the nicest way, as long as your eyesight works for being a nurse, that's what we care about. We don't give a flying hoot about the rest at that point.
And particularly the fact that, I'm not a, medical nurse from the point of view of, assisting somebody like Dr. Dan. My skill is in assessing psychiatric situations.
Yes. Do you know where nurses like you get assigned?
Very important. No, I don't actually.
Triage units to work out whether the troops coming in are faking it and might have a mental issue rather than a physical issue, or actually really injured. Literally, you would find yourself in a triage unit. I've had this conversation with a friend of mine who is very much a medical specialist in the forces, and literally will tell you where all the specialisms end up. Oh, excuse me, something's just arrived.
Food?
We can hope for his sake.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was supposed to arrive.
Which reminds me, I should probably eat something today. I suspect I'm not going to go for the run I'd been thinking of going for. With chatting away here.
Yeah, the weather's not very nice either. It's got a lot colder.
Oh, I've got a treadmill in the house.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, that's what to run. Okay.
Yeah. No, at the start of lockdowns and then I bought myself a treadmill.
You could do a gentle run while still chatting.
Yeah, or I could
like
just
brisk walk run.
There's rather a lot of thump noise as well, which might be off-putting. I suspect it wouldn't filter it that well. Yeah.
Quite interesting for people who come in and hear this dum 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 dum. I think, what the hell is this?
Yeah, might be a little bit mean on people, but I can live with mean.
They're all for Karen, Mum.
Oh.
What did you enjoy the most
Sorry.
in Japan?
A whole load of Amazon parcels have just arrived. Let's go grabbing them.
Honestly, I just really enjoyed the whole thing in Japan, and it was the kind of culture and experience and things to just be somewhere that different and enjoying it. Because it was different from our other trips because they don't have as many. They don't have as many kind of big museum ships of the kind of era we've typically gone for, on account of them all being sunk during the war. The rest of it was just, so in a sense that, because that's often been what has felt like it's been the best things from the other trips, has been kind of getting to clamber around some of those ships. Whereas this one was more just enjoying being there and enjoying the museums we went to and everything. Just figuring out more about Japan and kind of what makes it tick and seems to have made it tick for a while, because it's
so a cultural experience rather than
getting to clamber around warship. Because say in Canada, the amazing things were clambering around Haida and oh god, why can I never remember the ship's name? I hate myself. The Sackville. those were amazing. Those
Okay.
were just incredible. But
Can I just... I need to pretend I'm laughing at you guys for a few seconds because what I just walked out to see was absolutely hilarious. Okay? So
Okay.
if anyone asks, I'm laughing at a joke you all said. Okay. I should explain. The reason I'm laughing is my sister has managed to cover herself in her paint. She started painting 5 minutes ago, and she's just covered herself in paint. She's literally poured the can over her head at one point, I think. Okay. All right.
Is she wearing overalls?
Yes, she's fine. She's wearing goggles. She's looking very happy doing it, and I'm sitting there going, "You are such an engineer."
how does she? I part of me wants to know how she's managed it. Part of me dreads to think.
This is the same thing. This is the bit I get in trouble with. Okay. Pretty much every engineer I know is like this. They are wonderfully good at engineering. Don't have them do DIY. They will either come with very complicated methodologies, or they will get themselves covered in stuff.
I'd agree with that mostly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's fun times. Anyway. See what question comes in. Oh, Ramon's coming. Ramon, because nice way. Are we going to see astute SNs with VLS tubes like the Virginia class? The RN uses uses torpedo tube launched TANAMs, some for our boats. No idea why, and that's because the RN's astutes are like Seawolves. The RN's astutes are basically the sort of rough agreement was, okay, America, you're not going to finish the Seawolf class. You're only going to build 3. Okay, so our astutes are going to be the other vessels in NATO, which are designed to kill without an absolute care. They are designed to be the ultimate killer subs, and basically it's between the astutes and the Seawolves as to which is the most lethal underwater. There has been arguments made, but I think when you sat down and witnessed, and I witnessed a Seawolf class captain and an astute class captain both arguing that the other's boat was the most lethal, you realise it's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other. And I think they're both making the case because they were trying to get funding for improvements to their classes. Okay, so please don't think they were doing it for altruistic reasons or they don't like their boats. I'm fairly sure they were making the case and solidly making the case in front of various people to try and get more funding for improvements to their boats from their various politicians. So, yeah, that was what I thought was going on. But when you've seen that and you sit there and go, it really is 6 of one, half a dozen of the other with that class, isn't it? They're both good boats, but their job is to kill people. The next generation, the AUKUS, are going to be interesting boats because they are probably going to be, if you consider the services which are paying into them, the Royal Navy, the USN looking to replace their Seawolves, and the Australians all like boats which can do a lot of damage. Tactical attack, land attack is a secondary thing.
Could you also argue by not having the VLS, you have a more variable weapon fit for each particular mission?
Actually, no, I'd argue it's more annoying because it means you carry less torpedoes because your choice is torpedoes or talons.
Okay, that makes sense.
And whereas I like the talons to be their own separate thing, and they're set there, so I can carry 40 torpedoes. I don't have to carry 10 torpedoes and 30 talons.
Okay, I was probably going on the wrong assumption that they had a larger magazine capacity.
When you were talking earlier on about the dreadnought,
Mhm.
and the fact that they started rolling the steel in 2016,
Yeah. Started cutting and rolling it, yeah.
yeah, is that basically to have everything ready to go to straight to build, or was that part of the slow everything down and just keep things ticking over?
Basically, the thing is,
Well,
no, the British policy of these boats is, realistically, our build system is very different from some other nations in that the Barrow furnace is an assembly hall, and all the components arrive and they're assembled in there, but they've come from other places. And realistically, the steel is shaped, and Sheffield Steel cuts a lot of stuff for our boats. And Sheffield Steel can cut and weld whole sections, whole chunks, and it's we have probably one of the most advanced submarine fabrication facilities in the world. And we have it purely by accident, not by intent. Please note, we didn't intend when it was. It's just people trying to save money kept going down the route of trying to turn it into a factory, and they actually have sort of turned it into a factory and have made it unintentionally rather efficient. As long as it's got people who are skilled enough to use the systems and computers which are there. If you do have them, you're great. If you don't, you're in trouble.
The other thing I wonder when they're talking about cutting steel is whether they're referring to bits of reactor.
Oh, that's part of that. That's part of that process. But it's actually the steel that's cut first.
Whether they mean metal in that sense as well.
Yes, there are components which are started out much earlier. But the reactor will normally be started about... The reactor is sourced in 2016, but I doubt it was started to be assembled or even components put together till about... It's usually about 4 years before it's expected to go in the boat, from memory.
Yeah, but
I'm not 100% sure that it's just from memory. It's about 4 years.
But you don't want to be throwing it together at the last minute.
No. The components for it ordered ages before, are ordered well before it.
Because it takes a while to generate the fissile material, doesn't it?
Yeah.
From memory.
And it's also why someone like me can sit down and go, and theoretically, if you consider the reactors and things they're ordering, you could have built a 5th dreadnought as an SSGN. That'd be cute.
So would it be correct to think that these companies such as Sheffield Steel and Rolls-Royce and Barrow and everything have very large apprentice schemes?
They have fairly decent apprentice schemes now. Sheffield Steel is owned by the government. Because it was going bankrupt.
That was to stop Tata Steel taking over.
No, that was to stop it being closed down.
Oh, right, okay. Because they took over places like Port Talbot and...
Yeah, Sheffield Steel was going to be closed down, and it was going to be basically scrapped, and it would have been... how do I put this, probably? It would have caused us to lose our capacity to actually generate the steel, the plating we need for submarines. And one interesting thing is we've lost the capacity to do quite a lot of the steel for the hull of frigates. We now have to import that from Sweden mostly. Most of the Type 26's hulls will come from Sweden.
Oh.
Or steel used for it. Because the only plant which produced it was closed down because, in a nice way, they at the time they had no government contracts because the Type 45 and carriers had been the Type 45 had been cancelled and the carrier steel was coming from a different place because it was needed to be a different type of steel. So they were closed down because they said, well, there's no government interest in it at the moment, so we don't have any kind of contracts, so you can't stop us closing it down, and we don't think it's creating enough profit.
Sigh.
They thought that would make us order it from their plant in India, and we've actually gone and ordered it from plant in Sweden, from a different company in Sweden.
Mm-hmm.
And
because the Swedish steel is a better quality than the Indian steel, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, but also I'm fairly sure it was partially because, in the nicest way, you tried to pull a fast one on us, and we by shutting down our yards, and to make us support your people, and yeah, we don't have to.
Yeah.
But that's going to be something we're going to... If we are going to keep building these things and we're going to grow the construction, that's something we're going to have to start. We're going to have to fix in the UK.
I was going to say, do we need to invest in new rolling mills and re-establishing plant that has been discontinued?
Well, the trouble is, once a furnace is shut down, once a furnace is shut down, it's incredibly difficult to restart a furnace. Still.
Yeah, that's the problem they have in Port Talbot at the moment, is that they want to shut one of them down. The union are up in arms about it. Not because of jobs or anything, just because simply shutting it down means that you're effectively binning it, because you can't restart it unless it's done almost immediately.
No, to restart it, you basically have to rebuild it.
Yeah. Which would cost a colossal amount.
Yeah. And yeah, that's the problem in the UK. And the trouble is that plant in Port Talbot, people go, well, steel's steel. Well, actually, no, steel isn't steel. The steel you have to use for subhunters, for ships, for warships, is very different than the steel you use in cars.
Yeah.
And actually, it's really weird because you'd have thought Britain, with the cost of wages, etc., and those things, they'd have focused in on the higher cost steel as a way to balance out the cost of the wages, because you're paying for the higher grade steel, so you pay a premium versus the lower grade steel. But a lot of our plants are actually focused on low grade steel and trying to chase a mass production, and we're constantly in a race downward in cost with foreign markets, etc., which are cheaper. And the trouble is, the Chinese keep, well, they're of course is there as part of their employment plan, and they keep dumping a huge amount of steel onto the open market, and we can't compete with them dumping it literally at rock bottom prices, because they are literally just doing it as part of part of a maintaining capability and keeping an employment scheme.
The other problem is that
because there's a very different economic model than we're following.
The steel production at Port Talbot is quite old now, and the investment to have a continuous upgrade in order to produce higher quality steel and justify its position wasn't considered to be a viable option until it was far too late to actually do anything about it. And it's...
Yeah, because who wants to spend money on such things? It's just national security and viability of a key industry. Doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
Well, I just get annoyed. Can it be that VLS reduces the depth and dive speed of the SSN? Not really. It has no impact, realistically. In a nice way, the VLS are self-contained modules inside the hull. Basically, consider them kind of like external torpedo tubes in World War II. That's what you're talking about, really, with VLS. They are
the depth limit that you can fire a VLS on a sub.
There is. You have to rise up to a certain height, but you're still well below the water, and you basically rise up, fire, launch the missiles with the information you've been sent, and then you drop down below and disappear off.
Yeah. Yeah, because I know. I mean, having seen a program on Polaris where effectively, I think it's a compressed air thing that ejects the Polaris out of the submarine at a rate that it means that it breaks the surface before the engine kicks in.
Yeah.
Means that there is a specific depth that you can't go below, otherwise the engine kicks in underwater, which is a no-no.
Yeah. I'm still amazed that you and Leslie have allowed Dr. Dan to carry on for so long and not have him playing Pirates of the Burning Sea.
Well, you're more than welcome to come and join me.
I didn't think Dr. Dan wanted to play Pirates of the Burning Sea on his computer.
He's claiming it can't because he's claiming his computer's too old.
No, this is the little baby one that I...
Mm-hmm. Your little baby one. Okay. So Dan's speaking and I can't hear him, and I'm presuming everyone else can't hear me, so I'm going to guess it's done it again. Okay? Yeah. It's done it again.
Today.
The bot probably needs sleep.
The Discord decided to lock me out.
I was going to say the bot was showing us working perfectly okay the last couple of questions because I checked on it.
Yeah, the bot's
Yeah,
working. The bot's working fine, but Discord likes to chuck me out every few hours to make sure I'm still alive.
Oh, okay.
It just seems to have a lot of a delay in the back, delay between a question and it getting in the queue.
Yes, it does. I mean, that's YouTube. It's not the bot. It's YouTube.
It's the API on YouTube, which is just a frigging nightmare.
Yeah, because Jonathan Moon's question that's in which has gone through with Montana's before it, which was, I think, in. Yeah, that was a YouTube question. So they're all they're all there, ready to be downloaded when Alex is ready.
Okay, yes, Montana 67. What would a British design derivative of the Iowa class battleship look like?
Well, it wouldn't be a British derived design of the Montana. It would be a British equivalent.
The Iowas, it's called the Lion class. That's our fast battleship. It is. They're a 30-knot, 9/16-inch gun ship. 30 knots in all weather. That's the British equivalent to the Iowas, there is a plan. There is the scenario somewhere which involves it for somehow managing to be 12, 16.5-inch guns and still do 32 knots and still be built to battleship standards. But we'll leave that to one side. That's someone being particularly cruel to various people.
You're not going to ascribe to the idea that the Iowas are actually battle cruisers, then?
No, they're not. They are fast battleships. But I do have the fun of now having started spreading my point of view to many people that if you cannot call HMS Hood a fast battleship if you do not also call HMS Tiger a fast battleship, because HMS Tiger is actually denser than Hood is.
But they both have poorer subdivision than a battleship.
Yes, but actually Tiger has better subdivision than Hood does.
Mm.
Which is bigger.
Yes, Hood is bigger, but Tiger is more dense.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, sorry.
And there was also a comment by Ramal. About so the Virginia class ain't capable killers. No, they're very capable killers. There's something a bit better than them.
In nicest way, the Virginias are good all-rounders. The Virginias are all-rounder vessels. The Seawolves are killers. So basically, let's put it this way. If you were talking about your batsman going up to bat in your... I think you're from Indonesia, so you probably do baseball. The fast, the spin bowler, the fast, pitcher, the spin pitcher, fast pitcher. They are an assassin. They're specialists. They're the specialist batsmen who are really good at batting, but not really good at everything else. And then there's the all-rounders who are quite good at fielding, quite good at pitching, quite good at batting. That's your Virginia. They are your 75% solution to most problems. Your Seawolves and your Astutes are your 99% solution to, we really want that thing dead now. That's
they're your F-22. It's the F-22.
Yes, versus the F-35.
Or the F-15, or the FA-18EF type thing.
It's the F-15 versus the F-16, and the F-18. It's just so many different options. Anyway, I have got food arriving because I was told that after the paint falling, I was not to expect lunch or food anytime soon, and I have so far not had breakfast, so other than cookies. So I ordered some food.
Mm-hmm. This is good.
Going back to Montana's question about a British Iowa design, I've always thought that the bow shape of the Iowa is quite strange.
Yes.
Compared to other ships of its time. And I wonder whether a British ship would have a similar bow shape, or would it be totally different?
No, the US ships are squeezed because they need to fit through the Panama Canal.
Oh, so that's the whole route. That's the only reason for that bow shape is to
it
give
affects
the extra length.
It looks like a Jackson Pollock out there.
It's to do with the kind of achieving length to beam and stability and everything else, because they have a absolute limit on their beam. Whereas the British might allow a little bit extra beam. I can't remember but it's that for the British it will be to do with the size of global array of dry docks and the Suez Canal.
And the Suez Canal is
more limited by depth.
Yeah, Suez Canal is more limited by depth, and
So
don't judge me. I've got McDonald's. It was the only one which delivered quickly.
But you're what?
McDonald's.
But
It was the only one which would deliver quickly.
I either need to get some food or I need to do some exercise.
Get food.
food first, exercise after.
It's Sunday.
Then,
It's Sunday.
Then I risk pukey.
Okay,
Then have food and don't exercise. It's Sunday.
Exercise gently without making large stomping noises, and then you can still talk.
Yeah.
I could go for a walk, I guess, on the treadmill.
Yeah. But
Okay.
get food. It is now 2 p.m.
Yeah.
So with the funny shape of the Iowa's bow, being partly due to the Panama Canal, a British Iowa type ship, even if it was beamier, would still need to be longer in order to get its speed through the water.
Depends on the weather.
Don't see it having a funny bow like the one the Iowa has.
Depends on the weather. You have to remember the Vanguard was faster than the Iowa in heavy seas.
Yes.
So
that's because
I wasn't being glib when I said it's the equivalent, British equivalent to the Iowa is the Lions. That is literally what the British equivalent to the Iowa is, because it fits the British needs and the British dry docks. But it carries 9 16-inch guns, and it's a very fast battleship.
I was just wondering if you might have slightly more of the Vanguard about it. Might it be slightly long?
Not really,
because I think Vanguard's longer.
Yes, but Vanguard is a fully armoured battlecruiser, and she's designed for really interesting speeds when she wants to.
But the design of most British ships is designed primarily for the North Atlantic and the North Sea.
No, they're designed to. I think there's a nuance to it. They are designed to be operating at full capability in worse weather conditions as an average kind of point than the Americans would.
Yeah, that's what I meant by the North Atlantic. Sorry, but
yeah.
The fact that the North Atlantic and the North Sea tend to be rougher more often than not means that you need to be able to travel through that at any time, not be waiting for a flat calm.
Yeah.
You're never going to find a flat calm.
No.
Oh, you do occasionally.
Yeah, if you find a flat calm, something has gone seriously wrong or seriously right. And in a nice way, life rarely goes that right.
Well, you never get a flat calm when you want one.
No.
But they do occur.
Yeah.
That was a very suspicious yes.
So far, I have spent a good few parts of my years at sea on various things. I have yet to ever experience, other than in the Mediterranean or the Pacific, a flat calm.
I've been from Liverpool all the way around to London, and the worst it got was going around Land's End, where it was about a 6-foot sea.
Well,
coming in 3 directions.
Who had a nice pleasure sail then?
Which was a bit uncomfortable because the tow had to slow down to just 3 knots.
Oh, terrible.
But otherwise, I mean, going through Start Bay was like, it was mirror flat calm. It was beautiful.
My most fun time was in a flat bottom landing craft, which we've been told specifically cannot go out in a certain in weather above a certain level. Okay, fine. We're out. We've left the landing platform dock. We're heading to the coast of England. And we start really hitting and rocking. Turn to the coxswain and go, so what's the weather? It's X. That's higher than Y is. Yeah. We could flip. And he's smiling the whole time while doing it.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
I'm surprised he didn't say, yes, it's X, so it means it's not Y. We just can't go out in Y. Nobody said anything about X or Z.
No, he was a Royal Marine Corporal and he was having way too much fun.
Mm.
They have a strange sense of humour.
I was the only civvy aboard who didn't puke. I don't think they realised that I made a vow myself to right that moment that I was not puking no matter what happened on that boat. As a reward, when I got ashore, I got given the Enlor anti-tank missile and told I could use it for live fire.
Yee! Did you fire it at the coxswain?
No.
Why not?
I might have imagined I was firing it at him, but I didn't.
What was the picture in your mind's eye?
It was lovely. The cooldown does affect all users and their questions. Jonathan Moon, wreck, archaeology, yesterday afternoon, my 4th rate sank a schooner in a single broadside. My goal was boarding, so it was starting, it was a very close range. Mix a great bar. If you didn't know it was such an edge case, how can you find out what happened if you find a schooner wreck? In real life, you don't have such edge cases. You have big hull which let water in, or you have burnt crisp. Ships you sink due to 2 things. 1, big hull which lets in water. 2, fire which doesn't burns out of control. That's the reason it sinks. Nothing sinks due to a mix of grape and bar hitting it. That's only in a computer game. I'm sorry.
Grape and bar is above waterline impact. And is designed either to remove rigging or sails or take out personnel on the deck.
Yep.
It doesn't go through 4 inches or 8 inches of oak.
Nope.
That's what the 32 pounders are for.
Yep.
The only scenario I can see would be if you caused an accident before. So if I have fired all of that, and oh dear, I've managed to A, take out a lot of the crew, and B, I've also knocked over something which has then caught fire, and there's now not enough crew to put the fire out.
Yes. Kitchen stove.
If you're very concrete, you should have time in that case in that scenario to get aboard and put out the fire. And prevent any resistance from any remaining crew by one means or another.
Yes.
But if a ship was going into combat, then the first thing it does is douse the stove in the galley.
It does that, but for most of the time when you've got pirates, people are using linstock for their and flowmat for their guns rather than flintlock. And if it's a merchant ship you're attacking, they may not have the same level of
Security.
kind of training and stuff to make sure that their flow map is kept dangling over a tub of water such that it almost anything happens to it, it's going to go in the water.
I would please note to people discussing the bot moment, the bot has now been running for 26 hours, and through 3 changes, or just about to approach its, through 2 changes and just about to approach its 3rd change of YouTube, a YouTube API. The fact it's working as well, even with a slight delay as it is frankly amazing, and I am very, very proud of it, and very thankful to Runon for it. I do apologise for not being perfect, but yeah.
But don't worry, we will condemn Runon to the host for this, for the failures.
Oh, so it was you.
Stop
contending. The comment about the host and Runon with the.
No,
yeah.
It wasn't me. I think she came up with the idea.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, Runon came up with the idea, but now Dan is running with it.
I was going to say, it was just the glee that Dan said that it seemed that, right, that's where it came from.
I don't get to be as sadistic as I might like during my normal day-to-day life.
No.
It has to come out somewhere.
Hmm.
Well, apparently. So the voices tell me.
It's cathartic.
These voices, they haven't yet required you to call them by names yet, have they?
They have. It's just apparently they're unpronounceable with a human tongue.
Oh, good. That's okay. At this point, it's okay. When it's pronounceable, just give me a heads up.
Will do. You and the local PMH community mental health team.
Oh, good luck with getting hold of them.
Yeah. I think mental health wise we're better off with you and Paul in this server. I hate to impose on you both, but I think the better options are you two.
Any physician who treats himself has an idiot for a patient.
Indeed.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. You two have to look after each other then. But other than that, we're okay.
Well,
you know too much. So.
Mm-hmm. No, that was the really fun thing for me. When I went to my GP with mental health problems, they were like, "So what do you want?" And I was like, "I don't know. This isn't my area of expertise." And they were like, "What do you mean? Every other doctor who comes to see us has already got like what they want, already mapped out." And I was like, "No, I'm coming here for an assessment and assistance. And you're not just asking to be referred on to somebody else." No, because I know that this is primary care level stuff, and you go through the stuff properly. They seem bemused at somebody actually having a little bit of confidence in their abilities.
Well, I must admit that when my dad died, It wasn't unexpected in that, I mean, he was 99, and so he had a pretty good innings. But for some reason, I had a complete and utter breakdown as a result of it. Which was really strange because I didn't have that problem with my mother, who I loved to bits. I loved my dad. My dad was a complete and utter bastard. When it came to, it didn't matter what you did, it was never good enough. You never got praise. You got, it was. So I thought, with him passing, that, that would be it, and it didn't. It screwed me up completely. And I really didn't know what the problem was until I spoke to my old charge nurse, and he went, "Oh, it's this, and this, and this." And I went, "Oh yeah, you're right." And then we sorted it out. But it's very difficult to identify it in yourself, even if you know you don't. If I'd have seen somebody behaving as I was behaving at the time, I would have gone, "That's what the problem is."
Yeah.
But you don't see it in yourself.
Nope.
Certainly from a mental health angle.
Yeah. It can be different with some things. I mean, I've turned up to an A&E department, well, one A&E department and one ER in New York. Twice, I think it has been with really severe abdominal pain. Convinced it was going to be pancreatitis and wanting to know what my amylase was. Because a little bit of knowledge is a terrible thing. But in both occasions, my blood seemed to have been depressingly pristine. But the you can't tell with that. But for instance, if it's something more objective, like looking at test results of your own, that's maybe a bit different, but that's not the same as your examination findings or anything.
Yeah.
Because my granddad might have admitted himself under himself when he was a consultant physician. But that was because he had gone into atrial fibrillation, which is something you can feel. And if you know what you're looking for, you can detect that that's happened. And then he got himself admitted quickly so that he could get cardioverted quickly so he didn't have to go on blood thinners and wait for that. And it didn't impair his ability to work, the fact that he was sitting in the hospital looking at his ECGs.
Yeah.
Yes. I still please don't know, and I just feel like I said before. Anyone here feels like they are completely lost in the world. That they will never rank in. Just remember, Dan is the kind of black sheep in his family because he didn't go to music school. He became a doctor. So next time you're feeling down because of expectations upon you, just remember that. You can be a doctor and still be the black sheep in your family because you didn't go to music school.
Well, it's that my sister is the bright one.
Yes.
Of the two of us, my sister is the intelligent one.
I would say, in the nicest way, having worked with you enough times, you are blooming intelligent, mate.
Okay, she's the one who did better at school.
But yeah, I do remind us. I sometimes remind us to my little cousins when they are going or they're worrying about things. I go, look, you can do all sorts of things, and you can still be the person who's sort of, to an extent, not what you wanted to be in the family, or sort of still not be what you think you would be with that sort of thing in the family. Because
Yeah. And my granddad, the one who was a doctor,
yeah,
when he was at school, he went to St Paul's, so the same place as Monty, but a bit after.
yeah,
And he, when it came to choosing subjects for the equivalent of A-levels, they weren't that at the time, he went for sciences because he wanted to be a doctor.
Mhm.
And he got actually pulled in, apparently, and they went, why are you doing, they called it the army side? You're bright, you can do languages and then go to Oxford or Cambridge. And he was like, but I want to be a doctor. And I'm interested in these things. And they were, it kind of borderline got him in trouble. So, you know, it's very much what you make it. And my dad, who took 2 years of doing resits of his A-levels to get some very bad grades, then went to drama school and did that. And then around the age of 30 or so, went to university and got the faculty prize for the best degree in his thing. So, you know, it's also a question of pick your moment with that. Because he hates it. But,
and I would add,
it's in school.
The only reason I am not the black sheep in my family, despite not having gone into engineering, banking, or government service, is because I'm the only boy in my age group. So therefore, I get a free ride because I'm the only boy in 40 out of 40. So frankly, I am, how do I put this, too unique to be the black sheep. That is the only reason I am not a black sheep in the family. I've gone into history. I've gone in consultancy. I do all sorts of weird TV stuff and YouTube stuff. I should be, by many routes, the black sheep of my family, considering I haven't followed any of the paths we normally go. And I'm not, because by dint of fate, I am the only boy. So therefore, I have got permanently secured a unique space in the group.
Equally, as being the only boy, you are unique in yourself, you know, in the fact that you are the only boy. I think one of the problems I had with the old man was the fact that in his first marriage he'd had a son. In his second marriage, I came along and he'd always wanted a daughter, so I was a major disappointment. So 4 years later, when my sister came along, everything was orientated to her. But I mean, it's like one of those stupid things that sort of, you know.
Yeah, I think
I achieved far more than my sister ever achieved. But even when I qualified, well, you know, even when I got my first nursing qualification, my mum was made up. My dad didn't even say well done. When I got my psyche, my mum was even more made up. And my dad went, "Oh, so you're going to be doing general next, are you?" And it was like, no. If I wanted to do general, I would have done that in the first place, you know. It was a really strange attitude. But I put a lot of it down to the fact that he was basically brought up in an Edwardian type household.
Ah, yes.
He was sent to boarding school at the age of 7. So only saw his parents in holidays, and only at the evening meal. They didn't spend any time. Parents didn't spend any time with the children. That was what the nanny was for.
Oh yes.
Like, what a difference in 50 years.
Yeah. Yeah. My grandfather was brought up like that, and he developed completely into the opposite route of he didn't want his kids to ever grow up without him, and my mum used to actually complain he was almost a bit annoying. She said other fathers would leave them alone while they were playing, they were making tea, etc., and sorting out their teddy bears and their dolls for a picnic. Her father would come sit down and insist on being part of it and joining in. Yeah, my granddad was nuts, but cool.
It's a little bit like Sadie, my ex, always said that I was just like my dad when it came to doing things with Kai. I went, I'm not anything like him. She goes, yes, you are. You've got exactly the same attitude. You don't do anything with him. I said, I take him to judo twice a week. I take him swimming twice a week. I take him to badminton once a week. I said, we go walking at the weekend. I said, I spend more time with Kai in a week than my dad would spend with me in a year. So I thought I was doing a reasonable job. In hindsight, I probably didn't do a good job as I should have done. Not that Kai hasn't turned out to be very bright, intelligent little boy.
And let's be honest, I'm fairly sure Kai probably realised you tried your best. That's the thing. The difference is you were trying.
I think one of the key things from having observed parenting is there's always a situation where I could have done that slightly better. The question is, did you do it good enough? Which is not something you will ever be able to judge.
Part of the thing was that, I was 40 when Kai was born. Whereas all of his contemporaries in schools, parents, were 15 to 20 years younger than me. And had been brought up totally differently to me. So I think the comparison was being made by Sadie with what other people were doing. But, it's...
Yeah, don't worry.
Just one of those things. It's one of those things that people say, oh, if you could live your life again, would you do anything different? And it'd be like, yes, I'd do lots of things differently, but whether the outcome would be any different, I would, if I was as wise as I am now compared to what I was when I was 20, then yes, I would do a huge amount of things differently and hopefully make totally different decisions about things like work. I spent an awful lot of my time dedicated to working as many hours as I could to get as much money in to be able to afford all the things that we as a family wanted. Which did mean that sometimes I wasn't actually around when perhaps I should have been. So it's, swings and roundabouts.
Yeah. Definitely.
Gullies.
providing for family, one way or the other. But
Right. Well. To answer
Got another question.
Calvin Gasper's question, any ideas why Russia apparently abandoned the bigger 650mm torpedo tubes on the EU subs? Honestly, they don't. They've got a good enough torpedo and in the smaller tubes. They don't need the big torpedo anymore, and they can save a lot of money and a lot of cost by doing that, by getting rid of it. And that's basically what they did.
It takes up a lot more space.
Yep.
So potentially you can have more torpedoes in a same size hull as you could if they were the very large one.
Yep.
Sorry, finishing eating.
Don't worry, it's fine. You deserve to eat. Joe Fredericks, do you think the existence of the JL-3 SLBM proves China intends to hide their SLBMs in the South China Sea, where they are too safe as a launch pad for nukes? The South China Sea is not a relatively safe space. It's got far too many entrances you can't control, far too many access points. It's not a relatively safe space. There is no one who will tell you that the South China Sea is a relatively safe space for anything. So, no. That does tell me that they're serious about it and they're growing the capability. And we all knew they were. We'll see what comes of it, though. We will see what comes of it. Because there are options. There are good things which could come from it, from their perspective. There are also bad things which could come from it, from their perspective. It's one of those scenarios whereby they have a lot of potential going on. And it'll be interesting to see how it develops. It'll be really interesting to see how it develops. Because, I mean this in the nicest way, often these things, when they are being developed on a specific scenario. For the SLBMs, I'm fairly sure China's plan is to actually hide them in the wider Pacific, because, let's be honest, the Pacific is far bigger than the South China Sea. If they can get into the Pacific, they've got a lot more spaces to go hide than they have if they are in if they're in the South China Sea. And it's a lot deeper water for options to go hide.
I was going to say, the South China Sea is rather shallow. So
yeah, it is. It is not a fun place.
It's also busy.
Yes. That can, to an extent, help hide, because that means there's a lot of noise sources, but it also means that there's a lot of other issues you have to deal with and have to contend with. You don't necessarily want to be dealing with.
Yeah. Any more?
With that being said, we don't have next question. Montana 67. A few days ago, the People's RRC in 1929 a question appeared, and I've been wondering what would happen to if the Japanese Navy lost ships with if the Japanese Navy replaced lost ships with any hypothetical within a hypothetical PRC versus Japanese Empire War. If there is a war, you are allowed to replace your ships. That's the thing. Under the treaty system, you are allowed to replace your ships if there's a war. So, and you lose ships, you're not forbidden from replacing ships which are war losses or lost in operations or lost in exercises. So you can replace your ships.
I'm just trying to work out, because the big question would be, if there was a big war involving the Japanese in sort of 1929-ish, what does that do to the treaties?
Well, it probably mucks them up. It makes them end, because if Japan has losses and they're building new ships, and if they want to continue building new ships, they withdraw from the treaty system. And if they withdraw from the treaty system because of a war, that's a justifiable reason. No one can really be complaining about them at it for it. And then that means the treaty system probably breaks down. Or maybe you end up with the British and the Americans and French, and maybe even the Italians, going for a qualitative limitation, as in an individual qualitative limitation on the ships, and no cumulative limitation like they did historically in like Britain, France, and America did historically in the Second London Naval Treaty.
What do you think the Japanese would build to replace any ships they lost in this?
It depends what they lost.
Yeah. And it's dependent what they decide to lose.
Yeah, I was going to say, are they going to, if they lose a destroyer, are they going to just replace it with a destroyer, or are they going to turn around and say
it will be replaced with a destroyer, but it will probably be replaced with a much better destroyer than it was historically, if that makes sense.
Well, except this is the 1929, the thing is, you're unlimited for anything below 10,000 tons.
Yes.
So the issue is that
the bigger ship, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's your carriers and your battleships, which if you lose, that is a problem. If you did happen to lose your older capital ships, which I'm sure everyone would be very surprised to lose, and it would be traumatic to lose them.
What, Fuso, Yamashiro, Ike, Hyuga. Oh no, they all ran aground and were unsalvageable.
So we're having to replace all our old battleships at once. Yes.
Yes.
It was a terrible and cruel accident where they all were forced ashore by the evil Chinese saboteurs. Not brave warfighting. No. It was evil saboteur. They rigged a lighthouse to give out the false signal or something like that.
No. It was damage. It was damage inflicted that meant that they all ran aground when they were coming back into port near the inland sea. But yeah, just the nature of the hull damage meant we couldn't get them off or anything, so they were all wrecked.
Yeah.
So we could salvage the steel.
Yes, and the guns.
To reprocess that, yeah.
And personnel losses were nil, and yes.
And do you start building the Yamamotos early?
Probably not.
Early,
You're probably going to go with a treaty. Well, it depends. If you've not joined the London Naval Treaty because you want to build these new ships, then yes, you probably do go with something like Yamamoto style, and you're trying to push for that size. If you actually rejoin the treaty and you've joined, let's say, some sort of different modified London Treaty, First London Treaty, then things are different. Then things are very different.
But yeah, it's got the potential to be very squirrely and to allow various different thoughts about lines of development of shipping to be produced. Because you could have a scenario where because there's also going to be a whole load of lessons people are learning about warfare at sea 10 years after the end of World War One.
Yep.
From observing it all. So you're suddenly going to be having people thinking about the it's going to be a whole range of stuff, isn't it? It's going to be what's the
and also, they're going to get some experience of fighting those ships and then working out, especially. And if they've lost their ships to submarines, if they've lost them to submarines, because that's the Chinese fleet have gone for submarines rather than cruisers, then that's going to affect the Japanese approach to things at all completely, because they might actually start building huge numbers of submarine ASW warfare vessels.
Mm.
What happens if when this occurs and the London Navy Treaty starts up and America and Britain want to keep it roughly the same, but Italy and France don't? Does the treaty system just break down, or do each country go their own way?
Pretty much each country goes their own way. The treaty system probably works fine. Each country probably goes their own way.
So in fact, you'd be better off with a treaty which sets limits or limitations, so that a country that doesn't really want to build a lot of ships, if you have a treaty which says you can build 10 more than they were envisaging, they feel that they have to build those 10.
Well, what you probably have is a treaty system come in which basically goes, okay, so this is the point you've reached at. I could actually imagine, and this is going to sound weird, I can imagine it being a scenario of you're able to build X, Y, and Z. You are able to build all these things. And you're able to build them all because you are limited in terms of the individual ship size and its ship stats, but not in the cumulative. So you can build as many of these vessels as you want. You just cannot, and I repeat, cannot, build them individually greater than X, Y, or Z. So they can't carry guns greater than 16-inch guns. They can't do, whatever you standard you set it as.
Mm.
And that's basically what happens in the Second London Naval Treaty anyway, and I think that's just what happens earlier.
Mm.
Because also, that settles a lot of issues. That stops anyone having to worry about ratios, because ratios no longer matter. It stops anyone having to worry about all the issues you can get with these treaties. They no longer matter.
Yeah.
But the whole thing gets really weird.
If in 1930 the Royal Navy's allowed to build as many battle carriers as it wants, but they can't be bigger than 27,000 tons, you're going to see the 27,000-ton Ark Royal Sisters, which are going to look like a cross between Ark Royal and the Illustrious class. In terms of, they're going to have Ark Royal's profile, but they're going to have, and probably her possibly her 4.5-inch guns, which is interesting because she gets the open mount 4.5-inch gun, and she's the only one which gets that, and that's the one which would have probably gone on destroyers. And she gets it.
Developing that more.
So basically, if you build a lot of those, if let's say the Royal Navy turns around and goes, "We're going to build 8 of these," because then they're our dream carrier, and we can have them operate. We can have 3 operating in the Home Fleet, 3 operating in the Mediterranean Fleet, and 2 operating in the Far East. And then we can also build a whole load of these of light carriers or of unicorn style carriers to go with them, and sort of fit another 8 of those. Which is sort of what the Royal Navy was sort of thinking about if it got free of the treaty system in the late 1920s. Sort of, that's what they're thinking about. Then, in simple terms, you have a lot of development done on that mount, and you probably get the dual-purpose 4.5-inch mount for the Royal Navy's destroyers, the mount system, available very soon.
Does that mean we have tribals with true dual-purpose guns?
Yes, all our destroyers, pretty much all our destroyers would have true dual-purpose guns by World War II. If the World War II happens as it is on you know.
Happy days.
Yeah, it would be intriguing.
It would be.
How's that run out of water? Oh, probably because the water poured through down there. That's probably where it went. It went down there, didn't it?
Are you playing Timberborn?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why? Were you worrying about something? Do you think I had a leak?
I was worried that your sister might have been doing more engineering.
No, we've had agreement. She doesn't do plumbing. Joel Fredericks, why do you think the plan has focused on surface ships over subs, especially since their force presence mission wasn't necessary prior to the 2010s? Their force presence mission was always necessary. You might not think it's necessary prior to the 2010s, but it's always been necessary, and it's been growing since about the 1990s. Because China likes to be able to project its power around the world because it has to, because it's dependent upon global trade and interests. China is a global trading economy which is dependent upon fuel and energy imports that mostly come from the Middle East. That's a constant river of tankers and liquefied natural gas carriers. It's dependent upon container ships, which are a constant river around the world, delivering supplies around the world. And it's for its export and imports. And it's dependent on a constant flow of raw materials from Africa. No, it needs presence because it's got all of that to secure, and it can't rely on anyone else, in its view. And honestly, I not necessarily disagree with that.
I would also argue that you might only now be seeing the fruits of the work they would have started in the 1990s.
Yes, that's
because
the thing.
of the delay, because of the lag to get to a decent weight. The other thing is, I'm not sure that they are doing that. I think that but you don't shout so much about your submarine capabilities necessarily, especially when they are going to. I am prepared to put small amounts of money. They are going to be still substantially less capable than even the published stats of the Western submarines. So they're not something to shout about as much, but they're still developing them.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
It still makes me wonder why the Western countries, the States, us, Europe, haven't increased the number of submarines that we
They've actually decreased.
use. Yeah, that's right. I mean, so okay, we've got our nuclear deterrent subs, which are the bare minimum to actually be a nuclear deterrent.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you're in a situation where China is almost holding to ransom the sea lanes in order to procure its raw materials, then you need something to counteract that. And surface warships are not. They look good as a presence thing, but I mean we're not talking about presence. We're talking about deterrence and the fact that we've got enough subs here to neutralise yours.
Yeah. I think Joel, and you were sort of onto something, but I'll kind of explain what Joel's saying. Joel, whilst during the 1900s, US was not much of a threat or a rival, they weren't sparring as probably were. Is it good? Does it feel good to depend upon someone else's largesse for your safety and security, for your survival, for your nation's happiness? It doesn't, especially not if you're if you're a nation like China, which is powerful and has been subject to all sorts of fun things in the past. They don't like spending on those things. So yeah,
And
they
China has China also has an additional problem in that it has spent the last 40 years building its infrastructure up very quickly, but it's the one child per family rule of Mao is biting them very severely on the posterior, because they're now running out of people to utilize the infrastructure. You know, they've got cities which are fully functional cities which have nobody in them.
Yeah, they are having fun in that one regard.
And you can say that, you know, I mean, the West is no different. In a way, in that the birth rate in Western countries has gone down. The only countries where the birth rate seems to be increasing on a regular basis are the Indian subcontinent and certain areas of the Arab world. Which could be a potential problem in the future. Because of the, you know, if India continues to expand at the rate it is has been expanding, then its desire for raw materials is going to
Boom.
become closer to that of China. And if China's birth rate doesn't significantly increase, well, you know, eventually overtake it.
Yeah, which I think is worrying
then,
China to an extent. Which interested me the other day when I realised that.
But it creates a problem as well in that India is, you know, okay, India is a very big continent or subcontinent.
Yeah.
But it's still a limited space that they can use. Partly because they don't manage their natural resources in a way to maximize the retention of soil and crops and things like that. So if their population continues to increase and increase, they'll be wanting to look to expand somewhere.
Yep. Oh well. Right. Next question. What is a ship name that should have made it onto a ship? Deliberate. Considering how much Royal Navy admirals of the 18th, 17th and 18th and early 19th century loved to write, "We shall deliberate upon these matters," they should really have had a ship called Deliberate. Because it could mean both, we will think about these things and we did it on purpose.
When it says what is a ship name that should have made it onto a ship, is that a ship name that doesn't exist?
Yeah.
Or one that hasn't been used for a very long time?
And that HMS Deliberate has never been used.
Okay. Steve has a really good one, which I think is recertification. Or something similar.
Reciprocity?
Reciprocation. Or something like that. Yeah,
Ooh,
one of those two.
Oh.
Yeah, he's put it in chat.
HMS Pansy was used.
Mm.
And HMS Pansy served in World War One as a Flower class corvette.
Yeah.
It did very well. And it was going to serve in World War Two until a French, I think the French took the ship over, and they refused to use the name.
Mm.
Not because of cultural reasons, but because of they just didn't want. They wanted to have their own name.
Please put, I want an SSBN called HMS Reciprocity.
Mm.
Really a fun name.
I mean, it would have amused me if they'd gone along the kind of inflexible, indomitable, etc. If they'd gone inflammable.
Yeah, no one's that stupid.
I'd have made it a fire ship, to be fair.
Inflation.
Oh.
Expandable.
Mm. Yeah. There are some other good names they haven't used, but I can't remember what they are off the top of my head. There's some towns, cities, and counties and things which they've never used.
Yes.
Or whatever, which I find weird because they keep on going back to the same ones.
That's because those ones have status.
Yeah.
Also, because some of the ones which weren't used, they are, how do I put it politely? They're very difficult to put on a naming plate. Just think about it. HMS Surrey doesn't take up that much.
Mm.
Just imagine what HMS Dunblenshaw takes up in terms of name length.
Yeah, but Middlesex?
Could you imagine HMS Doodler?
Mm. Anyway, I'm back in a second. I'm just taking some stuff to the bin. Please continue your questions if I take a second, because I'm going to go check on my sister while doing it.
Just trying to think of...
Cities and towns.
Mm.
There are a lot which...
I mean, they did get through a lot of them, but the kind of the I mean, there are some quite fun classical deities who haven't had enough, I think. And things like that.
HMS Kraken.
Yeah, or
Organ.
I don't think. No, so there was Gorgon and Glatton were a couple of.
Oh yes, they were. Yeah. Mm.
But they haven't had. I don't think I think it was planned but never actually built. Astarte, which is the same as Ishtar, which was the kind of Mesopotamian goddess of war, sex, and all the other things who Gilgamesh clashed with, and things like that. And is generally quite fun, and I can see the Royal Navy sailors, once they learn more about the history, having fun with.
Oh, yeah. Could you imagine the artwork which would go along with it?
Yeah, this being a goddess where I think Gilgamesh declined to have sex with her on the grounds that she basically broke everyone she had sex with. by just
That seems like good,
outswagging them.
a good reason. Yeah,
Um,
he wasn't a redhead, perchance. Okay,
I don't think so.
that's okay then.
Um, uh, yeah, and there are some other fun things. There's also some which one might now want to revisit and think about not using. I don't know. Sorry. Still frantically trying to remember the ship names, which I feel are underused. But never mind.
Yeah,
'Cause I quite like some of the themes you can get into with, the letters or the weapons. Because that's one of the things that makes me sad. The weapon class could have been brilliant because you could have had some really good fun weapon names, but instead they curtailed it at 4 ships. Because you could get into some really niche variations of things. With that,
the problem with that is that it would be confusing to some people.
probably not
Yeah.
to the. I mean, you're really just looking for words, aren't you? Some way of making things stand out, and you want something which people
Yeah.
can associate with. So if you've gone for something like HMS Halberd, well, fine. You just have a picture of a halberd up there.
Yeah.
It's not that.
Yeah, because you got broadsword, battle axe.
Yeah.
Tail hook. Not one that was used, but
Yeah, and you could have fun with those. Ballista.
Flail.
Yeah, and I mean the big question is to what extent do you, and that's just with one letter from that, and then you can go on and find more.
Yeah, you could have the A class, the B class, the C class. Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
I still think that the best naval ship names are the Flower class corvettes. They are just so hilariously British that you would call, a ship HMS Pansy or Daisy or,
Ringport.
or yeah. It's one of those things where, it's like, oh, what ship are you on? Oh, I'm on Pansy.
I'm on Forget Me Not. Which one? I can never remember.
Narcissus.
Yes.
What? Forget me not.
And you can, and the possibilities. I think you can certainly go to town with it, and you can explore new depths. With flowers, I mean, the other good one is birds. Especially although too many birds seem to have acquired names which are things like Herbert's eagle and Smith's eagle and Engelbert's eagle, and you're like, that's not very interesting to use as ship names.
No.
But
I mean, you've got there are enough bird names that are not, so and so's this or so and so's that. I mean, you could have the tit class, blue tit, Great tits. Long-tail tit.
Yes, because that would go down so well with the Royal Navy alongside the boobies.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's more than that would be more of a US ship name, I think. Not that they would understand the joke behind it, but it's their bird, isn't it?
No, I think we've got boobies here. In the UK, I think. Not sure.
I'm not sure.
No.
All I can think of is the blue-footed one that is somewhere in the Pacific on some island.
Mm.
Something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Right. Next question would be Joel Fredericks as another follow-up to capital cities being vaporized question. What if on December the 8th, doesn't say what year, Washington DC simply just vanished, i.e. returned to the state it was in 1000 AD? What would happen now?
Let's pick a year to say Washington DC disappears.
I just left.
Let's say 2000.
I have just left the corgi muttering about the spoilers of our great ancestor's vision, who currently looks like he's albino.
Oh,
Poor Zebedee.
So if anyone please raise a glass to poor Zebedee, who's now albino. He tried his best. He saved many important family heirlooms from being white by his sacrifice, and he deserves our utmost love and kindness on his journey back from albino-ness. Unintended, unforeseen albino-ness, but he, I'm sure he'll make it.
Let's go for a bath then.
He doesn't like baths, but the person who has made him albino is committed to giving him a bath, and he will be committed.
Is that wise?
I've said good luck to her limbs, but that's as far as I've got. Yeah, it's yeah.
The question we're at is Joel Fredericks. In another follow-up to capital cities being vaporized question, what if on December the 8th, and we're saying 2000, Washington DC simply just vanished, i.e. returned to the state it was in 1000 AD? What happens now?
There are going to be some very bemused Native American tribesmen sitting there going, what the fricks is happening around us?
No. In 2000.
No, in 1000 AD, from 1000 AD.
It's returned to the state it was in 1000 AD. So
yeah.
Basically, it's just prairie land.
Well,
no,
swamp. Washington DC is a swamp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever.
That's the whole joke about Washington DC.
It's a hardship posting still. It's still listed as a hardship posting because of the malaria posting. Yeah.
Okay. I would have said there would have been a huge celebration because of the number of politicians and their lackeys and all the people who try to influence politicians have ceased to exist.
Yes and no, because you see, one of the things is, yes, it's a political city, but it's also an administrative city. Washington DC is the heart of the American administration, and Lord knows reconstituting that's going to be fun. That is going to be a fun time had by all.
I can see
They just move it to New York.
No.
No, this is the whole point. This is the whole issue. The US. This is why they invented Washington D.C. Because it's the pull between the different. Now it's going to be different cities to what it was 250 years ago.
But
it was
to stop individual cities and individual states gaining the power of controlling the government. That's why it's the District of Columbia.
Okay. Right.
And the team. I wish Runon was here because they could explain it better than everybody else probably. But when they go and declare independence, it starts in New York, but they move the capital to Philadelphia while they're waiting for Washington to be built.
Yes.
So the likelihood is if there's no capital in Washington, then the capital is Philadelphia. Because it hasn't been built.
Well, no. So this is
No.
loose.
No, that isn't it. It's basically saying modern day America and Washington goes back to the past. And so basically, in nice way, they would have to set up a temporary capital until they rebuilt it. Because that's what they have to follow through on, because it's too much of their constitution which is wrapped up in it. Although they've lost a lot of original drafts of the Constitution with this loss, so that's going to be a fun one, me arguing over the actual details of those from the various edited editions. That's going to be a fun walk in the park, I think not.
Maybe to just separate Manhattan off from New York and just say, right, just stick it there.
No, because that puts it too much in New York State. As well as New York City, it's New York State. It's the states, not the cities they're worried about.
But Washington was originally made up of a bit of Virginia and a bit of Maryland.
Yeah.
And then when the Civil War happened, the bit of Virginia disappeared, which has Arlington in it, which is interesting.
It was never. It was bits of those states were assigned to the District of Columbia, but they didn't belong to those states.
Yeah, it was a square. Effectively, but it encompassed a bit of Virginia and a bit of Maryland.
No.
And then when Virginia declared independence from thingy, they lost that bit.
No, they didn't.
It was in the south.
No. It's still part of the District of Columbia.
And it became. Yeah, but that was where Robert E. Lee's house was, and they turned that into Arlington Cemetery.
Yeah, but it's still District of Columbia.
My thought
today.
is that basically my point was that you basically separate Manhattan from New York, and you just say that is now the District of Columbia. It's not part of New York State anymore, and it's an independent island. There we go, clunk. Stick your capital stuff on that.
That wouldn't work because that's
too developed.
All right.
Yeah, and you're taking now a chunk of New York State and New York City, so nicest way you've got problems. And we do know it's supposed to move on. It's just we're in the middle of a discussion, so there's no point putting that in the chat, is there? That's actually a little bit almost rude because we're in the middle of a discussion and discussing it, and now you've just gone, "Oh, you should have started this by now." I know you probably don't mean it as that, but I'm telling you this because in another circumstance tonight, you could upset someone. But the whole thing with this...
I want to respond to somebody else in the chat.
Okay. All right, Steve, you want to respond to someone else in the chat?
Yeah, no. Yeah, we have never named a ship after a political leader. The Americans have. They've named the ship after Winston Churchill. We haven't.
We have named a ship after Winston Churchill. But it was long after he died, and we named a submarine.
I thought that was named after. Oh right, okay. I always considered that to be named after John Churchill, the first Duke of Marlborough.
No.
Okay. All right.
That was named. It was a name for Winston Churchill.
Okay.
The fun thing is, you can kind of say they're named for any of them because you've also got the Duke of Wellington.
No, it specifically had.
He was a politician.
It specifically had the picture of Winston Churchill in that submarine, and there was a reason it was done was because the Labour government had refused to build the 5th Resolution class. So the way they got that accepted by the Conservatives and accepted in the politics of the time was to build a new hunter-killer boat and call it Winston Churchill.
Okay.
So the only time we've named one for a prime minister like that was literally as a political compromise between Labour and the Conservatives, because Labour cancelled the 5th ballistic missile submarine.
All right.
So going back to vaporized Washington DC, how about putting it in Puerto Rico?
That's a whole other can of worms, because
then you could ship off all your politicians out of the central the main United States, and they'd have to.
You're sending them from a swamp to an island paradise. You're giving them a promotion. I disagree with this on the point of principle.
No, it's not a swamp any longer, though, is it?
It still is a swamp, but yes. They have to work very hard to stop it being swampy, because it wants to revert to being a swamp on a regular basis.
All right. Does that mean it's sinking?
Yes. Under the weight of hubris.
Yeah. When Trump says drain the swamp, as I said, Paul, when Trump says drain the swamp, it's kind of visionary.
But Wellington was also the Duke of Wellington, and that was for the Duke class. And they couldn't go with HMS Wellington because HQS Wellington is the headquarters ship of the Master Mariners and the shipwrights in London. So they had to go with Iron Duke. This is the fun thing about getting in this conversation. I've taught the ship naming course, and I've had the conversations with the ship naming committee. I have all this fun. It's like, guess what? There was actually someone silly enough, a prime minister was silly enough to try and tell the Queen that there shouldn't be an HMS Duke of Lancaster because there was no Duke of Lancaster. To her face.
Oh dear.
That prime minister was reminded who the Duke of Lancaster was. And is now. The Duke of Lancaster is the Queen.
No.
Was at the time.
It's the King. But no, who was the Prime Minister?
Tony Blair.
I thought it might be. That explains an awful lot.
Yeah, that was the fun times.
Well, I mean, he does still want to be President of Europe, doesn't he?
Yes, but we are just going to do a swap now between the two things. We are running a little bit late, but not too badly late. Only 10 minutes. So
you did allow overrun in your calculation, so
yes, I did.
As long as it doesn't go over 12 hours, it doesn't matter, does it?
No.